Juga,
Oke, Bu
selamat
Siti.
pagi. Assalamualaikum
Terima kasih.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Suaranya
Waalaikumsalam.
bagus.
Ya, terima kasih. Oke.
Ini kita lihat dulu.
Assalamualaikum. Pak Seradi. Pak Idi.
Selamat pagi, Pak Iksan. Jelas suaranya, Pak. Mantap. Ya, good morning.
Bisa start, Bu Elo?
Ya, bisa. Oke.
Pak Roni, ada Pak Roni?
Ada Pak Roni.
Ya, tadi Pak Roni sudah kelihatan kok tadi. Halo? Saya kok hilang.
Lagi Bu Elo,
Oh ini.
jelas suaranya.
Tip.
Jelas ya? Videonya putus-putus nggak sih?
Jelas.
Lancar.
Jalan terus kok ya. Oke, tetap saya kok putus-putus. Oh, sudah normal. Oke guys, saya mulai. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
Salam.
wabarakatuh.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are you? I hope all of you are in good condition and good health. In this pandemic of coronavirus, just keep wear your mask wherever you go, and then wash your hand, and of course, always keep physical distancing. May Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala keep us in His mercy and bless us with health, protection, patience, and happiness. I am pleased to welcome you to the 5th Worldconference.id in International Conference on Civil Engineering, Project Management, Digital Construction, E-Construction, Science, Applied Science and Sustainability, Saturday, August 29, 2020. We would like to welcome to our host and speaker, Dr. Muhammad Iksan Setiawan, Narotama University, Dr. Sri Wiwoho Mujanarko IPM, Narotama University, Roni Durotun Nasien, Narotama University, Dr. F. Ruslan Edi Santosa, Narotama University, Muhammad Isradi, Mercu Buana University. We would like also to welcome to our keynote speaker, Professor Muhammad Idrus bin Muhammad Masirin, President of Malaysia Academic Association Council, MAAC. Profesor Sudrajat Supian, Pajajaran University Bandung. Profesor Atsushi Koike, Kobe University, Japan. Professor Al Mataneh Hasim, Yarmouk University, Irbid, Jordan. Associate Professor Dr. Dani Harmanto, De Montfort University, UK. Associate Professor Muhammad Fazil bin Arshad, University Technology, Mara, UETF. Associate Professor Muhammad Haziman Wan Ibrahim, University Tun Hussein on Malaysia. Associate Professor Basam Atayeh, Islamic University Gaza. Associate Professor Ramadan Shah Putrajaya, University Malaysia Pahang. Associate Professor M.Y. Al-Fasih, University Technology Malaysia. Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad J.K. Basir, University Tunku Abdul Rahman. Associate Professor Sahiran Sahidan, University Tun Hussein on Malaysia. Associate Professor Bambang Trigunarsha, RMIT University. Dr. Mugahed Amran, Prince Satam bin Abdul Aziz University. Dr. Juwono Prasetyo, University Tun Hussein on Malaysia. Dr. Selena Griffith, University of New South Wales. And then the last is Dr. Sajad Ali Mangi from MUET Sahid ZA Buto Campus. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start the conference, please listen and sing together Indonesia National Anthem, Indonesia Raya. Okay, thank you very much. To Bapak Muhammad is ready, please to be able to recite prayers for the success of this event. Bapak is ready, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Marilah kita bersama-sama berdoa sebelum memulai kegiatan ini. Doa akan saya pimpin secara Islam. Bagi teman-teman yang non-muslim dipersilakan untuk menyesuaikan dengan kepercayaan masing-masing. Al-Fatihah.
A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ar-Rahmanir-Rahim. Malik yaumiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina Amin amin ya rabbal alamin. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin sayyidina maulana Muhammadu wa ala alihi washabihi ajmain. Allahumma ighfir li walidayya warhamhuma kama rabbayani shighara wa li jami'il muslimin wal muslimat wal mu'minin wal mu'minat al ahya'i minhum wal amwat birahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Ya Allah ya arhamar rahimin. Kami datang di acara konferen ini, ya Allah, berikanlah kemudahan pada acara kami, ya Allah, berikanlah kemudahan, ya Allah, hindarkanlah segala sesuatu yang menyebabkan kami, ya Allah, berikanlah rahmat dan berkah-Mu, ya Allah, berikanlah manfaat atas apa yang telah Engkau berikan kepada kami, ajarilah kami apa yang bermanfaat bagi kami, ya Allah. Allahumma inna nas'aluka ilman nafi'an wa rizqan thayyiban wa amalan mutaqabbalan. Ya Allah, berikanlah kesehatan kepada kami semua, ampunilah dosa-dosa orang tua kami, ya Allah. Jika kami datang dalam acara ini dalam keadaan susah, dalam keadaan sakit, maka berikanlah kemudahan dan kesehatan pada kami semua, ya Allah. Ampunilah dosa-dosa kami semua, ya Allah. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar wa adkhilnal jannata ma'al abrar ya aziz ya ghafar ya rabbal alamin. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wasallam. Walhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Bapak Isradi. For opening speech, please welcome our host speaker, Bapak Roni Durotun Nasihin. He is a head of Civil Engineering Program Study in Narotama University. Bapak Roni, stage is yours.
Terima kasih, Bu Elo.
Ya.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Excellency, Rector, Vice Rector, Dean and Staff Narotama University, and ladies and gentlemen, selamat pagi buat semua peserta conference JWC yang kelima untuk Civil Engineering Universitas Narotama Surabaya. Terima kasih atas waktu yang diberikan pada saya dan juga kesempatan waktu yang Bapak Ibu sempatkan untuk mengikuti dan menghadiri conference webinar yang kelima, Worldconference. Insya Allah ada manfaat yang bisa kita berikan kaitannya dengan conference ini terutama kepada para peserta, partisipan maupun speaker, keynote speaker. Untuk itu kami berharap dalam conference ini berjalan lancar, tidak ada satu halangan apapun. Sehingga yang kami harapkan di mana untuk para pelajar, mahasiswa, dan juga rekan-rekan ini mendapatkan manfaat yang cukup besar. Selamat pagi juga buat semua teman-teman keynote speaker yang dari UTHM, UITM, Prof. Fazil, Prof. Irwan. Assalamualaikum, selamat pagi. Kami berharap di sini ada selalu kita melaksanakan conference di antara kami dari Indonesia, juga dari negara luar Indonesia, Malaysia, dan negara yang lain. juga ada Pak Associate Profesor Pak Dani yang ada di Inggris. Selamat datang. Kami selalu mengadakan setiap tahun untuk conference ini, dan alhamdulillah ini sudah kelima kalinya terkait dengan conference, sehingga kami selalu mengadakan untuk mengupdate kaitannya dengan dunia teknik sipil, baik di sipil engineering, manajemen konstruksi, lingkungan, ya. Sehingga harapan kami dari conference ini mendapat manfaat juga untuk semuanya. Terima kasih saya ucapkan, dan selamat datang, selamat berconference di acara yang kami selenggarakan ini. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Bapak Roni, for the opening speech. Our moderator today will be Bapak Muhammad Isradi and Bapak Roni. The first session we will last until 11:30, and then we have a first break for break isoma sholat duhur. Okay, Bapak Isradi and Bapak Roni, I give you the stage for you to be a moderator and continue with the keynote speaker. Thank you very much.
Silakan Pak Isradi, monggo kita mulai.
Roni dulu Pak, buka Pak. Silakan Pak.
Kalau Pak silakan, kan tadi sudah open space. Monggo.
Okay. Thank you very much. We will begin to our keynote speaker, Mr. Fadil from UITM. Are you monitor? Okay. The first, Mr. Fadil.
Terusnya belum tadi udah on kayaknya Pak Isradi.
Oke, ini Mr. Fadil in here. Okay, not here. Associate Profesor Ramadan Syah from Putrajaya. Okay. Please coming. Associate Profesor Ramadan Syah from Putrajaya. Ayo monitor.
Belum monitor juga sepertinya.
Oke.
Prof. Idrus mungkin?
Prof. Idrus not coming. Associate Profesor Bambang.
Yeah.
Okay. Please coming. Associate Profesor Bambang Trigunansyah from RM IT University.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
wabarakatuh.
Should I speak in English or dalam bahasa Indonesia?
Boleh bahasa, boleh English, Pak.
Pesertanya banyak dari mana ya? Dari Indonesia aja atau?
Peserta banyak dari Indonesia.
So, mungkin campur kali ya. Oke,
Boleh, boleh.
saya coba share dulu. Waktunya berapa menit ya?
30 menit, Pak.
Bisa dilihat nih sekarang?
Oke, clear.
Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi atau selamat siang di Melbourne saat ini. First of all, thank you for inviting me to speak in this forum. A little bit confused at the beginnings about the topics, but Ihsan told me this can share some of my work. So what I'm gonna do today is to share one of the study or small research that I did with my former colleagues and my former students in Saudi just before I moved to RMIT in 2018. So the work itself completed at the end of the 2018. Okay, the study is about what probably in Malaysia called industrial building systems. In other part of the world, they have off-site constructions, modern method of construction, and so on. So our focus is more about what we call it strategy to implement or for implementing such systems in the context of Saudi Arabia. So I will present or start my presentation with some of the backgrounds and then brief definitions or description about what it means by industrial building systems here, and then the barriers and enablers that can help the implementations in the context of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and then the proposed implementation strategy itself. Looks very nice, isn't it? So this Riyadh in the top one. So it's a nice city. So, but I didn't live there. I was in Dahran or Dammams in the eastern part of Saudi Arabia. So I spent about 5 years there as an associate professor at King Fahd University of Petroleum and Mineral before I joined RMIT in 2018, July 2018. So one of the main reasons is probably similar to other reasons in around the world is the populations, where in Saudis the average populations grows about almost 2%. So they projected they will expand to up to 37 millions in the next few years, right? 5, 10 years. So that will kind of create a shortage of housings, as well as limitations on infrastructures. The Saudi have done some studies that they identify the needs of around 300,000 units per year of housings to be built every year to reach around 3.3 millions in 2025, based on their projection of their growth. It is interesting to know that many actually Saudis still struggle to have housing, right? So some people probably think Saudi is a rich country and so on, but it's not necessarily they actually own a house and so on. So part of them is actually because the way construction being done to build a house, for example, is only probably capable of to develop half of the needs. So we look at different methods. One of them is industrializing the building sectors, which hopefully to able to not just reducing the time and cost, but as well as improving the quality of the products. However, it means based in our initial studies, there's not much studies being done in this area. Later on, but early this year, I found out there is one PhD thesis actually is done in that area, but it's about different focus, right? So we identify that need, so we think that it's important to actually do these particular studies. So based on that conditions, we develop some questions. We want to know first about the current practices. What are the current practices related to this type of approach in constructions? And then what we want to identify is what are the barriers and enablers in developing such systems. And then if they want to build these systems, means what kind of strategies or frameworks that can help them doing that. So the objective is to identify the current practices, identify the barriers, and then the enablers, so we can develop a kind of frameworks for developing or adopting such system in the Saudi context. So hopefully by doing this, we can or we could fill in some of the gap in terms of the study in the area, and then some comparisons or against the experience in other countries. In the process, I have a chance to meet the Deputy of Ministry of Housing, so supported the studies because currently housing development is a big project in Saudis. They also look at what they call it modern method constructions, but not only that, they also identify advanced construction methods around the world that there's a potential to be adopted by them. So I also share the result to him. So the studies, because it is a small project or it's initial studies. At the beginnings, we focus on the Eastern Province. Eastern Province is in the Gulf, so facing the Gulf of Arabia. And then we focus on the various stakeholders that involve in the type of constructions or industries. Right? So which is like project owners, consulting company, manufacturing, in terms of the building systems, contractors, and academics. So we use an approach because it's mostly about asking some different people opinions. So we use the constructivism approach by doing some qualitative studies, doing interviews, and then we do a content analysis and verify that using online questionnaires. After that, we develops the strategy using what we call what is called imperative structural modeling, or ISM. So we start with the industrial building systems. What does it means? And means briefly about the concepts. So means I use the as I mentioned, I use this term which is actually the terms that used by the Malaysians. So I think the colleague from Malaysia is familiar with these states. The reason is because one of my former students, which is actually now is I think an associate professor at UTHM, Ridwan. Initially, when he did his PhD at QT, I did work with me and then change supervisors because I need to supervise a lot of students. It's looking at the his interest in this industrial building. So that's what the first time I have that interest. So so it's more about like an applying industry kind of like approach in construction. So it's not necessarily probably new, but as a structured approach it can be considered relatively new, particularly in some developing countries. So some other terminologies being used, we probably more familiar what we call prefabricated constructions, where we do most of the component of sites prefabricated and then transported to the site and then installed. Or some use what call it modular buildings, modular constructions. I think in Indonesia we're familiar with Wika. I think so means they did some of the modular building constructions. I think the latest one that we probably know the facility for like hospital or something that for COVID. Can managing the COVID's impacts. Right? And then the open building manufacturing, the other terms called is off-site manufacturing, which is in a way similar. So means, but in different country, in the different part of the world, they use a different terminologies based on what their understanding and their approach. If you look at this models for the approach, we can look at from some continuum from these models. Means, as I mentioned, it's not really new because we know bricks, for example, or concrete blocks. This is part of prefabrication, right? But it's just a small component. So we use brick, we use concrete blocks for our building, right? And then there is a components, which is a lower level pre-cut assembled components like roof truss, door frames, and so on. Means built from timbers, steel, light steels. Means, and then bring to site. Means it's also this one is it's not a new systems. And then we start with and after I continue with a panel member of the buildings. So I look at more on the, start looking into the high-rise building, for example. Either it's a structural component or non-structural components, but it's mostly non-volumetric, so 2 dimensions. And then move to the pods where a volumetric unit like kitchen, bathrooms inserted to a buildings. And then start talking about the modulars, means 3-dimensional component of a buildings. And now we see the complete buildings, right? Means probably be familiar with a Lego, what they call it, Lego building and so on. So we can divide that into 2 categories. One is the first ones, the earlier one is non-volumetrics. Now we use non-volumetrics. The benefit that it being identified from the literatures include means efficient and predictability. Like maintaining qualities, time, cost, and so on. Safeties because it's done in controlled environments offsite. And then typically you will use skilled labors in the installations. Sustainability means less impact to the environment and so on, less labor requirement, less trainings, and then less disruptions to the residents. Right? So when we look at the context of the Saudis, we look at that some, although there's some exceptions, most of the work is still in the non-volumetrics and small sub-assembly categories. And the area mostly in the building facade and some concrete structure elements like column, beams, or panel. Right? But there is some other examples that they use more than that. Like for example, in Mecca, we're familiar with Mecca. They use pod for some of the hotel buildings, and then there is a university campus in Riyadh called Prince Nora University. It's the largest female-only university campus in the world. They also use the modulars, but majority is still in the non-volumetrics. So the motivations, according to our interviewees, right, is mostly about times. And then efficiency. We call it profits, qualities, Some will also mention about sustainability as well as manpower. Means in general, probably conditions in Saudi in terms of labor is similar to what in Malaysia, where is not many, or even in Saudi, there is no ones to work in construction site, right? As even skilled laborers. So I means I think if they can use less manpowers on site, it will be better. And also, if it is skilled laborers, is more sustainable works, probably will attract the Saudis in the future. So it's similar in terms of motivations as what the benefits of these systems. So I mean, we look at more in depth. I mean, the interview said that the most appropriate adoption is in housing development, as I mentioned earlier, is what they need. So the condition is typically repetitive. If you have a bulk housing complex, means one of the examples is actually Saudi Aramco, when they built their housing for their employee. Means that they use almost 85% is actually prefabricated, right? And then other that identify is commercial building or public facility like schools and others. I think schools is interesting. Means in Melbourne, for example, here the state governments use the prefabricated models or approach to upgrade their school facilities. But that's so discounted, right? Means if that the benefits means why it's not kind of like widespread of implementation, right? Means some of them are not specifically or unique to Saudis. Means we look at the literature. I mean, the main one, like always in any type of methods or approach, is lack of awareness. So this one in terms of the offsite construction, prefabricated or IBS, and then resistant to change. I mean, the approach that's being used in construction, which is design, build, where it's difficult to incorporate the approach because that really depend on the owners, which also focus on the lowest bid. You see that if it is not repetitive, it can be high in cost, right? I mean, some of the perception that's very rigid and inflexible in design and so on, right? So there's some of the barriers. When we found that very similar barriers in Saudis, the first one means still a lack of awareness, or there's the concern is that when we have a lack of awareness, it will also bring the other barrier, which is the qualities, the communication, and so on. The other issue is, I mean, that's mostly, I mean, in construction is a lot of things driven by owners. So if the owner doesn't want to adopt it, they want to use that, they will not develop. But if you, I mean, as I mentioned before, like Saudi Aramco as an owner, they want to use a more efficient, effective approach, they use it. Right? Rigid time, right? That's what they think, but we have an interviewee actually is working in this sector as a manufacturing part. According to him, it's not really true because it's something that, I mean, it can be modified. Means, for example, using an open joint approach or methods or techniques. So it will be able to modify the beginnings. The reason is means. Especially in developing country like ours, I mean, at the beginning we probably not able to capable of build a big house because of all different limitations. So we start with small one and then expand, right? But the perception is that cannot be done using this approach, right? So this lack of awareness is also will create another or link to another barriers like will not be implemented. There's probably also lack of government's involvements, not just means like regulation, its guidelines. So the implementation can be costly. And hence the perceptions or awareness about the rigid designs will also lead to a kind of like a barrier in terms of the implementation itself. So if we look at the barrier, is still similar to those in developing countries. I mean, studies showing similar problem in China, Malaysia, India. Flexibility in design is also identified in other countries, even in the developed countries. And then the methods, the construction approach means we talk about so many delivery approach, but in realities, many still using traditional approach, right? Then we next to the we move now to the enablers. So what can be the enabler to this type of implementing this approach? Means literature identify means, because the main one is about the awareness. And probably the first things that's more about the awareness, like means either providing some exhibitions, trainings, and so on, right? Research is also important. I mean, some research being done in developed countries, I mean, some in developing countries in technical aspect, but it's also need to consider the other aspect. Interesting things like, for example, so I have a PhD student here at RMIT, look at the, not on the technical issue, but in how the workers perceptions when they have to move from site conditions, construction conditions, into manufacturing conditions. Because I mean, they use some probably skill, but in a different context. So in construction, although the same works, but we used to with a different kind of challenge, different site, and so on. But in manufacturing conditions, its majority is almost the same. So that's some of the issue that's being studied now. Right. So there's enablers. Communication is also important. Communication among stakeholders, from the client or project owner to the contractor and so on. And some identify government's direct involvements as well, not just in as a project owner, but also in regulation, standard, guidelines, and also probably financings. Right. What we identify from our studies means, again, similar to the first one, majority agree it need to be kind of like a program to help the awareness and then develop skill, and then probably some studies need to be done in terms of design, and then government's roles to adopt to enables the adoption of this part, right? Okay. Right. So we also do some survey, as we mentioned. I mean, the same with the barrier. In the enablers, we then we add two more enablers which we identify from the literature, and then we see that the questionnaire result is kind of like confirming, mostly confirming the interview results. Right? So the enablers is mostly about the, as I mentioned, about awareness, right? Exhibitions, okay, and then the having system. So the government one, government roles, policy to motivate, to initiate, to give an incentive for industries to adopt these systems. Funding schemes, because I mean, having house is probably the dream for all of us, but financial is aspects. I mean, Saudi context, they put a huge projects for that one, as I mentioned before. So one of them is about this one. And then infrastructures, because if we build offsite modular, for example, we need to ensure that the infrastructure is can cope with that for the logistics, right? And then it's probably also some a pilot projects, I mean, a full implementation of such systems. I believe they also are things done. That means when I talk to the deputy ministers, they mentioned about this one. So the last one is about the strategies, means what are this, I mean, how, what are the strategies, how this adoption should be probably approached. We use what we call it the interpretive structure model, which is a methodology for identifying a hierarchy, right? We identify the enablers, but how that enabler should be implemented. There's an approach, means one of them it's an interpretive structure model, ISM. So they can put a hierarchy. So when actually what are the main one, the first one that need to be done before the next one can be done. So for that one, we use pairwise comparison survey to help us to identify which enablers that helping the other enablers. So the survey is like using this type of questions. So if we have one enabler and it's the next enabler, so we ask them whether these factors will help the other factors, or one enabler having the other factors, or they actually help each other, or the other way around, or they're not really related, right? So by doing this, we can develop some metrics, right? What we call it structural self-interactive metrics, where we can identify whether enablers is actually helping others or related to others. So as I mentioned before, X is this factor is actually helped by these factors, right? So this based on the interview, right? And then we change that into what we call it reachability metrics. So when we see that's one factors, how they can reach from other factor, what they can help other factors. So then we have a set of what we call it reachabilities elements. And the other ones, the other side, we also look at the antecedents, where one elements can be helped by others, right? So based on that, we look at the intersections between them to put the partitions. So we have a column of the reachability and antecedents and the intersection. So when the reachability is the same as intersections, right? Just like number 7 and 10 here. That means there is no other elements that's above them, right? So they become what we call it the top element, right? So then when after we identify them, they will remove that element 7 and 10. We do the iterations. So based on that, we have 5 iterations, so that we have this level. So from that, we can develop the models, the frameworks, to see where or when and how those enablers should be implemented. So we find that, okay, means in the Saudi context, at least, means government's role is the key, right? I think that's similar to many developing countries where we really rely on governments in terms of adopting or initiating some of the approach. So government's not just about the policy, not just about they as the owners, but they also about the policies of regulations, and also as a funding schemes. And then, and then we can increase the level of awareness, increase the understandings, the skills, and improving some issue in the designs, like the rigidity issues. After that, to ensure that communications communication among the stakeholders is improved, right? So they will know the benefits, they know the which one is better, and then capability of manufacturer need to be improved in terms of capacities, the process. And then the last one is then having a full scale pilot will be good, and then as well as also maintaining, improve and maintaining the transportation infrastructures, right? Because you need to bring a big component of the building. So that's the my presentation. So we covered why the needs for this one, the current practice, and up to the strategy. So this is my team at the time. So there's the campus. It's a beautiful campus at night, right? And then the studies is sponsored by KVUPM, so I need to acknowledge them. It's internal fundings. So that's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Bambang. Very interesting your presentation, Prof. Prof. Bambang from RMIT University Melbourne, Australia. Oke. Mungkin dari peserta ada yang mau tanya? Kita buka pertanyaan dulu buat Prof. Bambang. Silakan. Atau sebelum Q&A kita lanjut ke next presentation, maybe. Oke, Pak Isan ya. Next presentation, Prof. Fajil from UITM. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving me this opportunity. So I would like to present. Okay, Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to all the participants of the international conference. Thank you to the organizer for giving me the opportunity to deliver or share some of the information and knowledge that have been carried out by me and my team. The title of my presentation is the utilizations of KNAF core as aggregate replacement material for construction industry. So me myself is Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Fadil Arshad, and my team members Abdul Hadi Hassan, Prof. Zakiyah Ahmad, Nurul Aini Salahuddin, and Muhammad Zaim Muhammad Noor. I am from University of Technology Mara, UITM Shah Alam in Malaysia, and the other teams member are from the National KNAF and Tobacco Board in Johor and Pahang of Malaysia. So this project, this is the outline of the presentation. We will have the introductions, and then we got to look on the KNAF core product for construction industry. And then we look on the KNAF brick, KNAF block, and KNAF grid IBS panel, and what is the way forward for the product. Okay, as introduction, let me introduce to the participants on what is KNAF is all about. KNAF actually is a plant. It is in the family of hibiscus. It is planted in Malaysia actually to replace the tobacco industry when the world try to stop on the smoking habit. So they have to start to stop the plantations of tobacco. But in order to stop the plantation of tobacco, the government have to replace the product with some other product. So in Malaysia, even though we are not 100% successful replace the tobacco, but we are managed to ask the farmer to change from tobacco to KNAF plantation. So what we can see in the slide on the right side is the plant of KNAF. So far in Malaysia, we have been successful planting about 1,300 hectare of KNAF where the kenaf core can be harvested within 3 to 4 months. So means to say that in a year, the farmers can get or can plant the kenaf and get their product within 3 to 4 months. So in a year, they can plant it for about 3 to 4 times a year. Okay, so actually this is a good product to the farmers, so they can gain more money, and every 3 to 4 months they can harvest the kenaf plant. Okay, so from the kenaf plant, okay, they have to harvest it, and then they have to send their product to the processing center. Okay, so the next picture shows the processing center of kenaf, and out of the plant of kenaf, actually there is 3 sub product, okay, which is the fibers. Okay, on the first picture on the top of it, you can see it is the fiber of kenaf, and then we also have a kenaf core, and another one we have the kenaf leaf. Okay, but for the time being, the most economic or the most profitable product from this kenaf industry is on the fiber. Okay, but sadly, because in one kenaf plant, fibers produce only about 20%. The other 80%, the 60% is go for the core of the kenaf, and the other 20% is go to the leaf and the moisture content. So it is become problems to the kenaf industry. Actually, by selling the fiber itself, the kenaf industry is already make a profit. So the core and the leaf actually is we can call it as a waste of the industry, but somehow the industry are looking forward for what they are going to do with the fibers, what they are going to do with the waste, and what they can work on it. So from that problem statement, okay, we are looking towards research, and then find what is the best that we can do, especially in my field, since I am the civil engineer. So we are focusing on how to utilize this waste to become a successful construction product. So the high potential of kenaf fiber demand from industry cause the kenaf process mainly focus on the fiber-based product, but the core is underutilized. Okay, so the core and the leaf of the kenaf plant is underutilized. So we have been offered, okay, by the industry of the kenaf Malaysia, by the minister, to look on what we can do with the core, because the leaf have been used for, they have been doing a research to be used for the animal feeding, but the core, okay, is still underutilized. So we from the civil engineering departments, okay, faculty of civil engineering in UiTM, we are taking the challenge, and we are try to utilize this core, focusing for the construction industry. So since construction sector is focusing in developing sustainable, green and eco-friendly building materials, so we are try to utilize this waste in order to satisfy the needs of sustainable, green and eco-friendly materials. From our preliminary study, we do believe that this kenaf core may be used to produce a lightweight product. Okay, and in the same time, we also have problems actually with the natural sand, because people are dragging the natural sand very very serious, and it cause another environmental problem due to the sand mining. So we hope that by utilizing this kenaf core as a sand replacement material, so we can contribute in reducing the impact. So this is the issue where industries are really using all the sand. I do believe that this natural sand is the also another issue or an issue to other countries as well, especially to the country who are running out of the sand stores in their country. So it is a way where people try to find another alternative material in replacing this product. So with that attention, the University of Technology Mara try to do a research and try to find the best formulation on how to utilize this kenaf core for the productions of construction material. So on our part, we are doing a research on producing a kenaf brick. So actually this project have been started in 2015. So now it's already 2020. So what I can say that we already been working on it for about 5 years. So in 2015, we are successfully producing a kenaf brick, okay, with a replacement of sand up to 25%. And then in 2016, we are from the formulations of kenaf brick, we come out with another product. We call it kenaf block. So in 2016, we have been pre-commercialized the product where we are successfully using a kenaf core about 70 to 90% replacement of sand. And finally, in 2018, we are successfully commercialized a kenaf brick IBS panel, where we are using kenaf core for about 90% of the weight of the IBS panel. So from 2015 up to 2018, we are successfully producing 3 construction products. The first one is kenaf brick, the second one is kenaf core, and the last one is the IBS panel. So this figure shows the memorandum of agreement and memorandum of understanding they signed up between University Technology Mara and the Lembaga Kenaf Tembakau Negara, which is the body who are responsible for the, it is a minister body which is responsible for the plantations of kenaf in order to replacing the tobacco plant. So this MOU and MOA was signed on December 2015. So in this presentation, I just want to share on how we are producing the kenaf brick. Actually, from the kenaf core, we have to grind the kenaf core up to the specific size. In our case, we are using a size from 10 mm to 5 mm of the kenaf core. We have to grind it with the mechanical grinder, and then we mix it with cement, quarry dust, and sand. Actually, quarry dust also another waste material from the quarry industry. So in this project, actually, we are focusing 2 waste material, which is kenaf core and quarry dust. We are using these 2 material in order to replace the sand because commonly we are having cement sand brick. So in this product, we are producing new type of brick, which is kenaf core plus quarry dust plus sand and cement. Cement being used acting as a binder, and sand actually normally being used as the filler. Kenaf core responsible for lightweight properties, and the quarry dust is responsible to replace the sand and at the same time maintaining the needs of strength for a bricks. So this is the mix design used in producing the bricks. We are trying for about 30 mix from N1 up to M13, where the material used is cement and then sand. Okay, and we can see from this figure the sand have been replaced partly with the kenaf core. Okay, so this is the mixing process that been carried out. We have to mix the mortar, where the mortar containing the materials kenaf core, quarry dust, sand, cement, and water. And from the mixing process, we are producing a brick. Okay, so this is the ready bricks that have been prepared, and then we have to cure the bricks before we do a testing on the bricks properties. So these are the parameters tested to identify the properties of bricks, and this parameter actually to satisfy the needs of standard requirement. So we are carry out a testing on compressive strength of brick. We identify the density. We're looking on the water absorptions, porosity, heat of hydrations, thermal conductivity, and fire test to all the brick produced. So this graph shows the compressive strength of all bricks produced. As we can see, M1 is the normal compressive strength for cement sand brick. And we can see that the compressive strength is so high, which is giving a value of 30 Newton per millimeter square. But actually, we can see the M13, okay, the last make, are producing a strength of 8.66. Even though the strength are reducing by increasing the content of Knaf core, but we managed to get M13 where the compressive strength is only about 8.66. What is beautiful to be discussed in these presentations about M13 is because the standard requirement for brick is only 5.2. Actually, what have been used by the industry nowadays is a waste because they are producing a brick with a strength of 30. By right, the needs is only 5. So by using the Knaf core as a sand replacement material, we are successfully actually to reduce the strength but still satisfy the needs of standard requirement. In this case, I do believe that the utilizations of Knaf core not only successful utilize the waste but also successfully satisfied the needs of standard requirement. Okay, so this is the composite strength result that have been discussed where M13 are using 75% of Corridas and 25% of Knaf core. So in this case, actually we are not using 75, but 10%, only 10% of sand is only being used for the productions of M13. Advantages of Knaf brick that have been produced, it is an eco-friendly material since we are using waste materials, okay, and then it also give an impact to the carbon footprint issues. And since the Knaf core have been utilized for the productions of brick, that before this the Knaf core is only been burnt out, okay, and utilize it for the fertilizer purposes. But by our research, we are giving more economic value to the Knaf core and we can produce a brick. Instead, the brick are giving a higher strength. In the same time, actually, the bricks also are satisfied the other properties such as porosity, water absorption, firing, also been improved by the Knaf core bricks. Okay, the Knaf core bricks also improving the thermal conductivity and insulation system. And then it is a lightweight material and it is easy to be used since it is lightweight, and then reducing the industrial waste. So this is the brick that we produce in the factory. Okay, on the left side, we can see a figures where the factories are preparing the mix and they are preparing the bricks as well. And from the bricks, we are successfully producing Gallery Knaf. This is the first building that been built in Malaysia using the Knaf brick. So it is located in Kelantan, the head office of Knaf, of the Knaf Malaysia office. Okay, so this is the first product successfully been built using our design, our research process. So from the Knaf brick, we are successfully, we have managed it to produce another product. We call it Knaf block, and it is developed. Okay, the formulations was taken and developed by the Affordable Adopt Sendirian Berhad (AASB), and then the main objective of producing this block actually to reduce the manpower of house construction using lightweight material. Okay, since before this we are using bricks, so bricks, one Knaf block is equivalent to 6 bricks. So we are successfully producing this Knaf block, and then this is the house that been used. Okay, been built up using the Knaf block. Okay, so this is the house, and then from it we do another process. Okay, we are trying to utilize the mix that been studied before, and then we are successfully producing the Knaf Creep IBS panel. So it is a lightweight panel, strong, safe, energy efficient, environmental sustainable, and low installation cost. Okay, from the bricks we are upgrading to blocks, and from the blocks we are upgrading. We are using the formula that we have been doing before, and we are successfully producing the IBS panel. So this is the IBS panel in the factory. Okay, and this product actually have been commercialized. It is in Parit Jamil, Muar, Johor. Maybe our friend from UTHM can visit this factory. Okay, so this is the types of Kenafcrete IBS panel that been produced by the industry. Okay, and we also get the product testing and certifications of the product by Malaysian government bodies, SIRIM and CIDB. We are also doing a fire test on the products because people are concerning about the Kenaf being burned after in fire, but finally after we are doing right formulations and design, the Kenaf core bricks, blocks, and IBS panels successfully satisfied the needs of fire. So this is some of the successful product that have been built by the product. Okay, so this is the private bungalow, okay, owned by Bakri in Muar, Johor. And then in 2018, we also do some project, Rumah Bantuan Harapan project. Actually, it is a project for Tanjung Gading, Tangkak, Johor. And then we also the product also been used in build up the private bungalow. So it is in January 2019. And then a homestay model also been built in Pangkalan Balak. This is the PPRT. PPRT actually is a project for poor people in Malaysia. Okay, so we are successfully producing the model house. It is located in Pasir Mas, Kelantan. And then this is another PPRT model house that been successfully been constructed, and we successfully make them smile with the new house that they're getting from the project. So this is a private bungalow in 2020. Okay, and then this is the way forward that we are looking for our product. Hopefully we can produce another type of project. We call it fiber block. It's a test block, and then we already have collaborations with the industry in order to come out with the product from the Kenaf. So with that, that will be my presentations on the utilizations of Kenaf fiber, Kenaf core to the construction industry. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Fazil from UITM. Before we queue and answer, we continue to next presentation. Please coming, Prof. Ramadansyah. Okay, Prof. Ramadansyah.
PPT-nya tak nampak nih, PPT-nya.
Prof, PPT belum nampak, Prof. Prof. Ramadansyah, monitor. Oke.
Sudah tampak.
problem connection mungkin. Prof. Ramadan. Enggak saya call.
Prof. Ramadan, still monitor.
Ada problem connection mungkin.
Oh.
Bisa lanjut, Prof.
Kita lanjut ya. Prof. Basir. Prof. Basir, monitor.
Ya. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi. Oke.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
Yeah, I'm ready. Yeah.
Okay.
Let me share my presentation. I'm not able to share my presentation. Could you allow me, please?
Oh.
Please allow me to share.
Okay, okay.
Wait.
Yes, I think now I can share. One minute, please. Something. One minute, please. Trying to share the PowerPoint, which you can't see. Share. Also, can you see my presentation now?
Yes.
Oh, is it so clear, the presentation?
Yes.
Yes, clear.
Okay.
Change it into PowerPoint. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullah.
So you can see the logo of UTAR and Petana University, right?
Yes.
Okay, very good, very good. Bitud. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. And thanks for the invitation. I'm glad to join you today for the National Conference. And I attended the first two presentation, and it's more related to construction and construction management. So please allow me to present something still related to sustainability, is main in sustainability, but a little bit different. The title I have selected today is the Sustainable Domestic Solid Waste Management, Shifting Towards Circular Economy, to change the way we are looking for the waste. And this is me, Dr. Bashir. I'm from University Tunku Abdul Rahman, Malaysia, is in Beirut. And this is some details about me. I graduated from School of Civil Engineering from Palestine, Gaza, and then I did my PhD and in USM, and now I'm heading the Department of Environmental Engineering. This is our campus, UTAR in Beirut. We are surrounded by many mining lake, and we have a very beautiful campus there. So you are welcome to visit us at Kampar. Okay, without further delay, please let me introduce my topic here. I'm going to talk a little bit about the introduction of waste issue. Then we'll focus more on the current problems related to waste management, particularly in Malaysia and Asian country. Then we'll move to circular economy and waste conversion to gold or zero waste production. Later on, we'll focus on the barrier and driver. But the main topic here will be how to convert the waste to a useful product. Anyway, everyone knows that waste is unwanted material, right? And at the end, this is what we produce, right? And then we throw away, then it will be collected. But this waste coming from where? Basically, we know that it's coming from domestic, coming from commercial, from industry, also coming from agriculture sector, fisheries. For domestic solid waste, it's supposed to be good management. Then the construction is supposed to not go to the landfill. That's supposed to be separated because it can be used easily in reconstruction and rebuilding material. Agriculture waste is more homogeneous. It can be used for as a fertilizer, whatever. So we should not mix those kind of waste with domestic or residential waste. Anyway, part of the problem that the waste that we produce, some of it biodegradable and some of it non-biodegradable, right? So it's also different from type to type. Also, part of the problem, if you talk about non-biodegradable waste, some of it like glass and plastic, it can last for a million years and will not be degraded easily. Different from organic, like vegetables and fruit, maybe 2 weeks can be degraded. So this is produce a huge problem for landfilling and waste operator. Another point, the population today grow very high, rapidly. And then also the consumption of the human increase in a very strange way. If you look just in certain country, the average waste produced per day less than 0.5 kg, but certain country like US, more than 2.5 kg per day. In Malaysia, they produce around 1.2 to 1.3 kg. Let us look to part of the problem here. If you look to a certain country like Malaysia, producing around 1.3 kg, and this is the generated and collected one by the municipality. In Indonesia, the figure is less, is about 0.6, 0.5 something, but in Japan it's 1.7, in Hong Kong 1.9. The things here is strongly related to the urbanization, and so this urbanization will change the lifestyles. You will have a lot of packaging material and so on, which will affect on the production rate. All right. Again, coming to the amount produced per day globally, you can see increasing rapidly. So within 50 years, it will be increased by more than double, right? More than double. So what about the composition? Also, the composition is part of our problem, because for the composition, you can see in Malaysia, around 45 to 50% is organic waste. But for those countries which is less developed, it can go even up to 80% organic, because they don't have much on other product, more to rural area. So rural area will use less plastic, less paper, less metal, and so on. So if you look to Japan, it's less than even 40% organic, because they have more production of other kind of things. They more packaging material, plastic, paper, more consumption, right? More consumption. But this is lead to one question. My waste increase because of the population and the consumption. This is a global trend. Another thing, there is heterogeneous mixture of the waste. Like you can see there is food, plastic, and so on. And not only that, you have also some now electronic waste, and become more complicated. If you look to the electronic waste, just you look to your smartphone, you can see a huge number, big number of metal are included in designing of this smartphone. Meaning that in this case, your waste, when this one disposed, because now we don't have, many countries, they don't separate, even electronic, battery, whatever, a lot of those kind of hazardous waste also mixed with the domestic waste, and then at the end turn up to the landfill. So this one will generate a lot of contaminant, which will be mixed with the produced leachate liquid from the landfill and will cause a lot of problem to the environment. So at the end, we harvest all the good things from the resources, our mineral, petroleum, food, fruits, whatever, and then we turn through this economy to develop our economy, and then we turn it to waste. So what we will get back later? This is the question. Unfortunately, it's supposed to be ideally that the landfill is the last choice. But in many countries, including Malaysia, around 80% of our waste in Malaysia going to the landfill. Worse than that, 50% of the landfill in Malaysia is open dumping, is not even sanitary landfill. Right. Coming to a country like Singapore, only 4% going to the landfill, and the landfill is just out of the country. They make an island for that one. But why they do this one is less land. That's why the land there is very, very expensive. So for that reason, they have to think about solution to avoid landfilling. So what they are doing, eventually they are burning most of the waste. That's why incineration going for 70% of their waste. And they can manage to produce some energy from that. Of course, incinerators are expensive, but it could be more sustainable than the landfill. Okay, looking to the country like Indonesia, Indonesia doing relatively well in terms of composting, because you have a lot of organic waste that can be converted directly if you separate it to compost, and this one can be used as a fertilizer. Nevertheless, there's still 70% going to landfilling, so it's still a huge quantity. Here, incinerator is very minimum, and the other 13% here we talk about recycling and so on. So in most of the Asian countries, the scenario about waste management is not that attractive, right? Except we talk about Singapore. Even Singapore, 70% of their waste going to the incinerator. They're supposed to have more efficient recycling system. So should be less amount to incinerator, because recycling better than energy recovery in terms of the value. So at the end, when those waste unseparated, unfortunately unseparated waste, of course you can see when you go to Taiwan, you go to Singapore, go to Japan, Korea, they are separating their waste. In most of the other Asian countries, we don't much separate. There's some institution they separate, but at the end, even the collector will come and collect it, not separate. Okay, coming to the landfill. Landfills should be managed appropriately, should be designed in an engineering manner. Most of the landfill here is just dump site, will produce this leachate mix of the rainfall with the degradation part or the moisture of the waste material, and will come with a complicated type of wastewater. This complicated type of wastewater, we call it landfill leachate. It looks like Pepsi, Coca-Cola here. Please don't try to drink in the future. So you can see here, how is the situation here? This is the leachate coming, and this one will go to the percolated through the soil, go to the groundwater and the surrounding surface water. How it will form, how this leachate can be formed, simply, it can be from here, the rainfall, and then the degradation of organic compound within the landfill body. Then it will percolate to the groundwater and will move to through the aquifer or to the surrounding water. That's why we need to have a double liner here, like geomembrane or what we call the clay layer here, to protect and to prevent the percolation. But anyway, this is the general concept here. And this leach sheet actually is very complicated to treat because within the age of the landfill, the characteristics of this leach sheet will be changed. And also, since the mixture of the waste is very heterogeneous, so the pollution level is very high and the range is very high. So you can see organic compound, you can see inorganic compound, including heavy metal, ammonium nitrogen, phenolic. So it's many because the input very different, or the variety of the input is totally huge. Then the output will be also very heterogeneous and the characteristics very complicated. The young one will be probably biodegradable, but when you go to the old one will be basically non-biodegradable, and still the COD level is more than 40,000, while the allowable to be discharged to the river or whatever should be less than 400. Right. Also, ammonium nitrogen, you can see is more than 400 milligram per liter, while it's supposed to be less than 5 milligram per liter. All right. So to be discharged. So if this one percolate to the groundwater, I thought if this one can, I'm sharing my slide, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay. So, so if you can see for this one, for this issue, the ammonium nitrogen is more than 400 milligram per liter. So imagine if drinking water, you're supposed to have 0.1 milligram per liter. So meaning that 400, how many cubic meter? If you have 1 cubic meter of landfill leachate, imagine how many cubic meter of your groundwater can be contaminated and turned to non-drinkable water, right? So it's huge because the level there is 0.1. So that's why I say this is very complex and contaminated. Anyway, my scope here is not about the leachate. I just want to highlight here the problem of the landfill. In addition to leachate, we have the gas production. Gas production, if not controlled appropriately, will turn to gas pollution and greenhouse gases. So supposed to be used for gas generation, for energy production. Also can produce odor, can spread diseases through the animal which is coming for the landfill. If you don't collect the gas, probably fire can occur there due to any reason, and the methane production there will be high. So those problems associated with the landfill, especially the one which is not managed appropriately. So what is the solution? Look to the problem. This is part of the problem not only in Malaysia, in many other countries, but even in Malaysia, less impact because at least they have some good point, like the collection system here is the compaction, and there is regular collection. We have 100% collection. In fact, yesterday I was giving webinar in Kenya, Master University in Kenya. And when I present to them the waste collection in Kenya, just 50% of their waste generated. Imagine where the other 50% go in Kenya. It's just a small dump site beside the residential area, which is big issue. So in Malaysia, the collection system is almost 100%. But at the end, most of the landfill here, most of the waste collected in Malaysia, relatively, we talk about 80%, collected here, the compact truck, moving, coming to the landfill. In between, any separation? Basically, no. Separation, some will do at home or recycling, but majority of the people will not do, then the collection will be all together. Okay, we will not talk about decision maker and how to push people for recycling, but we will talk about more about the recycling benefit and so on. Okay, this model we call it linear linear economy, right? Or one-way economy. So this one is not actually encourageable concept. The encourageable concept is the circular economy. And for the circular economy is totally different from the linear. From the linear, you have food, oil, products, then go to the city, you construct a very wonderful city, right? Then all turn to pollution. So this is what we give the land back, right? We are giving our gift, all the gifts to the land back, correct? So what we need to do based on the circular economy, we need to use minimum energy and to try to make it renewable. We need to produce the good product, which is supposed to be a clean product with less toxic material and so on. And then going to the city. So organic material from the city should be separated, not from the landfill source, from the generator source at household, from the domestic themselves. So organic can be collected separately because organic have a lot of high moisture content, so can turn to biofertilizer or can turn to biogas through anaerobic digestion. So can go composting or anaerobic digestion. Like Indonesia, you have some composting, but lack of anaerobic digestion. Okay, another point, material, plastic, bottle, can, whatever, paper, all of this one, even rubber, all of those material can be recycled. You no need to go for degradation. Non-recyclable material, like packaging material, is not recyclable. This one we go for burning for energy production. Then the remaining amount, ash or whatever, can go to the landfill. You might have at the end 1% of what you produce now. This is what we call about circular economy. Then you have minimum pollution and waste. Let me explain a little bit about circular economy. Circular economy is the circle here. There is the product that you have is clean in the sense that the non-toxic and will stand for longer time and is recyclable, right? And then the lifespan, as we said, is better, is longer. Then at the end should be collected, remanufactured. If cannot remanufactured, can be recycled or reused for resource recovery, like energy recovery. And then when you have a new product, of course, will be less toxic and longer lifetime. So where we are, what we are doing, recycling of waste, reuse, recovery, collection, this is very important part when you talk about circular economy. Not doing this one, if this part is missing, that means you are not working in terms of sustainability. Your system is not sustainable. You are mostly using your resources rather than using resources and recycle or continue reusing of your, what you call it, resources, right? Okay, so what to do? To address this circular economy, to address this issue of circular economy, you need to think about 50% of our waste is not waste because we can reduce and we can reuse at home or we can donate. For example, you don't want furniture, donate it rather than throw it. There is a lot of concept about this one. This is not our scope because I have to be more general here. But there is a lot of way to reuse, to redonate, and so on. And there is many NGOs even working with this one. Prevention, you have to reduce, use what you need rather than extra than what you need, right? But then the second 50% of the waste material today, actually either it's recyclable, like the can, paper, carton, whatever, or can be used for energy recovery, like packaging material. It is very high calorific value for energy, right? And then final part will go for disposal. It's supposed to be. So how this one can work? We must implement separation at home. If there is no separation at home, this one will not work appropriately. And then the government will collect the waste, must collect the waste separately. In certain country, if your waste not separated, they will not collect your waste and even they will summon you, right? So first part is mechanical separation. All this recovery material, plastic, heavy materials, metals, you can collect and you can sell. So in Malaysia, actually there is private sector. This is make some encouragement for recycling in Malaysia. So private sector collecting those ones, so you can sell to them. But certain material, no much value, so those private center doesn't care about it, like glasses and so on. So in Malaysia, doesn't work for all recyclable material. It's work more for plastic and metals. Then we need to separate the biodegradable fraction. The biodegradable fraction normally have higher moisture content. It can go for anaerobic digestion or at least for composting as a fertilizer. Anaerobic digestion is better because it can produce energy in addition to the fertilizer, right? That's why I will spend a little bit more time here because we have one study on this one. Or there is some material like non-recyclable plastic, paper, whatever. Those material can be burned through incinerator and then can be used for energy recovery. Right. So we talk about physical transformation of the material separation. We talk about chemical or thermal by burning of unwanted the material with high energy content, or biological transformation. We talk about aerobic, anaerobic of organic compound. So instead of the linear economy, now this is the city, collection by public should come from public. They can sell or drop off or buy back center here. And then also the collection, whatever separated can come here. The collection from here will come to the material recovery facility, MRF, and from MRF they will separate the waste effectively. So they will go for magnetic separation for metal and so on. So whatever material can be recovered, they can send to the center back here, and other material which cannot be recycled can be sent to the energy production. And if you have ash from here, which you can't use, it can be used for what we call it, can be used for landfilling. Anyway, even if you don't have incinerator here, but you have material that need to be burned, so what you need to do, you can send actually to cement plant. Cement plant, they use a lot, very high temperature, and that one is about 1,000, and it's almost like incinerator. So it can be used if they have environmental protection system, and it can be used for energy production. And this is happening now in some plant in Malaysia. So can save energy, and then their ash, bottom ash, I'm not talking about fly ash, can be used back in the cement. So it's very good in terms of economy. Certain country doing well, especially like if you talk about like Germany, around 60 plus of their waste is recyclable. Sweden, more than 60% going for incineration. So probably Germany is better because the recycling rate higher. Although Sweden only 1 or 2% going to landfill, but still recycling rate is less. They are going more for energy recovery. So the value will be better when you go for recycling. Showing some strategy for recycling, like in Korea. Korea is the second country in the world considered in terms of recycling, successful recycling rate. Basically because of the source separation at home, separated at collection one, and then they use more recycling rather than energy recovery. Singapore is more success in energy recovery, but of course less successful in terms of recycling. Why I make it different? Because recycling is much preferred more than energy recovery. At the end, energy recovery, you burn it, you burn the product, right? So that's why recyclability is more encourageable rather than burning. Now we need to take action, both government and public. So we need to identify which item is recyclable, which item is not recyclable, where is the end place or disposal or treatment for each one. Some model from Taiwan about plastic recycling, you can see that plastic is dry. If you mix like what we are doing here, you mix organic, liquid, plastic, then that means you waste the plastic. So when you come to reuse it, you need to clean it. So you need to invest more. So it's better if it's separated from the beginning. This is in South Korea, some recycling of metal. Certain countries, they do recycling like electronic waste in India, but this is not sustainable to health. Yes, to economy, it can produce something rather than landfilling, but in terms of health, very risky. This is some recycling practice, like in Cambodia, is the poor people coming to the landfill and collect the waste. And in fact, we have one photo related to Malaysia. Yeah, here about one recycling center in Penang in Malaysia. So there is some recycling center here. The people can send their waste. Sorry, this is in Putrajaya, and then, but not everyone will separate at home. There is no enforcement on this one, or the enforcement not very well implemented. Now, certain state they start to work on this one. Hopefully, we can see fruitful result within the coming short duration. Okay, coming to Indonesia, we said 15% going to composting, and this one of the projects supported by JICA last time. But better than composting, we are preferring to go for biogas production, because simply those organic material can be degraded anaerobically without access to oxygen, then can produce energy. I just want to share with you one of our study that we submitted to Cleaner Production about biogas production in Malaysia, just from organic waste, organic domestic waste, right? Only from that one. So initially what we have here, you can see this is the stakeholder, right? This is the stakeholder here. And we need to include them in this study to encourage them to understand more about the process and about the benefit of biogas production from anaerobic digestion. And we need to convince them that this can contribute to three main factors. First, environment. Why environment? Because by conversion, waste to energy, especially organic waste, we can save the land. We can reduce the land needed for the landfill. We can save our water, groundwater and surface water, no leachate production. We can save our air, atmosphere, because there is no greenhouse gases from the landfill. Second, if you talk about energy, definitely you talk about electricity production from biogas, from methane. Normally, methane production from biogas, landfill biogas, is considered around 50 to 60%. And then at the end, after the biogas production, let's say after 45 days, what you will get at the end is something like fertilizer, biofertilizer, right? Because it's just organic. So it can be used for the plantation. So contribution to the environment, no doubt, is there, and contribution to the energy and plantation is there. So also there is contribution to the economy. If you calculate back how much energy you produce, biofertilizer you produce, avoidance of environmental pollution, water pollution, and avoidance of land that now you're less occupied by plantation, then this one all will contribute back to the sustainable development goal. And probably when we investigate in details, we can contribute by just one single project like this one, we can contribute to 10 SDG out of 17. Okay, let me explain it a little bit more about this concept. What we have here, we just collect the organic fraction. Let's say in Malaysia, 45%, right? 45%. And this one, we go for anaerobic digestion to produce energy and organic fertilizer. So in terms of environment, we can avoid 5,470 tons per day of CO2 emission. We can avoid 961 cubic meter per day of leachate. This is in overall Malaysia per day. We can avoid landfill of 2,257 meter square per day. So imagine if this land in KL, maybe in other states it's cheaper, but from location to location is different. Fertilizer, we can produce 4,000 or almost 5,000 tons per day. This is in terms of production. For energy, you can produce 7,800 megawatt per day. And for economic, it can contribute to electrical revenue It's not let's say huge, but it's good enough to continue sustainability of the growth. But also, in addition to that, you have the fertilizer revenue and saving from landfilling, saving from leachate treatment. The issue here, we never calculate for land saving. We never calculate for land saving because land price is different from place to place. It's difficult to estimate. So it should be based on the location. That's why we say this can contribute to many SDGs, including life below water, climate action, sustainable cities and communities, affordability of clean energy, clean water and sanitation, good health and well-being. So managing of waste appropriately can really contribute to many factors. Anyway, if we want to enhance the production of biogas and bioenergy from this kind of using this kind of treatment, what we can do also, we can basically enhance the energy production process by adding compost material, or what we call it co-digest, like agriculture waste. It can be mixed with it to enhance the production, or the cow waste and so on. The last part that I want to talk about it is the thermal transformation. We said there is certain part cannot be treated biologically, like packaging material and so on. So we have the chance to go for incinerator, like pyrolysis or gasification or combustion. Combustion, we know it's produce heat, then go to the boiler to the power. Gasification can be for gas more. Pyrolysis can be for biochar, can be used for plantation or for tar and so on. So I want to save the time, so I have to move. This is the combustion, traditional one. So we just have the waste here, then the waste transfer to the firing place here, combustion or furnace, and of course in the presence of oxygen. And then this one will generate a huge amount of heat. But remember, if the waste, like in Malaysia, high moisture content left under the rain, then you cannot produce any energy. In fact, you need to pump energy to continue burning it. That's why incinerator in Malaysia not successful so far. I will show some example. In Sweden, yes, successful. They have more than about 60% energy recovery from waste. In Taiwan, I have visited this one. It's Bali incinerator near Taipei. And if you look to that one, it looks like very fantastic 5-star hotel. And this one is just close to Taipei and is widely accepted now by public. But this one need high investment, because the treatment plant for the gas, the cost almost same like the cost of the power plant, right? So the whole plant is, let's say 50%, another 50% is for the environmental protection and gas cleaning, right? And they managed to produce 483 kilowatt hour per ton. In Malaysia, if you look to this one, only we use a small scale, very small scale incinerator, but only in those islands like Pangkor, Chuman, Langkawi. And only the Langkawi one produce 1 megawatt. The rest consider more to passive, just to run, because they don't want to construct landfill there. Main issue here is the moisture content. If you come to burn the waste with high moisture content, then definitely you need a lot of energy to complete burning of that one. If incinerator or mass fire, just now we mentioned not possible, probably you can use pyrolysis, but pyrolysis system can produce biochar for the soil and bio oil. So they use it more for kind of tire, for the car tire. So because they have more bio oil and so on, or can be for fluidized bed gasifier, but this will produce syngas more. Anyway, the most common is still the traditional here. We talk about incinerator because it can accept all type of waste and little bit less maintenance than gasifier. This is just here a comparison between those systems. If you talk about organic, anaerobic is very good for organic, right? If you talk about non-degradable material like recovery material and so on, you need to use waste to energy technology, thermal technology, right, to produce it. But we have to look to the calorific value of that one. Without looking to the calorific value, it will be wasting resources. We need to look to the moisture content, right? We need to look to the moisture content. We need to look to the amount of waste per day. You cannot build incinerator and say you have, you have 5 or 10 ton. For incinerator, as mentioned here, you need at least 100 ton per day, at least. So the good one will be more than 500 ton per day. That means you need to be close to crowded city, not actually for rural area, right? Separation system is a key word, right? If you want incinerator to success, must be low moisture content. If we want anaerobic digestion or composting to success, must separate from source the organic compound, because if mixed with the landfill with other waste, it might be contaminated with heavy metal. If it's contaminated with heavy metals, it probably will produce toxin and will be toxic over the bacteria, so will not be successful in terms of production of biogas or converting to good compost. So I need to look to the balance. In order to have good circular economy, you need to look to all components of the waste, characteristics, composition, generation, how to separate them effectively, then to use them as a source effectively. Shortly, I will highlight some of the barrier and driver for this recycling and circular economy, maybe in Malaysia. The barrier, the problem that we have here is impractical recycling due to the absence waste separation. A clear policy is not there. In fact, there is policy, but the enforcement is not there. Enforcement is not there. Local facility, sometimes you ask the people to separate, but look to my residential area, which consider very new, and there is no recycling facility. So I have to separate at my home, then send to recycling center, which is in my university. Absence of public participation, because public will say, oh, compost, for example, produce odor and so on. Consideration of informal recycling activity, like in Malaysia, I think also Indonesia, you can see in Cambodia, there is a lot of recycling at the landfill site itself. If we talk about barrier, we talk about public concern, we need enforcement, implementation, right? And the effort need more about this one. If you talk about public themselves, they will always say no space, no enough material, whatever. But all of this one can disappear, can be solved if we have a strong enforcement and facility supported by the government. So this is what we said, lack of source separation, low public participation, and recycling is an inconvenience practice. What about the driver? How to encourage this one? Mainly human, economy, environment, and institution. A human, now we can see, for example, in Malaysia, in my community here, there is more concern about education, and people letting people know about recycling and the benefit to the environment and so on. So people start to do recycling by themselves or start to donate their unwanted material. Economic driver, I will show to this one. For human, successful in Singapore, Japan, and Korea, but make sure if there is no enforcement by rule, no one will implement. But if you enforce by rule today, they will implement for this generation. The coming generation for them will become like habit. So it will become like a culture for the next generation. Economic, we can have center that the people can sell their recyclable item, or they can pay extra for the item, and then when they send it back, they can get back, they can claim back their money. This is one of the issue. Environmental, something also like in Singapore, because the land is very limited, right? So they have to find another issue. Institutional, we have to work for research. A lot of those waste can be used for the concrete, for the construction material. All construction material can be recycled back. Even the sludge, we are talking about the recyclability of the sludge within construction material and so on. A lot of things to be discussed in this. I just tried to summarize the idea of waste to circular economy or moving towards circular economy. Thank you very much for giving me the chance to present my content here, and looking for future collaboration between our all institution focusing on those kind of things: waste to energy, wastewater treatment, landfill leachate treatment, and so on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Basir. Very interesting, your presentation. Okay, we will next to the presentation. Please welcome Mr. Prof. Ramadan. Okay, Prof. Ramadan from Putrajaya. Please coming, Prof. Ramadan. Okay, Prof. Basir, you can stop your sharing.
Yeah. Actually, I did. I don't know where is it.
Yes, the red button. Stop share.
Prof. Ramadan masih problem, Pak Isradi.
Yeah.
Lanjut Prof. Nurila. Ya.
Oke.
Prof. Idrus.
Oke, Prof. Idrus. Monitor Prof. Idrus.
Bisa.
Halo.
Sudah ada di room, Prof. Idrus.
Oh, ini. Oke. Prof. Idrus, monitor. You can unmute your speaker, Prof.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Saya minta maaf sebab agak lewat masuk sebab tadi ada satu meeting lagi. Okay. I'll try to share my slide now. Where is it? Okay, share. Where is the... Sudah nampak slide saya?
Nampak, Prof. Clear.
Jelas, Prof. Jelas.
Wait. Sudah, Prof.
Alright. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and a very good morning. I hope I'll do justice with my presentation. Talking about civil engineering project management and so on. But again, actually this set of slides will be about sharing one of the latest project that I'm involved with. That is the MRT2 construction in Kuala Lumpur. But first of all, because there's a few things that I have to address before I go into the project sharing. Again, these are my co-authors. I've actually got some input from them. I'm representing a few organizations here, the Faculty of Civil and Built Environment, Research Center for Soft Soil, Smart Driving Research Center. I'm also I've got input from Prasarana, our GLC in Malaysia. And also I've got some cooperation from these few government agencies who have actually given me the opportunity to conduct some research and also collaboration with them. This is my curriculum vitae. And what I'm going to talk is mainly about transportation and sustainability. And in this session, I'm going to share about the MRT 2 railway track works construction, which is considered as one of the major mega project in Kuala Lumpur. MRT stands for Mass Rapid Transit. So this is our second line for the Mass Rapid Transit in Kuala Lumpur. Right. So there are a few things and few definitions that we have to understand before we continue. Just now, Dr. Bashir has talked about sustainability on the waste management and so on. And he found out that there are a few loopholes here and there and weaknesses. Those are good findings. But at the same time, we have to also come up with strategies how to actually ensure that our strategies will be benefiting not only to the environment, but also to the society and community at large. And I believe that when we talk about sustainability, we also have to look into the affordability, the ability for the people, the community to actually be together with the government to implement the initiatives. So again, what is sustainability? What is meant by sustainable transportation? These are things that which actually at the end of the day created strategies and also initiatives to enhance the sustainability in the country. Why do we need sustainable transportation? Again, these are issues that normally being discussed in a lot of transportation platform and also by experts. Again, environmentalists will be opposing, but again, for transportation engineers, they will be saying that it is important. Who should start the initiative and what impacts does it have on human environment? And I believe speakers before me has been talking about the impacts on human and environment. But then when we talk about impacts on human and environment, we also have to look at why do we need the development? Is it to preserve the environment, or is it solely to create development, or is it to have both so that it will be in sync and we are able to live happily after this? All right, these are a few things that I'm going to talk about, the outline of presentation. And lastly, it will be about project sharing. I'll be sharing about a lot of photographs actually. And I've been talking about sustainability. And nowadays, people are also talking about sustainability. And when we talk about sustainability, it's not only the engineers, scientists have been talking about sustainability. And even now, the politicians are also talking about sustainability. The financial sector also are talking about sustainability. So sustainability is everywhere actually in this era. So there's no exception for people who are in engineering. When you talk about construction, you cannot run away from sustainability. All right. So as a transportation engineer by design, I'm very keen to talk about sustainability. But at the same time, when you talk about the environment, it actually has a very close relationship with transportation engineers, because we have to do our TIA, we have to do with our EIA and so forth. So these are the things that, again, when we talk about modernization, there will always be a lot of issues related to sustainability. All right, these are issues as mentioned by Dr. Bashir just now, and also speakers before me. When we talk about water, it is about, we are talking about polluted water and also how to make it clean, ensure that in the future we will get more clean water rather than polluted water. When we talk about air, nowadays we are talking about the more cars on the road, then there will be more pollution. And transportation and even the politicians are talking about how to reduce the use of fossil powered vehicles They are talking about electrical and hybrid or battery operated, maybe solar operated vehicles. But again, all these actually are actually have an impact on the community at large. And just now, as mentioned by Dr. Bashir, we are talking about the environment by trying to conduct the 3R concept: reduce, reuse, and recycle. But then, how successful are we? We have heard from Dr. Bashir just now, and I've heard from many lecturers all over the world, and also engineers. When I went to Korea, I stayed there in Korea for many years. It's quite difficult, but for them to actually improve the recycling program. But at the end of the day, they are successful. They have clean rivers, and they are able to have the system, the collection and the separation system in place. But again, it all depends on the affordability of the community, because the more you use new technologies, then it will have an impact on the community by the government imposing taxes and so on them. So are we ready? Is our community ready? Is the community in Malaysia, in Singapore, in even in Indonesia or Vietnam, Cambodia, and even in the Middle Eastern countries, are we ready to pay taxes just to keep the just to ensure that the 3R program is successful? And I believe this can be research on its own. And we believe that at the moment we have about 7 billion people, and the increase in population has an impact on world poverty. You can see a lot of people now with COVID-19 in place. We have this the problem with homeless and also jobless. And world poverty is not only in one or two countries, but even in modern countries where people are still suffering from ensuring that they can have a meal a day. You see, so it's not something which is easy to tackle. But again, government politicians have to think about it, even they don't even know how to tackle it. But again, they need us. Academicians and also engineers, people who are with the grassroots to help them. And you can see this even with the world having new technologies, like us having our mobile phones with us all the time. But then there are still people who are living in this state of, in this state where they actually don't have proper home and also environment. And again, talking about transportation, I usually will come back to transportation. You can see this everywhere. It's very common. It's not uncommon. It's not uncommon in our place. In Indonesia, in Malaysia, in Thailand, in this part of the region, this is something which is uncommon. But again, looking back at these problems, this is the a place where actually researchers can do a lot of initiatives or suggest initiatives and strategies. So again, what is sustainability? It depends on the context actually. It depends on how you look at it. An engineer will look it differently, a financier will look it differently, a manager will look it differently. But again, we can say in general that it can be defined as sustainability determines the way we do things today that will have an impact on what happens tomorrow. This is sustainability. Yeah. So again, what will be the needs by the public? Affordable, effective, and efficient services. And again, what will be needed by the government? The government needs an environmental and user-friendly system. So who should be initiating this? So it can come from researchers like us, academicians from the universities. Even though we are actually entrusted to teach students or to do research for as an academician, but again, we must remember our role is not only for us, for our benefit, for the university's benefit, but also for the community benefit. So these are the things that I usually stress on when talking about sustainability. And how to achieve this? Well, when we talk about sustainability, there are three pillars: the economy, the society, and also the environment. So if you look at these circles, it starts with the economy, and then later on it goes into the society, and then only we are able to actually create a good environment. So they are interlinked, and they are not intersecting each other, but also they are subsetting each other. All right. And who should do it? The greatest threat to our planet is the belief that someone else will save it. So again, we as the member of community, we whether we accept it or not, we are together, all of us together are responsible to actually take care of the environment. So sustainability starts with us. So again, as Dr. Bashir says that just now, it's a good example. Around his residential area, he doesn't have any recycling center, but he took all his waste to the university and recycle over there. And that is a good example if you are serious. But then you shouldn't be disheartened if people around you are not doing it. So you have to continue. You want it or not, even though you are the only one who's doing it, you have to do it and ensure that you are at the end of the day able to influence others. All right. So there are many initiatives to create safe and reliable transportation system. Coming back to transportation system, we can see that in transportation system, there are two things. One is about safety, and the other one is about reliability. And this will attract the public to use the transportation system. So without these two words, safety and also reliability, the public will not be interested or will not be attracted to actually be involved or use the public transportation system especially. All right, this is the definition for transportation sustainability. It can be as long as this, or it can be added with other things. But again, what I wanted to point out is, if sustainability has three pillars, in transportation sustainability there will be five pillars: the economy, society, environment, population, and also technology. Why? Because population will have an impact on the transportation system, and technology will also have an impact on the transportation. This again will contribute towards sustainability in transportation. All right. Congestion, this is something typical. Pollution is something typical. I think all of us are experiencing it, even though we are not in big cities. And at the moment, what is happening all around the world is the application of energy in transportation, especially vehicles. People are talking about application of electricity. People are talking about the manufacturing or trying to venture into solar, solar energy. People are now using fossil fuel, the one that we are using now, your petrol, hydrogen. People are looking into that, and also the LNG. So these are all the energy that we are looking into at the moment. And again, it is proven that actually electricity is actually the most efficient at the moment. Trains, buses, they are using electricity. And even some are using batteries for cars. But solar, well, it is still under research and under pilot projects. Hopefully one day we'll be able to have solar cars around. All right. And these are the vehicles that actually at the moment we are having around in all cities around the world. The cell green engine vehicles, we have the battery operated vehicles, we have the LNG vehicles, we have hybrid vehicles. And when you talk hybrid vehicles, it can be battery plus fossil fuel powered vehicles, or it can be battery plus LNG. battery plus, gases. So all these are vehicles that hopefully it will contribute towards sustainability. This is an example, quite interesting, a foldable scooter. You can see that it is to ensure that apart from safety not being, taken by others, it can also create less parking area, in a city. So, well, whether it is successful or not, at the moment, they have this as a pilot project in the European countries, and hopefully we'll see this in our country in this part of the region. And we have also solar energy vehicles. This is one of the earliest. You can see the solar panel on top of the vehicle, still a pilot. And again, solar energy vehicles using a more flexible solar panel, which is nicer compared to this one, right? And we have also a better, good-looking solar energy vehicle. And if I think one thing that is still not certain is how long is the life, what you call, of the solar panel, which is being constructed or embedded on the vehicle. So if the lifetime of the solar panel is as good as more than 10 or 20 years, then I think it will be something which is quite interesting and acceptable to the public. But again, there must be a technology where we can replace it if it is not working anymore. And this, I think, is being taught by the automobile engineers. All right, the green cars, we are talking about green cars. So again, everybody are inventing a lot of electric vehicles to create green cars. And this is another electric vehicles being sold in the European countries. I think in Malaysia, we also have, but again, the charging station is not everywhere actually. Very scarce in Malaysia. But if you go on the highways, there will be some charging station for the electric cars. Right. And when we talk about sustainability in transportation, it's about also talking, comparing about the vehicle oriented development and also the transit oriented development. When we talk about vehicle oriented development, it's about the urban planning, where we consider all vehicles. It doesn't matter whether it is public transportation or private transportations. They are considered as part of the development element in the city. But when we talk about the transit-oriented development, it is a development where focusing on the availability and the ability of constructing transit as part of the community in a city. So it means that this will be more looking at the generic vehicles, and this is more on the constructing or focusing on availability or transit, public transportation, if we call it. Transit-oriented development. And when we talk about transit-oriented development, usually nowadays, if you go to cities, big cities, they will be talking about railway constructions. Yeah, for example, the LRT, light rail transit, monorail, the MRT, mass rapid transit, subways. Sometimes they call it subways, sometimes they call it undergrounds, and so forth. So again, this transit-oriented development is a terminology that has been used by Japan in big cities in Japan, and they have been successful because it seems that they are able to reduce the environmental impact on the cities. At the same time, they are able to attract the population, which is increasing year by year, to use the transit or the public transportation, rail transit, over there. So again, how can we do this in this part of the region where we are still considered as developing countries, right? We have to actually follow step by step how to actually introduce the transit-oriented development or the public transportation as a transit system in an urban or urban area or in a city. And TOD might be considered as suitable for cities rather than small towns. Well, in Batu Pahat and Parit Raja, the place that I stayed here, the population is not even more than 1 million, not even 500,000. So if we have a railway system or a modernized public transportation, it will not be viable actually, because people are not able to, the affordability is quite low to use all those modern facilities. Yeah. So again, but for big cities, it is needed because they need a lot of support. They will be able to, the transportation system will be able to support the economy and also the business activities. 5 main reasons why we need to redesign the public transportation. This is part of the Malaysian initiatives actually. Continuity of services, passengers' comfort, effectiveness and efficiency of system, affordability of users, mobility and communication network. All these are things that we have to consider when we redesign our public transportation. Whether you wanted to use rail or you want to use buses and so on, I think these are the 5 main reasons that you can use to justify redesigning your public transportation. All right. And to sustain a public transportation, you need to actually look into these 7 elements. One is the ridership trust, how to create the trust in the public. And then you have to have good operators. You have to ensure that the operators are actually operating the system well, efficiently and effectively. And then the infrastructure, what sort of infrastructure are needed? Are we able to actually create or to construct that infrastructure? The technology that we need, what sort of technology do we need for the city? I think in Indonesia, in Jakarta, they are now looking at the constructing the mass rapid transit and so forth, as what is happening in Kuala Lumpur. But in Singapore, they have the mass rapid transit for quite many years already. So they are earlier than us, but it's better late than never, isn't it? Human resources experts, network or connectivity, and also financial support. So all these 7 elements must be considered when you wanted to create a sustainable public transportation. All right, what are the elements of sustainability in rail transits? So again, when we talk about rail, it's about the nature of the rail, the history of rail, the transitions, and we can see these are the transition that we know about railway engineering. We have the steam train, we have the diesel train, electric train, high-speed train, monorail, subway, tram, and freight train. So these are the types of trains that we have, and these trains actually are delivering their function as passenger trains, cargo trains, urban services, intercity services, and also high-speed train services. So in modern countries, they have all this, but in developing countries, we are still developing the system and considering according to our affordability, right? The more money that you have, the more money that the government are able to spend, then you can go for the high-end technology in train development. That is the high-speed train services. All right. So these are the old train. You can see this in old movies, but it's almost being what you call obsolete. This is a train in Florida, the cargo train. This is the Italy electric train, Japanese high speed. And there will be short and long-term impacts on the construction of train system. We will look at this as the issues, and normally it will be debated by the government and also by the people who are involved in trying to introduce the train system. High initial costs, low maintenance, low manpower, high technology, high effectiveness and efficiency, and so high reliability and punctuality. If you look at this, if you can find that there are more pluses than negatives, then I think you can start implementing and constructing a railway system. But again, looking at the environment and also congestion, if you have trains, especially the electrical trains, these are all something that will give an impact on the environment and congestion. Electric trains are actually environmental friendly, even though some people are talking about vibrations and noise, but nowadays with the technologies that we have, we can also reduce the vibration and noise while the train is in operation. Low congestion, high service frequencies, high passenger and cargo capacity, and it has its own right of way. Yes, because no other vehicles can share the railway tracks with the train. So that will result in a better punctuality while traveling. Yeah. So this is another example, just sharing with you what is there in Kuala Lumpur, the monorail system. This is what we are planning, a high-speed train for Malaysia, high-speed train. Right, now I'm going to share one of my latest project that I've actually been involved quite recently. That is the rail track works construction for MRT2. This project is the joint venture between the Chinese company, construction company, with the George Ken, yeah, George Ken, which is a European company. So they have actually conducted a joint venture. They have actually formed a joint venture company to actually bid for the project, and they are successful. And now they are constructing, and we have another 1 or 2 years to go to complete the projects. All right. So the project location is in Kuchai Lama and Putrajaya site. This is the tracks, the elevated tracks that's been constructed by the civil engineering team. So this is the briefing before actually we went to the top, climbing actually the scaffold at the back, the steps, and we were briefed on safety and so on before we started our ascent to the track here. There will be, because nowadays it is still under COVID-19, actually the SOP is still to ensure that everybody are registered and everybody has gone for a PCR check. It's not a swab test, but it's a PCR test check. So we have to register ourselves, check our temperature, and sanitize ourselves. Everybody must wear a mask. See, so it's very strict actually, even though, well, the likeliness of being infected on site is quite low because we are always taking care of our distance, social distancing. So this is the stage where we are arranging the track components, the sleepers. We are putting the what you call the clips and also the railway. And then we have workers who are actually now getting ready to put the reinforcement and connect the sleepers with the steel and also the reinforcement. And you can see here, this is part of the track that is actually ready for formwork, and this is the one of the clip, the one that you can see there. All right, and the workers are putting the reinforcement bar at the side so that we can actually put the formwork later on. Okay, and you can see on top is the concreted sleepers, and the one that is at the bottom of the photograph is not yet being concreted. Okay, and you can see this is something which is quite interesting because this is getting ready for concreting of sleepers, and the purpose of having the plastic is to cover the clips. Okay, so that when we do the concreting, the clips will not be dirty, will not be smeared with concrete or cement. So yeah, this is I think an innovative way of doing things, you see. So you cover the clips, because the clip, if it is being covered with concrete later on, it will be corroded and it will be difficult for us to do maintenance. So this is aligning the rail tracks. You can see at the side, they will use jacks and so on to pull and to ensure that the tracks are being aligned properly. This photograph is, if you look at the middle, it is about joining the diamond crossing and also the tracks. So you can see it's not being joined yet at this stage. Yeah, so there will be gap, and the gap is actually they have a certain allowance for the gap. And before we do the joining, we have to actually do the balancing for the track. When you talk about the track, it is about one on each side, isn't it? So the track must be actually aligned geometrically according to the design. And let's say if you need the track to be slanting to the left, how much is a slanting? So they have to use a special device to actually measure it. So this is what we call track can alignment. Yeah. So this is another picture of the joint, and this is the joining of the tracks. This is the early part of joining the tracks by using a plate here. And why they use this is because by having this plate, it will be allowing the track to actually expand, and also during the hot weather. Okay, this is the diamond crossing, and again, this is the installation of the formworks before the concreting process. And you can see at the bottom of this photograph, this is the concreted sleepers, and on top will be the one that will be concreted after we have finished the whole stretch of until the diamond crossing. So this is the concreted sleepers for the track. And as you can see, it is nicely constructed, and it has been considered as successful. The one thing that when we do concreting, the one thing that we would like to avoid is rain at night. So again, these are the things that engineers have to be aware when they do the concreting. Right. All right. Another task that actually we have to do in track works will be the joining the tracks with using the welding system. And in this project, we use flash butt welding. You can see this is the machine, and the machine costs the company more than 2 millions Malaysian ringgit. And we have actually two. One is static, the other one is mobile. The mobile welding system is used for welding of tracks in the tunnel, and this one is considered a static system. Right. This is the machine, and the mobile flash butt welder, they call it, is being bought because it will make the joining of the rail easier for us. And this is how they actually, the finished product, how actually it is being jointed. So from one rail to another. And actually when the rail is being supplied to the site, the length of each rail will be 25 meters. But then before we install it on the sleepers, we have to actually weld the rail together, and each rail, each 25-meter rail will be welded together, and for a long stretch, we will actually have 10 rails being welded on site, so that it will be ready for installation. And this is the residue, the welding waste residue. And this is the machine. And the one that you see at the bottom is the welded rail. And this is the, before we go for welding, we have to actually clean the parts where it's going to be welded. The workers will be doing it manually. And you can see at the back, that is a 25-meter rail. This 25-meter rail, this is ready for welding, and is being pushed into the machine. And this is the welding in process or progress. You can see the sparks because it's using very high temperature and also special material to weld the rail. And you can see the worker is taking the residue after the welding process. Okay. And again, because the rail is hot, so they put a cover on top of it so that nobody will be holding that part of the rail, the welded rail, because it's very, very hot. If you put a paper, it will burn the paper actually. And then after that, there will be another worker who's waiting to do the grinding, yeah, to fine tune the rail surface. And again, this is a checking of the top rail surface by another worker after the grinding. If there's if the surface is not flush or it's not smooth, then he will instruct the worker to come and do the grinding again. So this is the finished rail where it's being grind and also is waiting for installation. So again, as I mentioned just now, each rail, the 25-meter rail are being welded, and the length, the final length before installation is 250 meters. All right. Apart from that, the company is also responsible in looking at the tunnel construction, and we have this cut and construct tunnel construction. We have the bored tunnel. So again, these are the things that we have to actually do when we construct a rail transit system. And these are the many reinforcements still that will be used for underground structure. Why? Because we cannot be sure. We have to be sure. We have to be sure that the structure are actually able to sustain any loading from the top. Because on top of this will be Sometimes it will be the roads, sometimes it will be the hills or the mountains. So, and sometimes it will be buildings. So we have to actually have a very good design, effective design, so that we are able to have a good tunnel like this. And this is only for one train, yeah, in one way. So we have actually, when we construct a railway system, underground railway system, we'll have two tunnels, which is as nice as this actually. So as a concluding remark, I will say that just to share with you, there are 3 pillars in sustainability and 5 pillars in transportation sustainability. And the impacts of sustainability is directly on the human lives and also on the environment. And I think I totally agree that we have to work together to ensure that the environment will always be clean. It's not for us, but also for our future generation, for our children. So again, as I mentioned, as a transportation engineer, I would love to see many cities in around the world will be adopting to the green engine, green vehicles, and also the green technology, so that we are able to provide good transportation system to the population. With that, I thank you and terima kasih kepada Universitas Narotama kerana menjemput saya untuk memberikan keynote, and I hope the sharing of knowledge and also the materials that I have will be able to trigger something new and something research among the academicians who are present today. With that, I thank you very much. Terima kasih Pak. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam, Prof.
Oke, thank you very much, Prof. Dato. Ini lama tak jumpa nih sama Dato nih. Ya, Prof.
Baik, alhamdulillah.
Oke. Pak Isan, kita sekarang lanjut ke Q&A ya, Pak Isan?
Itu, Prof. Nurzila.
Oh, Prof. Nurzila dulu?
Ya.
Oh. Oke, Prof. Nurzila sudah ready, Prof? Prof. Nurzila, monitor.
Sudah join, Prof. Nurzila?
Belum, not yet.
Sudah nampak di screen.
Apa kita lanjut ke QA?
Boleh.
Belok, silakan belok.
Ya, baik Pak Isradi. Ini tadi saya ada pertanyaan dari bentar. Yeah, question from Dr. Yapentra. Sorry, I'm muted. Okay, can you hear my voice now?
Yes, can.
Okay. This is the question from Dr. Yapentra. I translate into English. I guess this is the question referred to Professor Basir. Okay, the question is, in an ideal concept, who is most responsible for the management of waste collection from household or communities for product packaging waste, which is still very much segregated everywhere, such as in Indonesia and several other countries? The government or factory that produce waste, because collecting and processing the waste requires a lot of funds. Example of packaging waste, bottled mineral drinks, and instant meals, and etc. Yeah, this is a question for Professor Muhammad Bashir. So, who is exactly the most responsible for the management of waste collection from household or the community? Yeah, because like bottles or plastic is sacred everywhere, especially in Indonesia, something like that, Professor. You still mute. You still mute. Please unmute.
Assalamu alaikum again, and thanks for raising the question. In fact, I would say, first of all, responsibility is for everyone. This is the first part. Second, major responsibility coming to the policy maker, decision maker, and government. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So my first part is that responsibility for everyone, producer, consumer, everyone. But coming to the ranking, the highest responsibility coming to the decision maker, policy maker, because at the end, the government is the one who can, and the parliament can issue the rule, the regulation, and enforce the implementation of the regulation. So for coming to the industry will follow the rule. If the rule enforce them to follow certain policy, giving them high tax, if they break the rule, they will implement. Then even like I will say, for example, in Malaysia, now most of the palm oil industry in Malaysia going for anaerobic digestion. They are going more strict for a treatment of palm oil effluent. Why? Because there is strict monitoring about that one. Wherever the government restriction and monitoring is there, the industry will try to follow. Then for domestic, we need public awareness. But public awareness should be together with the separation and the facility provided by the municipality. Whatever the things, is it under the federal government or the what we call the state government or whatever, at the end, the responsibility of the collection, the responsible one about the collection, they should provide the facility to collect the waste separately and to manage it separately. Yes, possible to have tax, why not? If this one will lead to the sustainability and the benefit for everyone, at the end, it will contribute to the growth of economy. Public responsibility should be there. But let's say you have irresponsible public, what you will do? We will educate them, we will train them, and we will have like something tax system, or I will not collect their waste simply, then they will be enforced to separate it before collection. So I wish this is answer your question.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Basir. Okay, I hope Dr. Yaprendra, your question is already answered by Professor Basir. I have one more question, Professor. This is from Mr. Isradi from Mercu Buana University, Indonesia. To Professor Basir, how about waste separation methods technology in Malaysia?
Thank you very much. This one is also a bit complicated. Basically, we have some facility. We have some facility in Malaysia, including the RFD, the recovery facility, but not implemented everywhere and not for all the waste. For example, in many university, many public and private institutions, you will see the separated or the recycling bin. But in the local community, you will not see that one. So the rubbish will be collected together. And even the vehicles coming to collect the waste, they will collect together. So the separation is dependent on some initiative from some public who have initiated to separate, or the private or some public institution. They separate and dispose it separately. For example, they sell what do you call it? They sell to those private company something like glass, plastic, especially plastic bottle, can bottle. It can be recycled. They sell it there. The rest, again, it will go to the landfill. Also, there is some NGOs, strong NGOs in Malaysia, they start to separate and collect by themselves, and then to donate, to sell, and so on. There is some, I have visited one in Ibo, dry facility, recovery facility, and they sell those non-recyclable items, particularly the plastic packaging material. They sell to the cement company to burn for energy. Rather than that, 80%, 70 to 80% of our waste goes to the landfill. Yeah.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Professor Basil. Okay, one more maybe. I have an information that Bapak Amrun Rashid would like to ask question directly. Bapak Amrun, are you there? Yeah, okay. If it is not any more question. Hello?
Hello.
Yes, okay. Your voice is very louder, please.
Okay, thank you. I just want to tell you about the condition in Surabaya. Every day, about 1.6 thousand ton waste produced in Surabaya. We already make some program to reduce, but the amount of waste is always increasing. So I just want to make a discussion. It is the responsibility of government, and also it is the responsibility of society to reduce the waste. But it's very difficult to change the behavior of society. We already tell them how to reduce, how to spare it, how to maybe recycling the waste, but maybe it's just working for month to month. After that, the program is stopped. Maybe you have some tips how to change the society behavior.
Yeah, thank you very much for your question. Actually, there is two parts I wish to discuss, and even we can share after this session. First of all, increasing the waste production, not necessary to be a negative impact. Maybe the economic growth of Indonesia increase, so lead to more consumption, right? If you look to Japan, it's 1.9 kg, US 2.5 kg. We can't ask people who have higher income to consume, to not consume. We advise them to consume wisely, definitely, right? This is the nature of the human. You have more, you will spend, you will buy more things. But we want them to consume wisely. Another point, even Japan produce more waste, but they are very effective in recycling, right? Very effective in recycling. So this is the second part. Although we advise them to consume wisely, but we should not worry too much about increasing waste generation in Indonesia from 0.6 to 0.8. It's still low, right? The second part coming to encouraging about waste separation. I agree with you, even we face this one in Malaysia for composting, conversion waste to compost. At certain house, we give them the basket and we train them how to do compost at home for rural area. They will do 1 day, 1 month, and so on. Then they will feel like, oh, there is some odor, there is some whatever, then they will not continue. Some of them. That's why educational program must be continuous. You can't educate certain people today, or let's say in the campus student today, and the next batch you don't train. The program should be continuous. So how to make it sustainable education program should engage in the society to conduct it rather than university. Because we will go to teach them and to show them. So we need to create task group in each community to be responsible about this one. Then might be that state government to reward those communities that perform better. So create something like competition and more awareness. Second part, we have to show them that this one really can be converted to economy, meaning that you recycle your item is not collected free. There is some private company can collect and can pay some money to them. So this one small amount of money can contribute to the development of the local community, rather each one. Or the bioconversion of the waste can be for fertilizer, then we can give them back free. If there is like then they can be used for their agriculture waste. So many things to be done, but the main issue is sustainability of education program should be from the community itself rather than just university one visit. Hope this has answered your question. Thank you.
Yes, clear. And I hope maybe in the next we can make collaboration and waste management research.
Inshallah, inshallah. I already sent my presentation and my email is there. So please feel free to communicate with us.
Okay, thank you, Prof.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Basir, and thank you, Pak Amrun, for the questions. Okay, I have no more question, whether in the YouTube channel or in the Zoom chat. Maybe we'll give it back to Bapak Isradi.
Thank you. Well, we will continue to the next speaker. Please coming, Prof. Norzila from UTHM. Are you here?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good afternoon to my fellow friends in Indonesia from various universities from Indonesia. First of all, I would like to apologize for shifting my, I supposed to talk after Zohor, but I couldn't make it due to certain urgency. But I know it's a very drowsy since it's already approached one in Malaysia. I try my best to share whatever the best practice on sustainable air quality. So basically, when we talk about sustainable air quality, air is given freely to us from the God, but responsible to manage the air in a very good condition is responsible for everybody. So therefore today I would like to share a few things how we want to go for the sustainable air quality by understanding the individual responsible, industry responsible, and how the university roles in ensuring the sustainable of air quality. So basically, throughout the region, we understand that stable air conditions is very important to us. Whenever there is any disasters on air, it going to disturb the social environment and as well as the economics of certain countries. And then air is a very crucial to us. Sometimes what happened in the regions of our neighborhood country, like example, if something on pit fire or any forest fire in the region of Malaysia or Indonesia, both countries are having the environmental as well as economic impact. Therefore, the responsible to ensure a very good air quality is responsible for everybody. So before I go further, let me just clarify a little bit how air is. We have several air pollutions, indoor, regional, global, and as well as stratospheric air pollutions. But today I'm going to focus only the outdoors air pollutions. So type of air pollutions are very different. If the pollutions emitted directly from the source, we will call that is the primary pollutant if the pollutants emitted but they are blended with other sources. We will name it as the secondary pollutants. So basically, around the region, we have toxic air gases or the air pollutant in the forms of particulate. There are several gases that we consider as the pollutant, such as carbon monoxide, nitrous oxide, VOC, and sulfur dioxide. So these are the pollutant that we consider as the main primary pollutant, because when they emitted from the source, it's become the pollutant. And then if they are blended with other things outside the environment, we call them as the secondary pollutant. So basically, we know that very limited that the air pollutants are happen naturally. In most cases, it is man-made or created by human, whether through the combustions, chemical processes, or any industrial processes. So emissions source, basically today, I'm going to give an example which relate to civil engineering practice. How does we control air pollutions in the constructions? So just now I told that air pollutant may come as the primary or secondary. It also generated from several sources, and the sources, we can clusterize the sources into point source, where we know directly how does it emitted, the source of emissions, or it can be the fugitive sources, or it can be the mobile sources, that the vehicles or any emissions that coming from our mobile transportations. And then, as I mentioned just now, whether in Malaysia or under US EPA, 6 pollutants are categorized as main air pollutant of concern. One is the VOC, volatile organic compound. It normally emitted from the industries, and the other things are particulate material. In the case of Malaysia's and US EPA, when we measure the particulate material, normally we measure the particulate in the size of 10 micrometers or 2.5 micrometers, or anything which relate to with ozone depleting substances. And we also have the greenhouse gases, GHG gases. Normally that are the combustions or anything source like the methane, nitrous oxide, or CFC. We do have the sulfur dioxide, and also the toxic mercury. As any individual, whether we like it or no, we could not put the blame to the authority and to straight away blame the government when there are circumstances or any hazard which relates to air quality disasters. Therefore, as in individual, we supposed to put forward how we can contribute to sustainable air quality as an individual. Example, the scenario like the moment is under the pandemic COVID-19. Whenever we want to travel to any places, we need to plan our trip very well, because beside the COVID-19, we will have to ensure the air quality at that particular region or at that particular place that we are going to travel is safe, by looking at the air pollutant index. Because if during COVID-19, it is in the forms of viruses. If the air quality is worse, it will worsen the scenario to get infected with COVID-19. And then every day when we would like to start our cars, we need to start with warm engine by not straight away driving, because the warm engine will ensure that less of pollutions coming out from the cars. Of course, as what Prof. Dato mentioning just now, as the government, each of the government nowadays, Malaysia, Indonesia, and throughout the region, we keep talking about using mass transit, and the government already construct many means of the mass transit with a very reasonable price, especially in the middle of the city, to reduce congestions in the middle of the city. And in university also, we can emphasize the student on riding the bicycle. Example, certain university like UNIMAS, they are restricted in driving the cars in the campus. At the moment, in UTHM, we are not restricted that manner. But looking at the scenario, now, during COVID-19, most classes were conducted online. We can see that the views of the campus is more cleaner in terms of because less of cars on transport in the campus. Therefore, it was predicted that directly transportation give a negative impact, or it can, whenever student was not in the campus, numbers of cars are slightly reduced and the air pollution is getting better. And then we can take life in the stride. We need to care of our car for the maintenance purpose, because once the engine of the car is fully maintained, so it will emit less polluted gases. And then that is why we also ask to fill in the fuel during the cool time, because during the hot time there are reaction with the gasoline, and in most cases certain portions of the gasoline, it will turn up into VOC, volatile organic gases. There is an option to us whether we want to adjust it, our home energy, whether we want to turn into solar panel, but it depends on our capability to use that. If we want to burn the wood, make sure it is not in the middle of the day. We have to do it very, very early in the morning or late in the evening, so that it will not let the polluted gases to spread. Use the telecommunicate, and then understand the air quality index before you go to certain places. This is very important. The government of Malaysia in place the air quality index through our APIM's website, and during a certain scenario of disasters, normally the air quality index will regularly being told to the to all the people the current status, so that if we notice that the air quality index is not working well, so we need to ensure that minimize the outdoors activity. And then, of course, spread the word with a very good thing, how to ensure that the sustainable of air quality. All right, this is what I told just now. Since in most cases, we are coming from the same background, in the civil engineering background, so doing construction is a must. So at this point of time, in the case of Malaysians, the government is controlling all construction activity, whereby it is a must for all the main contractor to comply with environmental control plan, and then that term was described in the BQ before they bid the tender. So in this case, actually. For every month of the site meeting, in every sections after the safety report, the environmental consultant will report nature of the environment. So in reporting the nature of the environment, one thing that being monitored is how does the air quality on that particular site on that particular month. So at this point of time, the government of Malaysia is measuring total suspended particle, and then in each of the site, the standard that I use is the TSP level must not exceed 260 microgram over meter cube. This is the standard, but when it's come to the monitoring, in certain places, the TSP or the total suspended particle is already high. An example, we have high construction activity in the region of Pengerang. That was the new petroleum hubs in the southern region in the state of Johor. So due to high construction activity, is very hard to maintain the air quality at the level of 260 microgram. Therefore, in that current scenario, the government has to ensure whenever there is monitoring for monthly monitoring, the reading of the TSP must be at least equivalent to the reading during the baseline study. The baseline study, it means that what is the reading before we start the construction work on that particular site. If the reading is in line with the baseline study, that reading is accepted. So, in the case of Malaysia, whenever who is the responsible party that normally handle the site? Of course, our public work normally will moderate the activity to ensure that the air quality is on the sustainable conditions. The air quality is on the sustainable conditions. And second thing, in each of the particular month, one environmental monitoring report from the main contractor should be handed over to our Department of Environment at the state region. At the state region, the report will be closely monitored whether the reading is below or exceed the allowable reading. So, what are the examples normally that we do on this in the sites? I will straight away show the example. This is the example of tools that we use during air quality monitoring on site. We use the portable device. Normally, the portable device should be placed at the municipalities or in any places whereby there must be residential around the places. And then how frequent the monitoring is to be conducted. Normally the monitoring is to be conducted for every 4 months. Why 4 months? Because in every 3 or 4 months the activity at the construction site will be changed accordingly. Therefore, we do not need to monitor the air quality monthly, but in the BQ is stated monitoring of the air quality should be conducted every 4 months. And then if any emergency or any report issued by the residential around the construction area, the report will be forwarded to the main contractor, and immediately monitoring will be conducted at that particular area. This is the example of the project that I work with. So what are the measures that we do? We have at construction site, we have to ensure that Washtara Bay is to be constructed to ensure that no lifted of particulates at the lorry or on top of the tires while they are leaving the site. And then an option of that is also to install washing facilities. How we would like to go for the suggestion, look at the tendering document in the bill of quantity. As in most cases in Malaysia, through the public word, they will spell out what are the minimum requirements to ensure that the air quality is fully maintained. And then the site should be watering by using air sprinkler to ensure that minimize the dust. But to use the water sprinkler, we have to ensure that meaning that what is at the right hand or left hand side of the site, if we found that that our water course, we should not directly use the water sprinkler, but we have to sweep first all the remaining suspended particle on top of the road, and then after the road is quite clear, then we use the water sprinkler to reduce the air pollutant. And then, of course, on the side, we need to reduce the open burning is prohibited. And then what we can do every Saturday, normally the site will do the maintenance on housekeeping. Therefore, during the housekeeping also, we can eliminate as much as beside the solid waste and ensure that all garbage are properly dumped. And then if we notice not good air quality conditions, the constructions manager, the CM or project manager need to inspect where does the air pollution is coming from, and they need to report to the main consultant that involved to ensure that the air quality was in a good conditions. And then just now I have the responsible of individual, then I go towards the responsibles of one industry like constructions industry. And finally, I would like to share about the role of universities. As the universities, what can we do? Because universities normally is a good impression from the public outside. So the university should show a very good model by coordinating the residential with the university. An example, in UTHM, we have the center under the industries and community engagement. Through that, that particular center will engage many society work to ensure if there are problems with the air quality, they will engage with those industries nearby and get contribution to do the CSR with the industry. And then they also will discuss how to reduce the problem and call upon each of the nearby industry and solve the solutions together. Through that also, the university, how they would like to go for it, we will promote an example of that in UTHM. We will promote our activity like double tax deductions. We will promote our activity like double tax deductions. Through the double tax deductions, the industry will do the CSR or any R&D which relates to any environmental disasters, and they will also get the credit by get the double tax deductions, because we cannot talk directly on the financial purpose. We want to say that the university is helping hand in ensuring that all facilities, all our knowledge will be contributed directly to the society. And then beside that also, as an academician, we will engage directly with the authorities. In the case of Malaysia, we will directly engage to the Department of Environment Malaysia. And in the district of Batu Pahat, we do have one district DOE. The officer will directly engage to us and talk to us any problem which relates to the air quality. How can university contribute about giving the awareness to the peoples or giving the training to the industries? With that, we will coordinate several important parties to ensure that the air quality was in the good conditions. I'm sorry because okay. I think at the end of my presentation, I just would like to highlight that why we are concerned on the air, to ensure that the air should be in the sustainable manner. So an example of that, the things that I share just now is on the particulate material in the size of 2.5 microamp. With the size, once we inhale the particulate, in terms of the size, it goes to each part of our body differently. If the size more slower, it will go deeper and deeper. And these are the pollutants that we never notice, but when it's deposited in our body, certain sicknesses we can definitely, we will get certain sicknesses with regards to the particulate. And then the other thing is the concern gas like carbon monoxide. Why this carbon monoxide is one example as the gas of concern, as we know that each of the concentrations of carbon monoxide, they will give it will give different effects towards our body, and if the concentration is too higher, it can we can get a severe effect like that. And then a very small sharing is that because in our body normally we inhale carbon, we inhale oxygen. When there are two gases like oxygen and carbon monoxide come together, the tendency to bind with our red blood is higher towards carbon monoxide. Therefore, if we inhale both, carbon monoxide will go faster in our body and it can result into toxic our body within time. And the next gases is nitrous oxide. Nitrous oxide is normally coming from the industries. It's also the gas of concern, and it can also give impact toward our respiratory. And then the other things like hydrocarbon, because hydrocarbons reacted with NOx and it become photochemical smokes. And then the photochemical smoke also significant gases that can give effects toward our health. Other things are sulfur dioxide. The same goes with NOx. Sulfur dioxide also give a significant effect to our breathing unconscious in our body. And then when they are sulfur dioxide and nitrous dioxide appear together in the environment, it can also generate the secondary polluter like acid rain, because combination of SOx and NOx, it becomes nitrous dioxide and sulfur dioxide in the form of acid rain. These are acidic rain that can disrupt the ecosystem as well as our many part of the structure. So I think that is all my sharing for today. Thank you for listening, and thank you for taking your time. It's already late, and I would like to congratulate my team in Surabaya for organizing the valuable event like this. With that, I thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Nurzila. Terima kasih. Bu Elok mungkin langsung Q&A.
Ya, ini saya sedang mencari apakah ada pertanyaan atau tidak. Is there any questions from the participant? If you want to ask a question for the speaker, please do not hesitate to write on the chat room, or maybe you can raise your hand you want to ask the speakers directly on the Zoom Zoom room. Okay. I still do not have question, Pak Roni, in Zoom group or either in YouTube channel.
Ya langsung dibaca aja Bu Elo.
Yeah, I don't have questions. I mean, I don't see any question in Zoom chat or in a YouTube channel. Yeah, I think you can continue to break for Salat Zuhur, Pak Roni.
Ya, bisa. Maybe untuk sekarang bisa istirahat dulu, di break dulu aja, Bu.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, Professor Nurzila, for the presentation. Before we break for Salat Zuhur, I would like to share for the certificate for our keynote speaker. Yeah, this is a certificate Outstanding Service and Achievement Award. This certificate is proudly presented to Associate Professor Bambam Trigunarsha from RMIT University, Australia. And then we have also certificate of appreciation. This certificate proudly presented to Associate Professor Bambam Trigunarsha, RMIT University, Australia, as a keynote speaker. And then certificate Outstanding Service and Achievement Award. This is certificate is proudly presented to Associate Professor Muhammad Fazil bin Arsad, University Technology Mara, Malaysia. Certificate of Appreciation. The certificate is proudly presented to Associate Professor Muhammad Fazil bin Rashad, University Technology Mara, Malaysia, as a keynote speaker. Certificate Outstanding Service and Achievement Award. The certificate is proudly presented to Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad J.K. Basir from University Tunku Abdul Rahman, Malaysia. Certificate of Appreciation. This certificate is proudly presented to Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad J.K. Bashir, University Tunku Abdul Rahman, Malaysia, as a keynote speaker. And then Certificate Outstanding Service and Achievement Award. The certificate is proudly presented to Associate Professor Nurzila binti Othman from University Tun Hussein On, Malaysia. And Certificate of Appreciation. The certificate is proudly presented to Associate Professor Nurzila binti Othman, University Tun Hussein On, Malaysia, as a keynote speaker. And the last is Certificate Outstanding Service and Achievement Award. This certificate is proudly presented to Professor Muhammad Idrus bin Muhammad Masirin, President of Malaysian Academic Association Council, MAAC. Certificate of Appreciation. The certificate is proudly presented to Professor Muhammad Idrus bin Muhammad Masirin, President of Malaysian Academic Association Council, MAAC, as a keynote speaker. So thank you to all the keynote speakers and the moderators for the first sessions. After this, we will have a break for 1 hour for Salat Zuhur. We will back at 1 p.m. Jakarta time. And then we will go back again with the moderator, Bapak Dr. F. Ruslan Edi Santosa from Narotama University, and Bapak Roni Durotun Nasihian from Narotama University. Thank you very much. We will be back at 1 p.m. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
You share kat sini screen. Nampak kan? Share kat sini.
Pak Aidi. Bisa unmute Pak Aidi.
Sudah siap Pak Iksan.
Oke. Monggo di start untuk sesi 2 Pak Aidi moderator.
Oke. Selamat siang. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon for all audience, for all speakers. Now we go to session 2 and we still have some speaker who haven't presented yet. And now I will for the session. Siapa dulu Pak Iksan?
Prof. Haziman.
Prof. Haziman. And now we invite Associate Professor Muhammad Haziman Wan Ibrahim from University to Nusa on Malaysia to present your paper, please. Okay, please, Prof. Haziman.
Okay, terima kasih kepada
Your
Pak
time
Edi.
20 minutes, 30 minutes. Okay, thank you.
Bisa, could you see my slide here?
Okay, please.
Okay. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
And good afternoon to the all participants, to the all speakers from many countries here today. I mentioned by the organizer, we have more than 5 countries today. So first, congratulations to the organizer, University of Narutama, because successful organizing this conference today. And very thanks also to the organizer because inviting me as a speaker for today. Okay, today I would like to share about the eco block. Okay, eco blocks for sustainable interlocking block for construction. Okay. So for introduction, so raw material used for stabilized compressed earth blocks are sand and soil. This is a common material which are normally used to produce blocks. Okay, either block or maybe also for the brick. But for my presentation today, I would like to discuss about the unfire stabilized compressed earth block. Okay, that means butter block yang tidak dibakar, dia hanya compress sahaja. Okay. So for the block, okay, normally we use sand and soil, whereas this material scarce and depleted, hence it is unsustainable. Okay. Jadi bila kita guna sand ataupun soil as a material for block production or brick production, ianya akan menemui bila satu tahap nanti ianya akan kehabisan. Dan ini juga akan menyebabkan berlakunya pencemaran kepada alam sekitar kerana kita menggunakan natural material. Okay. The accumulation of waste created serious problem. For instance, farm waste and quarry dust waste cause environmental pollution, harm soil, water, plants and cause land scarcity. Okay. Jadi alternatif untuk kita menggantikan sand dan soil adalah kita menggunakan waste materials. Yang mana waste material ini sekiranya tidak digunakan, ianya akan menyebabkan serious problems kepada alam sekitar. For example, di sini adalah palm oil fuel ash, palm oil clinker, okay, dan juga quarry dust. Okay, ianya menyebabkan berlakunya masalah kepada alam sekitar. Dan juga kita memerlukan satu ruangan, satu environment, satu persekitaran, satu area yang besar untuk melupuskan bahan-bahan ini. Sekiranya kita menggunakan pelupusan sebagai satu kaedah, okey, ianya memberi kesan kepada persekitaran lah, di mana satu land yang besar perlu disediakan untuk melupuskannya. Jadi ini adalah contoh-contoh waste material yang wujud okey, hasil daripada palm oil plantation, okey. Yang di atas ini, yang di sini adalah palm oil kernel. Ini ialah apa itu? Fiber, okey. Yang ini adalah palm oil clinker, yang sini adalah palm oil clinker, yang ini adalah palm oil fine ash. Okey. Jadi ini adalah waste material. Okey, sekiranya yang tidak digunakan, okay, if we not fully utilize this material, this material will impact the environment. Okay, this one also waste from from the quarry, we call as a quarry dust. Okay, it's a quarry dust. Okay, so we can use as a sand replacement in either in concrete or in block production. Yang ini pula ialah hasil block. Okay, maknanya di sini saya ingin menggunakan palm oil fly ash, palm oil clinker, okay, palm oil clinker particles, okay, dan juga quarry dust untuk menghasilkan mortar less interlocking blocks. Ini adalah hasil-hasilnya, okay, di mana ianya di sini menggunakan 90% waste materials, okay, 90% waste material, 10% adalah binder iaitu semen. Kenapa 10% semen? Ianya digunakan untuk mengikat partikel-partikel yang kita gunakan. Dan sebagai satu eco block, kita tak boleh menggunakan lebih daripada 10%. Sekiranya kita menggunakan lebih daripada 10% of cement, maka ianya tidak lagi dikenali sebagai sustainable materials. Okey, di mana ianya mesti kurang daripada 10%. Okey, kebiasaan blok ini adalah normal block. Kebiasaan colornya warna hijau. Warna coklat. Okey, warna coklat. Dan ianya nampak agak natural. Okay, tetapi bila kita gunakan waste materials di mana kita menggunakan palm oil fly ash yang memang colornya grey, palm oil clinker colornya juga grey, okay. Kita menggunakan palm oil full ash, palm oil clinker yang mana colornya grey dan seakan hitam, dan juga quarry dust, ini adalah hasilnya. Hasilnya bukan lagi berwarna coklat, okay, tetapi ianya berwarna hitam dan juga kelabu. Okey, ini adalah yang common block. Jadi this research will considerably participate in the environmental protection and sustainability fulfillment in 3 phases. First, earth resource will be conserved. Bila kita menggunakan waste material, bermakna kita dapat menjaga earth resource, tanah-tanah ataupun pasir-pasir. Jadi di sini dapat menjaga persekitaran kita. Yang kedua, ecological contamination will be significantly decreased. Okey, dari segi ekologi juga terdapat selamatkan. Dan yang ketiga ialah saving in cost and energy. Thus there will be economical and ecological balance. Okey, bila kita gunakan waste materials, okey, sudah pastilah ianya akan menyebabkan cost dan juga energy. Energy sebab ianya tidak menggunakan pembakaran. We not fired this block. Actually, we just press and then expose to the air, okay, without any firing process. Okay, so and then saving cost. Why? Because we use here 90% waste product, waste materials, only 10% cement. So for sure, we could reduce the cost. Okay, that's why for the third point, saving cost and energy, and then we can able to and then will be economical and ecological balance. Okay, this is the material. This one is we call as a palm oil clinker. This material actually the physically the size like a sand, okay, like sand, but very light particle because this material very porous. Okay, this one called quarry dust. Quarry dust adalah daripada quarry, proses penghancuran batu-batu di quarry yang menghasilkan dust, dan dust itu yang kita ambil. Okay, this one adalah POFA, black POFA, palm oil fly ash. Yang ini kita originally we take from the factory. Okay, kita tidak ada additional process. Okay, maknanya ini adalah original daripada kilang. Kita hanya grind sahaja dan juga sieve untuk menghasilkan partikel-partikel yang kasar. Yang ini pula adalah palm oil clinker powder. Yang ini adalah palm oil clinker before grinding. Okay, originally from the factory. Okay, this one pulp and flicker powder after grinding, very fine particles. Okay, even we can produce nano size using this material, but for this case, I'm not producing nanoparticles. I just producing micronized particles only. Okay, because I want to replace clay. Okay, this is a block production. Okay, luckily in UTHM we have nice machinery to produce block. Okay, this machine actually sama dengan kilang punya machine. Okay, kapasitinya mampu menghasilkan 100 unit per day, more than 100 unit per day. Okay, because factory capacity. Okay, so for each production, okay, maknanya untuk setiap peringkat, untuk setiap saat, dia dalam proses dalam 1 minit ianya bisa menghasilkan lebih daripada 10 unit. Okay, yang ini 4 unit, sekali hasilkan 4 unit. Tetapi dalam tempoh seminit ianya mampu menghasilkan lebih daripada 10 unit. Ini adalah factory punya kapasiti. Okay, ini adalah hasilnya. Okay, setelah di press, ini adalah hasilnya. Block production yang kita menggunakan 90% waste materials. Okay. Okay, block properties within the standard. Okay. Dari segi block properties yang kita hasilkan, strength-nya adalah antara 5.01 to 14.47 megapascal. That our result, because actually we have a few mixture proportion. Okay, we have a few mixture proportion because we have different type of material, so we try to balance, okay, antara bahan-bahan ini. Okay, dan hasilnya, okay, daripada beberapa mixture yang kita hasilkan menggunakan 90% waste material ini, okay, strength yang kita capai adalah 5.01 megapascal till 14.47 megapascal. Okay, according to ASTM, okay, the minimum standard, okay, the minimum standard adalah 10.3, itu adalah ASTM. Tetapi ianya bergantung kepada environment. Kalau lihat di sini, ianya ada 3 environment. 20.7 megapascal untuk severe weather, 17.2 megapascal untuk moderate weather, 10.3 megapascal untuk negligible weather. Ini adalah strength yang diperlukan untuk bergantung kepada weather yang kita ingin exposekan. Okay. Tetapi berbeza pula dengan BS 3912 1985, di mana minimum strength adalah 5 megapascal dan boleh capai up to 100 megapascal. Okey, jadi kalau tengok kepada achievement di sini untuk this kind of block, the minimum strength that we achieve here is 5.01 megapascal, and that means we fulfill the minimum requirement for international standard 5 megapascal. Okey, untuk water absorption pula yang dicapai menggunakan bahan ini adalah 13.18 megapascal up to 21.94 megapascal. 13.18% up to 21.94%. Okay, this is our range. Okay, but according to ASTM 2003, for severe weather, the minimum should be 7%. For moderate weather, 22%. But for negligible weather, maknanya tidak ada limit. Jadi di sini water absorption ini memenuhi kepada moderate weather. That means maximum 22%. Okay, moderate weather. Okay, untuk machinery properties within the standard, ini adalah machinery properties, bukannya unit properties. Yang ini adalah unit properties. Okay, block itu sendiri. Tetapi ini adalah untuk property masonry, bermakna kita buat small prism wall. Okay, semua prism wall. Di sini minimum strength yang kita capai menggunakan blok ini adalah 2.35 megapascal. Maximum adalah 6.85. According to international standard, the minimum should be 2.5 megapascal up to 6 megapascal. Okay, walaupun dengan menggunakan blok ini, minimum properties yang dicapai adalah 2.35 megapascal. If we compare with the international standard, the difference is not obvious. Okay, hanya sedikit sahaja, 0.15 megapascal saja bedanya. Okay, less than 10%, less than 5% different. Okay, so should be okay. Okay, but however, for the maximum compressive strength for the masonry properties is 6.85 megapascal. That means beyond the limit that fixed by the international standard. Okay, 6 megapascal. So that means this one better than fixed by the international standard. Okay, this one the difference between the interlocking block, okay, HIB and the common SCEB. HIB means for this block, okay, and the common SCEB that means for standard compressed earth block. Okay, that means for this one, okay, SCEB. This one I call HIB. Okay, in terms of material, locally available waste. Okay, if you see this, totally I use waste material, cement plus POFA plus palm oil clinker powder plus palm oil clinker and quarry dust. Okay, but for the SCEB, okay, they use earth virgin resource, cement plus clay plus soil and plus sand. Okay, interoperance for sure. This block colornya hitam, so nampak tidak menarik. However, this block brownish color. Okay, nampak? Okay, jadi bedanya sebab material itu. Okay, the difference between the HIB and the common SCEB. Okay, it of course for sure because we use here 90% waste material for sure. Okay, the cost low than SCEB. Okay, SCEB expensive material because they use clay, soil and sand. Okay, unit properties show better performance. Okay, we compare in term this strength. Okay, for this block, the strength record is 5 megapascal. However, for this, as I mentioned before, the compressive strength for this block, okay, waste material block, the eco block is between 5.01 till 40.47 megapascal. Okay, so in certain percentage, for certain mixture, the strength better than the SCEB. Because the SCEB actually I got from the market. Okay, this from the market which already used in the construction. Okay. Okay, this one, the difference between the HIB and the common SCEB in terms of water absorption. Okay, for water absorption, the block is between 13.18 to 21.94%. However, for water absorption, okay, however, for SCEB, the water absorption is 24%. That means for this block, okay, eco block shows a better water absorption than SCEB. Okay, however, for the masonry wall strength, the strength is 2.5 megapascal. That means the minimum requirement achieved here. However, for this case, as I mentioned to you, okay, the strength between 2.35 till 6.85 megapascal. Okay, so for the conclusion, the development of eco-friendly hybrid blocks produced using locally available waste like POC, palm oil clinker, palm oil peel ash, palm oil clinker powder, and quarry dust are feasible. The production process is a friendly environment. Okay, the block properties. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, sorry, ada gangguan di sini. Okay, the block properties in the research satisfy the relevant standard and show good performance comparatively with the conventional stabilized compressed earth blocks. Okay, the third one is they are lightweight block and can be used as substitute to the common building blocks in the building sector. So thank you very much for my presentation today. So thanks again to the organizer because give me this opportunity for this conference today.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Hasiman. Very interesting presentation with title Eco Blocks Sustainable Intervention block for construction. Now we continue to others keynote speaker are question and answer, Pak Iksan.
Boleh next keynote.
Keynote, okay. We will invite Professor
Prof. Sahiran.
Prof. Associate Professor Sahiran Saidan from University Tunusian on Malaysia. Please, the time for you 30 minutes.
Okay, Assalamualaikum. Can you see my slide presentation?
Okay.
Okay, Assalamualaikum and good evening to all of you. Okay, first of all, I would like to thank you to University Narutama for invitation me for this presentation. It's just very nice and wonderful because we can work together for the next event, inshallah. Okay, I hope that all of you, for those who participate in this conference, can learn and gain something on the especially on the civil engineering and also for construction technology. Okay, my topics is focused on the structural health monitoring using acoustic emission technique. This is the technique that the method for the NDT testing. Okay, my presentation outline will focus on the introductions. Okay, on the structural health monitoring. Okay, on the benefit SHM tools, acoustic emission, and then I will be present on the local and the global monitoring. Okay, on the first, what is the structural health monitoring? The structural health monitoring is the process implement a damage detections and characterization strategy for engineering structure, which is we have the bridges, we have the buildings, and then we identify the type of damage by using the sum of the method in the SHM, and then the data, we come up with the data feature extractions, and then they come up with the statistical model, and then we can identify which the best method, and then we can identify the type of damage for the structures. Okay. In structural health monitoring, they have three applications and then three benefits that I can conclude here for the simple work. First, application for damage assessment, and then by using the SHM, structural health monitoring, which is considered as an on-site sensing, and then for performance monitoring. So for the benefit, I can divide by three parts, which is for damage assessment system, it can improve the safety, reduce maintenance, and also increase the longevity. And then it also can gain more long term for the bridges, for the land and bridges and buildings. Okay, they have a lot of tools for methods in structural health monitoring, which is wireless sensing, laser scanning, RFID, and then we also have the MEEMS, and then acoustic emission, and also fiber technology. Okay. Another one is focus on the structural health monitoring. I will focus on the acoustic emission. What is acoustic emission? Acoustic emission is a phenomena of sound and ultrasound wave radiation in material undergo deformation and fracture process, which is it have a stress other stimulus, and then they have a source here, and then the sensor will capture all the data inside the structural, and then the data will come up with the signal, and the acoustic emission will read all the signal acquisitions. Okay. Okay, concept of acoustic emission. AE is a drive from the phenomena of the sound generation is material under certain stress level. AE is formally defined as a class of phenomena whereby transient elastic wave are generated by rapid release energy. Okay, the best is the good for acoustic emission. It according to the it can detect the active crack and also can identify the type of damage. Okay, this is a fundamental concept. This is a structural. They have a cracking source here, but for the acoustic emission, we cannot use the sensor. We can attach sensor on the crack because it cannot read any data. But we the sensor will capture within 1 meters radius on the structure. So it come up with the signal, and then the AE instrument will detect and then measure on the interpretation evaluations. Okay, so during this part, the signal, the AE signal will come out with the rise time, signal, amplitude, count, threshold. This is related to the earthquake, also vibration. From this signal, it can after we analyze, we can detect the damage detection, localization, also damage identification, and then also we can monitoring whether the bridge is good or not in good conditions. Okay, this is the principle of acoustic emission. That's amplitude, which is the peak of voltage. Duration is the time for the AE signal. This is the features of acoustic emission is we identify from the system AE software. In the acoustic emission, we have we have two, which is a burst emission and then continuous emission. But I can just share for you. For burst emission is basically it can classify it, sometimes they call active crack, and continuous emission basically we have a leaking on the water tank. Okay, so the advantages for the acoustic emissions, which is first is highly sensitive to the crack growth, enabling crack to be detected at early stage crack, detect the small defect occurring even in hidden damage or hard to reach area, real, and we can use for real and global monitoring and then passive technology. Okay, this is the equipment. This is very simple. This is structure and the sensor. We have wire and then come up with the signal. And after the signal, they call acquisition and storage. And then we analyze this using the AE software. Okay, this is the AE sensor that we have in Malaysia in our university. It's a very sensor, is a R61, which is a multi-purpose sensor. We can use for thermal also. And then this is the amplifier, the single pre-amplifier. This is a type in the signals. Okay, for AE for concrete structure, it can classify by three frequency. When the source or when the acoustic emission high frequency with high energy, it's considered as a steel wire breaking. High frequency, low energy, steel corrosions. Medium frequency, high energy is concrete cracking. Medium frequency, low energy, steel or interface damaging. Low frequency, changing in non-linear acoustic behavior is considered as a structural damage under loading. Sometimes they have vibrations. Okay, and this also when we analyze the AE data, we can use a four type of the analysis. For the rig process, that's common method. Moment tensor is also from Japan's parametric analysis. And then now we are focusing on the global index, intensity analysis, CAM ratio, and analysis and energy analysis. So I just to share with you on the local monitoring that this is the 3 meters beam that we try to use the acoustic emission in the labs. So we use the cyclic loading, and then we divide it by load set 1 to load set 8. We can identify that load set 8, number 8, and load set number 7 is near to the heavy damage. And then for the load set 1 to load set number 4 is considered as a minor damage. Okay, this is the amplitude evaluations. When you capture this value, you can identify either this is the tensile or shear cracks. That is the most important thing and the best thing on the acoustic emission. So from the data and in the local monitoring, okay, you can if you look on this picture on the stage 1, they have a very fresh small cracking, but we cannot see with the naked eyes, but the data is a lot of inside this. So if you capture this and then you analyze, you can identify how you can analyze that, you can identify which is the tensile and then the shear crack. Also, when we increase the stage 2 and then until the failure stage, we can see that this area is more critical. So when we capture this data, we analyze, you can show that they have a lot very high energy due to the very high energy and high frequency. Okay. The basis acoustic emissions, when we analyze, we can identify the crack movement from the micro crack to the from the micro crack to the macro crack, which is the flexural crack, flexural and shear crack movement, and then at the end is a shear crack. If you look on this picture, this is data from the acoustic emissions. On the stage 1, basically they have a tensile crack. On the stage 2, we can see that they are more to on the shear movement, a big shear movement, but when on the failure stage, tensile crack still increase, and then but they have a lot of shear movement and shear cracking. Okay, another sharing is about the case number 2 is global testing. This is a bridge monitoring that we have done before. On the crosshead of the bridge, we attach on the 8 sensor on the top of the bridge. This is due to the heavy traffic loading. Okay, we use the basis, we use the UAV rotating platform and then remote sensing. We combine with the acoustic emission. Okay, this is the concept that we use. Before this, we just focus on the acoustic emissions. Now we use the drone using the thermals, and then by using these two methods, and then we combine together, we can identify the level of the damage. Okay, this is the bridges that we run to them using the drones, and then we can identify from the bottom of the bridge which is the stress area. So from this thermal, we identify, and then we identify that they have a very high intensity. So that's why we attach we attach the sensor here to identify the type of the damage, either they have an active crack or non-active crack. If you look on these pictures, you look on this picture and this picture, this is they have the crack like a small micro cracking, but we have to analyze using the acoustic emission, and then the result is show okay, it sounds good. If you use the acoustic, and then we use the AEWIN software to identify the level of damage. So this is the general information on the absolute energy during the bridge monitorings, and then it come up with the small. So they have a very small. According to the previous research, if they have a very small, it's not considered as any cracking because they have the level of the average frequencies. Okay, at the end of the monitoring, we identify that all the bridges that we are monitoring, they are in level A. Level A is considered is the insignificant emission with no damage appearance, even though they have the cracking, they have the micro cracking, but the cracking is not active. Okay, thank you. That's all my presentations.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Sahidan. Very interesting presentation with title Structural Health Monitoring Using Acoustic Emission Technique. And then I continue to the next presentation. I will invite Prof. Hasiman to continue this presentation. Okay, please.
Start QA, Pak Edi.
Oh, start QA. Okay.
QA.
Okay. Okay. Please, for audience, will be two questions about presentation Prof. Hasiman and Prof. Sahidan. the first question.
Oke, boleh tanya, Prof?
Oke, langsung direct, please.
Oke, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mau tanya ke Prof Haziman nih. Prof.
Sebutkan nama dan dari mana.
Isradi dari Mercubuana.
Oke, Pak Isradi, please.
Prof Haziman, monitor, Prof.
Prof Haziman, monitor.
Prof Sahiron juga apa?
Mau tanya tentang brick tadi, saya tertarik tuh dengan bata tadi.
Oh, ya.
Prof Haziman, monitor.
Saya rasa Prof Haziman lebih tahu pasal brick.
Prof Haziman, monitor.
Haziman, dia siap-siap ada kenduri.
Oh.
Okay, the other question, maybe Pak Isradi.
Next dulu, yang lain dulu deh.
Next, please. For audience will be question about to presenter.
Amru, Pak Amru.
Pak Amru, please.
Okay, thank you for the time. I have a question for Prof Haziman also.
Okay, Prof Haziman again.
Okay, it's related to block material. It can be made from waste, and I think it related with the presentation, the first presentation from Prof Basir. It's activity to reduce the waste. I want to ask what kind of material can be added in block mixing so it can be effective. Or maybe all of material can be added, or there are restriction to the material. What kind of material can be added to the block mixing? It's my question. Okay, thank you.
Prof
Oke,
Haziman, monitor.
Pak Edi boleh start Prof Basam.
Okay. Thank you. I will be continuous about the presentation. I will be invite Profesor siapa Pak Iksan?
Basam.
Basam Tayeh.
Ya.
Associate Professor Basam Tayeh from Islamic University Gaza. Please, Prof Tayeh, Prof Basam Tayeh. Monitor Prof Basam. Prof Basam.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi.
Okay, please. Profesor Basam.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi. Assalamualaikum.
Salam.
Okay, waalaikumsalam. Please, your PPT.
It's clear, Prof.
I hope all of you are okay, inshallah.
Okay, Prof.
Actually, after 5 minutes, will be no electricity in Gaza.
Oh.
So I already, yeah. So already I recorded the presentation.
Okay, you can start now, Prof.
Yeah.
Prof Basam, you can start now.
Yeah.
Your presentation.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Are you ready, Prof.
Yeah,
Hassan?
already I want to upload my file.
Okay. I wait. Are you ready, Prof. Hassan?
Yeah, I want to share my file on the Zoom.
Okay. I wait again. Good afternoon, Prof. Hasiman.
Yuk
Ya.
dulu ke Prof. Hasiman, boleh?
Prof.
Ya.
Hasiman.
Saya.
Monitor.
Prof, mau tanya Prof. Hasiman.
Ya, saya.
Nah,
Oke, please Pak Isradi.
terkait batu bata itu sudah ada apa namanya penyelidikan tentang kesehatan segala macam, Prof, tentang itu.
Penyelidikan apa?
Dampak kesehatannya ada nggak? Sudah ada ke sana?
Okey. Sebab kajian ini dibuat oleh student PhD saya. Dan yang saya bentangkan itu adalah sebahagian sahaja. Sebenarnya student saya itu sudah pun melaksanakan dari segi durability aspect pun dia ada buat. Cuma dari segi kesan kepada persekitaran itu masih belum lagi. Dia hanya buat tentang leachability, itu sahaja.
Oh.
Kalau mahu dilihat lebih lanjut, itu bisa dibuat kesan terhadap stability dan juga dari segi dia punya apa temperature. Kalau dibuat rumah mungkin kita bisa melihat dari segi kesannya kepada persekitaran, terutamanya dalam rumah itu sendiri terhadap suhunya.
Dari apa namanya? Dari kebakaran segala macam juga sudah ada di tes Prof juga ya?
Macam mana Pak?
Tahan api gitu, enggak juga sudah.
Okey, sebab memang kita sebab bata ini bukannya fire clay brick, bukan fire brick, dia hanyalah dia semacam dengan bata konkrit sahaja. Dari segi kesan kepada api itu masih belum lagi dilihat secara detail. Okey, masih belum dilihat lagi.
Kalau dari beratnya Prof lebih ringan apa lebih berat?
Okey, density-nya memang lebih ringan berbanding dengan common block.
Oke. Soalnya kita di Indonesia juga banyak limbah, Prof. Waste itu banyak di Indonesia.
Ya, bisa buat itu Pak. Pak Sari bisa buat.
Ini bisa kita apa namanya di compare dengan apa limbah yang ada di sini, Prof.
Boleh.
Cuma kita perlu ini apa komposisinya berapa simen berapa persen, ini berapa persen.
Okey, sebab simen simen di maksimum adalah 10%. Kalau lebih daripada 10%, ianya dikonsider sebagai tidak ekonomi.
Oke.
Kalau kita bisa menggunakan lebih daripada 10% itu lebih bagus.
Oh.
Okey.
Masih di situ ya.
Sekarang ni saya pakai 90% adalah waste material. Okey. Tadi saya tidak bentangkan dia punya mixture design. Okey. 90% adalah waste material di mana palm oil clinker, powder dan juga POFA saya gantikan clay. Manakala untuk kualitas dan palm oil clinker yang tidak di grindkan itu saya gantikan dengan pasir.
Oke. Oh.
Begitu.
Ya.
Dan simen adalah saya remain constant at 10% only. Begitu.
Berarti dia semacam taping block gitu ya, semacam
Macam mana?
Seperti hebel gitu ya, bataringan lah ya. Kalau
ya, sebab blok ini kalau compare dengan brick, ianya lebih berat. Tetapi kalau dibandingkan dengan common block yang berada di pasaran yang kita panggil sebagai stabilized earth compressed block itu, ianya lebih ringan berbanding dengan stabilized compressed earth block itu. Lebih ringan. Tetapi ia menghasilkan satu strength yang lebih baik.
Oh.
Bersyukur aja lah.
Oke, terima kasih Prof.
Okay, thank you. The next question for Professor Hasiman.
Iya, jadi di bawahnya rapi. Pondasinya
Pak Amru, please.
Kamu kok malah di bawah, pinter, dingin, enak.
Ada soalan lagi?
From me, Prof. Amrun.
Amrun.
I'm very interested with the block material. It's made from waste because it related to presentation from Professor Bazir. We discussed about 3R reduce. We have to reduce the number of waste. One of the way is with make the waste as block. I want to ask what kind of waste material that can be made as a block. All of waste material can be made as block material or not? This is my question.
That means your answer is what kind of material that can be used as block materials?
Yes.
Okay. Actually, for waste material, we have many different materials that we can use as block material in producing block. Okay, but based on previous study, we can use rice ash, we can use fly ash. Okay, in producing blocks. Even sometimes we can use a palm oil clinker, palm oil kernel to replace sand in block. But for in my case, I just use palm oil field ash, palm oil clinker, quarry dust, and palm oil clinker powder as a main material in block production. Okay. Besides, we also use cement as a binder. 10% cement as a binder only. Cannot more than that. If we use more than 10%, we can consider that block as economical materials. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
So in my case, only 4 different material we use. Wait. Okay. In my study, we use 4 different materials. Okay, all waste materials. Okay, for POFA, palm oil field ash, and palm oil clinker powder, I use as a clay replacement materials. Meanwhile, for palm oil clinker and also quarry dust as a sand replacement materials. Okay, maybe we can do additional study, whereas maybe we can replace 100% cement. That means 100% is waste materials. Maybe some study already focus on this scope. Okay, whereas they use 100% waste material, but maybe different materials. So different materials, we can get different results.
How about plastic, Prof? Plastic?
Plastic as a what function?
Just additional material to block. It's possible or not?
Okay, as a what? Plastic as a what? Bottle, plastic, pack. Okay,
bottle
mineral
plastic.
bottle.
Yes, mineral bottle. Then it grinded become small part, small material.
Okay,
is it possible to add to the material?
Yes, can. We can use any material in block production. Okay, but maybe the difference only the percentage. Okay, for the PET, for example, the plastic bottle. Okay, we can use as a sand replacement. But maybe in terms of in terms of percentage, it is depend on the quality of that materials, because plastic is very light materials. Okay, but and then maybe you can because some researcher also use a plastic bag. You know plastic bag?
Yes. Plastic
okay,
bag.
and then they heat that plastic bag become harder.
Yes.
And then they use that heated plastic bag, okay, to replace sand. Maknanya dia simpulkan plastik bag itu, okay, dan dipanaskan jadi keras, dan gantikan dengan pasir. Itu ada ataupun aggregate. Itu ada kajian yang dia buat. Okay, kalau plastic bottle dia different. Dia normally as a sand replacement, not as cement replacement. Cannot.
Okay, thank you, Prof, for the answer.
Dari harga, Prof, murah mana, Prof?
Harga sebenarnya tak dikira, tetapi kita lihat kepada waste yang digunakan itu semuanya adalah gratis.
Oh,
okay. All the material used is free. Okay. Except cement. Okay, except 10% cement kita beli. Okay. Jadi sudah pastilah kos yang kita hasilkan itu lebih murah berbanding dengan existing block, common block. Yang mana clay yang harus dibeli, sand harus dibeli, dan simen juga harus dibeli.
Okay. Mantap, Prof. Mantap. Oke, makasih, Prof.
Oke, sama-sama.
Ngopi.
Ngopi, ayo.
Okay. I'm sorry we cannot continue presentation from Prof. Basam because internet in Palestine is off.
Okay.
I'm sorry. And now we will listening presentation from Professor Sudrajat Sufian from Pajajaran University Bandung. Please, Prof. Sudrajat. I'm sorry, monitor, Prof. Sudrajat.
Belum masuk, Pak Edi.
Belum masuk.
Bisa share screen yang tadi, Pak Edi, yang saya kirim Pak Edi.
Oke.
Buat Prof. Aziman sama Prof. Sairon.
Dari situ bisa, Pak, di screen.
Sebentar.
Ya, oke.
Oke, sebentar.
Prof. Hasiman. Okay, I will read certificate from this event to Associate Professor Muhammad Hasiman Wan Ibrahim. Certificate of appreciation. The certificate is proudly present to Associate Professor Muhammad Hasiman Wan Ibrahim,
Thank you very much.
University Hussein on Malaysia, as keynote speaker. Monitor,
Yeah.
Prof.
Thank you
Hasiman.
very much.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Applause.
So do I. Okay. Then Pak Iksan. I will certificate.
Nah.
Second certificate for Professor Hasiman.
Yes.
Second certificate for Outstanding Services and Achievement Award. Certificate of proudly present to Associate Professor Muhammad Hasiman Wan Ibrahim, University Tun Hussein on Malaysia, in your recognition and appreciation of outstanding achievement and dedication and support in the international conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, give
Prof. Hasiman.
applause.
Prof. Hasiman.
Ya saya.
I have word wisdom because I'm proudly for your research. Kata-kata
Sorry?
bijak. Kata-kata bijak.
Kata-kata bijak.
Kata-kata bijak. Word
Untuk
wisdom. Untuk anak cucu kita. Ya.
Oke.
What kind of earth will we pass on to our children and grandchildren? Bumi macam apakah yang akan kita wariskan untuk anak cucu kita?
Buminya macam manakah?
Yang akan kita wariskan untuk anak cucu kita.
Oke.
Oke. Thank you.
Kita sebagai kepada anak-anak di terutama dan juga di yang berada dalam online ini, kita sebagai anak-anak sebagai penaju masa depan seharusnya untuk sebagai future leader, future engineer, future manager, kita seharuskan kepada suatu persekitaran yang harmoni. Okey. Dan jangan gusar tentang kegagalan. Kerana kegagalan itu merupakan satu usaha yang pertama. Orang Inggeris berkata fail, first attempt in learning. So sekali gagal tidak bermakna gagal untuk selama-lamanya. Sekian, terima kasih.
Okay, thank you. And then I will read about certificate to Prof. Hasiran.
Sahiron.
Prof. Sahiron. The first certificate for Outstanding Services and Achievement Award. The certificate is proudly present to Associate Professor Sahiron Sahidan from University Tun Hussein in Malaysia in your recognition and appreciation of outstanding achievement and dedication and support in the 5th International Conference. Okay. Prof. Sahidan. Prof. Sahidan, monitor.
Ada meeting. Ya, ada meeting, Prof. Sahiran.
Okay. Continue to second certificate.
Okay.
Certificate of appreciation to certificate is proudly presented to Associate Professor Sahiron Sahidan from University Tun Hussein on Malaysia as a keynote speaker in 5th International Conference. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Prof. Iksan. And then
Lanjut,
kita
Prof. Sudrajat sudah ada. Boleh, Pak Edi.
Sudah. Okay. Now we will continue to presentation by Professor Sudrajat Supian from Prajajaran University Bandung. Please, Prof. Sudrajat, monitor. Ready, Prof. Sudrajat?
Sudah.
Oke.
Oke.
I am ready.
Thank you. Selamat sore, Prof. Sudrajat.
Selamat sore. Apa kabarnya Surabaya nih?
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah sehat-sehat.
Oke, ini bisa langsung?
Oke, please.
Oke. Oke, thank you very much for your invite to you, and I will presentation for this international conference. Yeah, and I will presentation in applied science entitled similarity test fingerprint and print rugai palatin in Detro Malay Subres. Okay, I premise for share screen. Yeah. Oke, izin ini share screen.
Oke.
Bisa, Bro. Sudah bisa.
Ini belum bisa deh.
Oh, saya sudah open, Bro. Di bawah, Bro.
Iya. Oke, ini belum bisa screen. One person can certain time, simultaneous. Oke, just a moment. Bisa share screen. Udah, udah mau. Gimana ya? Udah mana? Ini udah. Klik dulu kali. Oke, clear?
Clear, Prof. Oke. Bisa klik slideshow, Bro.
Oke. Okay, thank you very much. My title is Similarity Test Fingerprint and Print Rugai Palatin in Detro Malay Subras. Yeah. And this author Sudrajat Spian, Fahmi Oskanda, Yuti Melinda, Yoni Wada, Desi S. Setiadi, and Intan Nur Samsi. Okay, outline, introduction, mathematical model in field of forensic identification, roadmap research, roadmap research, relationship between fingerprint and rugai palatin in Detro Malay Subres, the mathematical model rugai palatin Detro Malay Subres in odontology forensic, similarity test, fingerprint and print rugai palatin in Detro Malay, and then conclusion. Introduction, disaster. There are disasters in the world. For example, flood, earthquake, and disaster due to human error, such as plane accident or suicide bombing. Dominici et al. 2005. Based on data from the 2015 world disaster report by the IFRC Society, there are 6,311 disasters in 94 countries. Record 837,000 342 deaths. One of the most important need in the disaster response activities in the need to identify DPI. Yeah. Proposed by Casio et al. Two means of identification can be done: primary identification including fingerprint, dental data, DNA, secondary identification to such as personal description, medical finding, and clothing found on the body. In the identification process, these two methods support one another and complement each other to determine the identity of the victim. Matica model is the field of forensic identification. For example, a mathematical modeling method for fingerprint read, segmentation, and normalization, and then a mathematical model for fingerprint-based localization algorithm, and so on. And then Desani, Setiadi, Fahmi, and Sudajat. This is a relation fingerprint and finger rugai palatin of the subres diatromalai. And then roadmap research, mathematical modeling, identification rugai palatin, similarity identification rugai palatin with fingerprint. In mathematical modeling rugai palatin, identification rugai palatin based on image processing, and then similarity identification rugai palatin with fingerprint based on image processing. And collaboration, industry, Pemda Associated Operation Research, IORA, higher education, domestic operations, and application information technology, prototype application model identification, international journal patent publication and patent. This is a research roadmap for rugai palatin. And then another roadmap is mathematical modeling or lips finger, and then enamel fingerprint, and this is done. The relationship between fingerprint and rugai palatin in Detromalai subras. Now, purpose define alternative identification if fingerprint condition are broken because time factor in the water or banded inland. Mathematical model rugai palatin Detromalai subras in odontology forensic. Mathematical modeling is the describe of the system that use mathematical concept and language. The process of developing of mathematical model called mathematical modeling. Mathematical model are used not only in the natural science and engineering discipline, but also in the social science such as economic, psychology, sociology, and political science, medical, and dentistry. Use a mathematical model that is more widespread. A model might help to explain the system and to study the effect of different components and to make prediction about the behavior. Mathematical model can take many forms, including but not limited to dynamic system, statistical model, differential equation, or game theory model. In general, the mathematical model can include logical model as far as logic is taken as a part of mathematics. Mathematical modeling in field of medicine, analysis, pulpitis, dengue fever, drug reaction in the blood, mathematical model regarding the spread of hepatitis B virus infection, and so on. Why take this title of mathematical model rugai palatin? Because rugai palatin is unique in human organ, can be used for individual identification purpose. For example, everything that exists in the world, good, God created in fair. Yeah. There are many the other organ in similarity to rugae palatine. Yeah, include fingerprint. Yeah. For example, yeah, timeline. Yeah, timeline is equal to the length of the nose. Yeah. Then this is different for everyone. Forensic density is new science that still tend to be claim of science. For this motivation, but I have a hypothesis that fingerprints is equal rugae palatine, equal, yeah, or equivalent rugae palatine. Now, forensic science of density, odontology forensic. Odontology forensic is the teeth and surround tissues. Yeah. A mathematical model, not only in the natural science, engineering, and discipline, but we can apply it in social science. Forensic science of dentistry, odontology forensic, teeth, and surrounding tissues would prone to natural disaster, need to develop forensic odontology. Identification, tooth, rugae palatine, lip screen, enamel. Limitation identification because condition. Yeah, because condition. Yeah, forensic identification, fingerprint, tooth, blood, hair, etc. Ongoing research, we can correlation formula rugae palatine and fingerprint. Yeah. This is a process for modeling for rugae palatine. Rugae palatine as an alternative means of the identification, yeah, because they are stable, individualistic, and protected. Rugae palatine and fingerprint-based method and the same science. Yeah, fingerprint analysis formula, rugae palatine analysis formula. This is a process, symbolic model for process modeling rugae palatine. Process rugae palatine based on fingerprint process modeling. How does a mathematical model print rugae palatine diatromalae subdas in the field of forensic dentistry? Research purpose obtain a simple mathematical model formulation of print rugae palatine that can be used as a reference for the identification of individual at the diatromalae subras. Usability research. A simple formula can be obtained from the print rugae palatine. Can determine the individual identification of print rugae palatine on the diatromalae subras. Now, formulation of model. This is a fingerprint, yeah, standard identification proposed by Sasikala, individualistic and distinctive, yeah, proposed by Darujati, can be formulated and systematically classified. And for rugae palatine, yeah, bald in the anterior region in the hard palate, which is unique to each individual, proposed by Prasad, can be classified irony, can be mean of the identification, proposed by Sanjaya. Formulation, summary symbolized by letter, number, or marks. The formulation of fingerprint determined of the formula by affixing a sign which show the interpretation of the basic shape, the number of line, and the way the line number, proposed by Padmasari 2009. formulation Rogae Palatin equal formulation fingerprint. Yeah. Or Rogae Palatin or finger is unique, individual and stable. Identification of Rogae Palatin deemed suitable for human identification and equivalent to the fingerprint identification. Parameterization fingerprint proposed by Padmasari, basic form, number of line number form the loop, the rod, follow the line of the form rod. Rogae Palatin, main Rogae, Rogae tracing, Rogae counting, the size of each Rogae Palatin. And then after that, we can analyze Rogae Palatin formula. Operational variable and parameterization. BAM located in the anterior part of the hard palate and unique to each individual, and is a mucous membrane which is irregular and symmetric, extended from the papilla, the lateral incisor, and the anterior portion. In Rogae Palatin, there are main Rogae. We can notation, yeah, M, if, W. Rogae counting, R, C, N. Rogae tracing, delta, Y. The size of each Rogae Palatin measurement, M, X. Now, this is a pig of Rogae Palatin. This is a Rogae Palatin left, and this is Rogae Palatin right. Yeah. This is a main Rogae. Yeah, main Rogae. This is Rogae tracing. Yeah, Rogae tracing, and for all is Rogae counting. Nah. And then it's like Rogae is main Rogae. Yeah, Rogae main Rogae left. Rogae counting left. This is main Rogae right. Rogae counting right. Yeah. Main Rogae tom or main form, and we can notation is like Rogae counting RCN, and this like notation. Classification Rogae Palatin base shape according to Martin Dos Santos. This is Rogae Palatin. This is a point, symbol P, line is symbol L, curve, curve symbol C, etc. And sinus, bifurcated, tribifurcated, interrupt, anomaly. Classification Rogae Palatin based direction according to Karya. Classification type 1, 2, 3, and 4, and symbol PA, P, AP, and R. Yeah. Classification Rogae Palatin based direction according to Liesel. Rogae Palatin primer, secondary, and fragmented. They measure the size with carried out by Liesel based on a straight line. A straight line. This is a straight line. The main Rogae left is straight line for this point until this point. And then we make average for a string line for process modeling. Simple model. Simple model. Every palate formulation atau formulation every Rogae Palatin. This is a main Rogae, Rogae counting, Rogae tracing, formulation per Rogae Palatin. Yeah, form image can be denote M, if, W, R, C, N, delta, and then F, Z, M, X, D. Although number of Palatin Rogae on the right side and the left side is not the same. Yeah. proposed by Caldas and Gupta. The probability of similarity of fingerprint Rugae-Palatin formulation for both sides of the palate remain can be calculated by the following formula of the probability. This is a model of Rugae-Palatin, yeah, and then this is formulated Rugae-Palatin, yeah. And then the probabilities of the formulation of every Rugae-Palatin seam of the edge side of the palate through the system for less 3 Palatin Rugae that is equal 1 device 9,261, where every Rugae have the possibility to have 20 first combination formulation. Probabilities Rugae-Palatin seam on each side of the palatum by taking into account the 4 elements of formulation and the number of print Rugae-Palatin on one side of the palate through application of the formulation fingerprint Rugae-Palatin as a result of the classification Rugae-Palatin modification technique and proposed fingerprint formulation is 1 billion, yeah, 1 billion, 1 billion, yeah, it is 1 billion, where the main type of Rugae-Palatin is 7 possibilities, that rice type Rugae counting has 4 possibilities, and so on. The total combination that arise from the formulation that is the Palatin Rugae is there are 1 device 1,000. 1,000.75. Okay, 1 million, 1 billion, 1 billion, 1 billion 75. Yeah. From total combination, everybody, this is very, very unique. Yeah, very, very unique for human in the world. Main form print Rugae-Palatin. This is the graph and table of observation result main form of the print Rugae right and left. This is a graph and table and right and left. This is a different. The main form that appear most in the diatromala subras in the curve form. And then fingerprint secondary analysis, yeah, graph and table of the secondary observation result on right and left finger. Yeah. The second most common in the diatromala subras in the ulnar loop hole. Now, secondary relation and main from analysis form analysis, graph and table. This is the secondary and form combination that mostly appear in the diatromala subras are the combination of ulnar loop and hook. Qualitative analysis of secondary relation and sorry, and main form variable test secondary right, which main form Rugae right. This is a test, and result is not significant. Secondary left with main form Rugae left is not non-significant. Not significant relation between the secondary finger variable and the main form Rugae variable is effective. And then analysis quantitative secondary and main form. Yeah. This is the equal hypothesis test. The secondary right and secondary left. And then conclusion, this is a result, significant, not significant, significant, significant. Yeah. And then for test, this is a T distribution. This is T account less than T table. The alternative hypothesis, there is a statistically significant difference between the secondary Finger variable and the main form Rugai variable is effective. Now, quantitative analysis of secondary and main form relation or Pearson correlation. Secondary right by secondary left. This is a significant. Main form right Rugai and main Rugai from left is not significant. And then for all is not significant. Only and secondary right by secondary left. This is T account and any T table. The null hypothesis, there is not a significant relation between the secondary Finger variable and the main form Rugai variable in accepted. Analysis of major and main form relation. Yeah, this is graph and equal the major analysis and the null hypothesis. This is the same. Yeah. Conclusion relationship. Yeah, the left secondary fingerprint pattern with the left main form Rugai. This is linked to 0.20%. Size of Rugai counting or tracing major left thumb with the right main form Rugai. This is 1.995%. In accordance with the calculation of the correlation coefficient qualitative and quantitatively on the secondary or major variable and playing the form of fingerprint and Rugai formulation, the relationship between the two is small to that is cannot be statistically significant. And then for future research will be calculated the volume of H. Rugai. But in this research, only on string line, but not volume of Rugai, yeah, of H. Rugai, with basic image processing, yeah, and then similarity test for fingerprint and lips print, yeah, yeah, print enamel pattern of Diotromalai and Subras test. This is for future research. And then this is a roadmap. Yeah, some reference, I think, more reference for application science, yeah, applied science. Okay, this is our presentation, and for next week we can discussion for this title. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Terima kasih Prof. Sudrajat Supian from Pajajaran University who has delivered presentation with title Similarity Test Fingerprint and Print Rugai Palatina in Diotromalai Subras. It's very difficult science, Prof. Sudrajat.
Yes, that's very difficult, but this is for important for identification.
Okay,
yeah, for identification forensic. Because this is the new field, yeah, the new field for odontology identification.
Okay, yeah. Thank you for your sharing experience. Okay, now we will continue to address presentation from Dr. Sajat Ali Mangi, Mioet Syahid, Buto Campus. Monitor Prof. Sajat.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Your time for presentation, 30 minutes.
Yes. Thank you very much. This is Dr. Sajjad Ali Mangi from Pakistan. I would like to present on strength and durability performance of concrete containing coal bottom ash as a supplementary cementitious material under aggressive environment. This research has been conducted in collaboration with Mehran University and University Tun Hussein on Malaysia under the supervision of Professor Muhammad Haziman Wan Ibrahim. So these are the contents of my presentation: background of the study, problem statement, objectives of the study, scope of the study, and literature review, methodology, results and discussion, conclusion, and research contribution. So let me start with the background of the study. Actually, concrete is one of the major material in construction. Around 2.7 billion cubic meters of concrete was produced in 2002. And it is expected that the demand of concrete will touch to 7.5 billion cubic meters, about 18 billion tons a year by 2050. Such massive application of concrete raises the demand of ordinary Portland cement. Currently, around 3 billion tons of OPC are being consumed globally, and for every ton of cement production releases around 1 ton of carbon dioxide, which is around 5 to 8% input of all man-made carbon dioxide. The solution for that pollution is to utilize industrial waste as an cementitious material in concrete production. However, coal bottom ash is one of the waste material produced by the power plants. The annual production of coal bottom ash in India around 25 million tons, in United States around 14 million tons, and in Europe around 4 million tons, and particularly in Malaysia around 1.7 million tons. The proper handling of such huge volume of waste is a challenging task for the engineers and the professionals. And it is also an important environmental concern. Therefore, it is necessary to utilize coal bottom ash in field of construction to resolve this environmental problem. This is the problems which are associated with the coal bottom ash. You can see in this picture a picture of power plant. This is a power plant which is producing the coal bottom ash and which is directly disposed of into the open ponds. And these open ponds creates the problem in the underground water pollution and also river water pollution. And similarly, the production of ordinary Portland cement produces the carbon dioxide in the environment. And this is a waste which is directly disposed of into the open ponds. So in this study, we have collected this waste material and then grinded in a grinder to produce new supplementary cementitious material, which enhance the properties of concrete in terms of strength and durability. These are the objectives of the study. First, we conducted a different test to check the physical and chemical and microstructural characteristics of coal bottom ash. And second, to determine the optimum proportions of coal bottom ash that gives the adequate physical and mechanical properties of concrete. And third objective, to evaluate the strength and durability performance of concrete containing optimum percentage under the sphere of aggressive environment. These are the scopes of study. The CBA was collected from Sultan Salahuddin Abdulaziz Power Plant, Selangor, Malaysia. It was grinded for 20, 30, and 40 hours to achieve different fineness. This study considered M35 grade of concrete. Ordinary Portland concrete, ordinary Portland cement was replaced with ground CBA at 10, 20, 30% by weight of cement. The optimum proportion of coal bottom ash was selected based on 28 days strength performances. Next, the concrete specimen were prepared with the optimum level of coal bottom ash to expose aggressive environment that represents the marine environments. Seawater was collected from Pentai Minyak Biku, Patupahat, Johor, Malaysia. Exposure period were considered up to 180 days. This is a literature review. Based on that, the selection of sodium sulfate and sodium chloride were selected based on the previous studies. And you can see in this previous studies from 2010 to 2018, they suggested that the appropriate proportion for the sodium sulfate and sodium chloride is 5%. So in this study, we considered 5% sodium sulfate and sodium chloride. And according to the previous studies were conducted on the coal bottom ash, these studies also suggested that the 10% of coal bottom ash is an optimum percentage. Therefore, this study considered different finenesses. Considering the earlier inputs in this study, the proportions were selected 10, 20, and 30 to replace the OPC with coal bottom ash to validate the optimum replacement. This is a research methodology, and in this study were conducted in 3 phases. In first phase, the collection and preparation and characterization of coal bottom ash. And second phase, to determine the optimum proportion of coal bottom ash that gives the adequate physical and mechanical properties. And in third phase, evaluate the strength and durability performances of concrete containing coal bottom ash under aggressive environment that represents the marine environment for the exposure period of 180 days. So this is a preparation of coal bottom ash. The coal bottom ash was collected in this plastic bags, and this is the original oven dry original coal bottom ash. Initially, it was grinded in a Los Angeles machine for 2 hours. After the passing from 300 micron sieve, it was further grinded in a ball mill grinder for the different periods for 20 hour, 30 hour, and 40 hour to get the different finenesses as compared to the ordinary Portland cement. These are the specimens that were casted for this study. 210 specimens were casted for the compressive strength, split tensile, and flexural strength, and 180 specimens were cubical specimens were prepared for the aggressive environment, and 27 specimens were prepared for the drying shrinkage and RCPT test. So total 417 specimens were prepared for this study. Now the results and discussion. According to the object 1, first we analyze the physical and microstructural characteristics of CBA. So the physical characteristics of CBA represents that this is the grinding period. Initially, we take 10, 20, 30, 40, and 50 hour grinding period. And based on this, we selected 20, 30, and 40 hour grinding period. So this is the specific surface area for particle size. So you can see in this 3,800, 3,895, 4,638. These particle size are similar to the ordinary Portland cement. And if we compare about the specific gravity of ordinary Portland cement is 3.10, and the for CBA, the specific gravity is 2.41, 2.44, 2.50. So these are nearby to the 3.10. In this particle size analysis diagram, you can see this dotted line shows the ordinary Portland cement, and these different colors shows the different particle finenesses of CBA. So this is very different. So this was not selected, and based on the findings, we selected only 3 20, 30, and 40. So these are the chemical characteristics of CBA. This test were XRF test were performed to conduct the chemical characteristics. Then the OPC chemical characteristics of here and the CBA. You can see the major components of CBA contain the silica dioxide, aluminum trioxide, and iron oxide. So the summation of all these 3 items become 79.50. And according to the ASTM C618, the sum of silica, alumina, and ferrous is greater than 70, then the CBA is classified as a pozzolanic material, class F, as prescribed by the ASTM C618. So these are the microstructural images, which represents the SEM images and EDX. So these represents also the quartz is in higher percentage. See here, the quartz represents the silica. And these are the setting time test results. And it was observed that when we add the CBA in the cement paste, the setting time going to increase. The normal cement having the setting time, initial setting time is 90 and final setting time is 270 minutes. But when we add that just 10% of CBA, and here the setting time increases from 90 to 110 and final setting time is 280. So on and so forth, the initial setting time is increased, but based on these results, the 10% addition of CBA is suitable. And these are the slum values, which shows the workability. And from this, you can see when we add the CBA, the workability going to decrease. That's why we only select the 10% proportion, which is suitable and which is good as compared to the normal concrete. And these are the density and water absorption values. So here you can see the density diagram. When we add the CBA, the density is going to decrease because the specific gravity of CBA is decreased as compared to the ordinary Portland cement. And here the water absorption, there is no much difference in the water absorption. It was observed that the water absorption was found to be increased as the grinding time and replacement level was increased. And these are the main findings of compressive strength and tensile strength. So the compressive strength is a major concern for the civil engineering point of view. So here you can observe that if we consider only 28 days, here this is a normal concrete having 44.50 strength. When we add 10%, it becomes 39.20. But with the different grinding time, we get the different strengths. So similarly, for the tensile strength, the normal concrete gives 2.75, and when we add the CBA, it gives 2.58. But with different grinding time, it gives the different strength. These are the flexural strength findings. So the control mix means the normal concrete, which gives the 5.50. When we add 10% CBA, it gives 5.40. So it was based on the strength values, compressive strength, tensile strength, and flexural strength. It was observed that the 20 hours grinding period and 30-hour grinding period is a good one, and the proportion for CBA is 10% is selected as an optimum. So it was found that 10% was optimum with 20 and 30-hour grinding period. After the selection of the optimums, the samples were prepared for exposure of aggressive environment. So this is the mechanism was prepared in the laboratory. There are 5 different conditions. One is a normal water. The findings of different exposure conditions were compared with the normal water. So, the first condition is water. The second condition is 5% sodium sulfate. And third condition is 5% sodium chloride, and fourth condition is combination of both, and fifth condition is a seawater. So the specimens once demolded then were exposed to these 5 conditions. So after the exposure of different aggressive environments, the effect of aggressive salt solution 5% sodium sulfate and 5% sodium chloride, the combination of these two, and seawater on the concrete were evaluated of compressive strength at the age of 28 days, 56, 90, and 180 days. So based on the experimental observations, it was observed that the pozzolanic reaction due to the addition of CBA takes place after 56 days and increase continuously with the age of concrete. According to the experimental findings, it was found that 12 and 12.75 strength was increased due to addition of 10% CBA. obtained through 20 and 30 hours respectively at the age of 180 days. So you can see here the pozzolanic reaction begins at 56 days, after 56 days. So these are the compressive strength performances under different exposure conditions. So you can see here 5% sodium sulfate, 5% sodium chloride, combination of both, and the seawater exposure. So it was found that 10% CBA was optimum and it can sustain the aggressive. So this is the formula which was previously proposed by the new in 2003. So this formula was also used to validate the experimental findings and to check the degree of damage. So you can see the degree of damage. This diagram shows the degree of damage for control mix and CBA, and this is a CBA 20 hours. So the degree of damage were lower in 30-hour grinding period. So these are the change in weight. The formula was used in change in weight was Wi minus Wt divided by Wi. So these are the initial weight and final weight. And you can observe in this diagram the change in weight were observed in concrete containing CBA because these can absorb the salts which are present in the curing conditions, sodium sulfate and sodium chloride. Are the microstructural experimental results, concrete containing CBA under different exposure conditions. So you can see here different byproducts which was produced due to exposure period of concrete under aggressive environment. So attrigents were produced because of CBA, and which will enhance the strength properties at the lower edges. And the calcium silicate hydrate gel is also produced because the CBA, due to presence of the CBA, and you can see due to exposure of seawater, the Faraday salts are also produced in the concrete. After this, another test of durability, major test was performed, which is known as a rapid chloride penetration test. This is a durability test, and it was performed in this picture. You can see initially the samples were cut, then it was presented in a vacuum desiccator, and then the specimen under testing conditions. So the computerized data was collected. And according to the ASTM standard, C1202 standard, the results were compared with this standard. And according to this standard, if the charge more than 4,000, it become high permeable concrete. So according to this standard, this red line shows the standard values. So when this is green shows the control mix. Based on this test, it was found that when we add the CBA in concrete, the permeability of concrete going to decrease. And you can observe at 28 days and 180 days. So this is below the danger line. So the presence of CBA could enhance the concrete durability. It was found that when we introduce the CBA in concrete, it resists the chloride permeability in the concrete. And these are the drying shrinkage performances of concrete. When we add the CBA, the drying shrinkage is going to decrease. Why? Because the presence of CBA in concrete reduces the lime content in the mix. Since CBA has lower calcium oxide content, reduction of calcium oxide content resulting in the reduction of hydration rate. As a result of CBA concrete shows the lower drying shrinkage compared to the control mix. So you can see this is a an instrument which you use for the drying shrinkage, and these are 9 samples prepared for the drying shrinkage. And now about the conclusion, based on the experimental findings, the object 1 were calculated. The grinding process influences the physical properties. However, the higher grinding period delivers particle fineness, higher specific surface area, and higher specific gravity. The chemical characteristics of ground CBA exhibits that it can be classified as class FH according to the ASTM C618. The microstructural evaluation indicates that the original CBA is angular and porous, and rough in texture, while after grinding, the particle shape is still rough and sharp. And according to the object 2, the determination of optimum percentage, the workability of concrete containing CBA was lower than the control mix due to more water absorption by the CBA. The presence of CBA in concrete reduces the density and slight increases the water absorption. The results of compressive, tensile, and flexural strength declared that the concrete containing 10% CBA gives the satisfactory strength performances. However, 10% of CBA was found to be optimum. And conclusion about the aggressive environment, it was observed that the compressive strength of control mix was declined due to exposure of aggressive environment. Under the normal water condition, compressive strength of concrete with 10% CBA obtained through 30-hour grinding period was found to be increased by 12.7 than the control mix at the age of 180 days. Concrete containing 10% of CBA with a 30-hour grinding period exhibit the positive increment around 15.66, 1.2%, 5.5%, and 5.8% in 5% sodium sulfate, sodium chloride, and combination of both in seawater. So it shows that the presence of CBA in concrete can enhance the strength and durability performance of concrete. It has been through the experimental finding that the concrete without ground CBA delivers worse performance when exposed to the seawater. However, incorporation of ground CBA in concrete enhances its strength and durability performances under seawater exposure. It was observed through the RCPT test that the concrete containing 10% ground CBA has less charge pass as compared to the control specimen. So it shows that the potentiality of ground CBA to enhance the concrete durability. This is a research contribution. This study explored the potentiality of CBA as a supplementary cementitious material, and this study contributes new knowledge on the utilization of CBA as a supplementary cementitious material in normal as well as in aggressive environment, especially in sulfate, chloride, and seawater exposure. And this was certificate which was awarded by the Pakistan Environmental Watch Trust that about our product. So our product is eco-innovative, environment-friendly product. So it was a proposal was submitted to this organization and a certificate was issued that our product is environment-friendly. So these are the pictorial representation during the study, collection of CBA and collection of seawater during experimental findings. Thank you very much. Terima kasih. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Sajjad. Now we have listened presentation from Professor Sudrajat Supian and Professor Sajjad Alimangi, and then we open question to Professor Sudrajat and Professor Sajjad. Please, audience, we will do question can direct to the key person, please.
Okay.
Okay, the first question. For audience, please, we will question. Okay, please, to audience, we will question for Professor Sudrajat or Professor Sajjad. Hello? Hello?
Bapak Edi, as I see in Zoom chat, I don't have any questions or either in the YouTube channel.
Okay.
But if you, maybe someone or the participant already asked to you about they want to ask a question.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yeah.
Okay, please.
Okay, thank you. I have question about to Mr. Dr. Sajat.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes,
Okay, you
yes,
can hear
doctor.
me?
Yes, doctor.
Okay, my name is Hamonangan Girsang from Mercubuana University. Okay, thank you, Dr. Sajat. This is the nice presentation about the coal fire, especially in bottom us.
Thank you, bro.
Coal bottom us. My question is, during your presentation, you already highlight how to combine the coal bottom us become the concrete things. This is the portion about the combination, and then we do something to conduct the strength and so on. My question is,
yes.
Do you have about the, you say the coal bottom ice is mean coming from the coal. It's mean the coal is different calorie. Yeah, maybe this is the 40,000, 400 or 500. Sorry, 5,000 or 100 kilocalorie. How this about the calorie? About in this research?
Yes, doctor. This is coal bottom ash is a waste product produced by the coal-based power plants. So this is a waste product actually. So we conducted the pozzolanic activity to check its pozzolanic activity, because when we use any ash in concrete, we must know its pozzolanic property. So according to the ASTM C618, when the silica, alumina, and ferrous, the submission of these three components is more than 70%, it shows that it is a pozzolanic ash, and you can replace ordinary Portland cement with that ash. So this is actually a waste product which is discarded in the open ponds and disposed of. So we utilize it in concrete as an beneficial product to save the environment, and also we save carbon dioxide emission which was produced by the manufacturing of OPC.
Yeah, it's mean, okay, sorry. It's mean this is not in relation to the calorie of the coal. Yeah. Because
yes.
coal bottom ash, this is come from coal in the power plant. Waste come from coal. Yeah. It means this is
yes.
not relation with the calorie of the coal.
Yes. This is not a direct product, but this is a byproduct. After the burning of coal, this ash is produced in and waste. This is a waste product.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
You're right. But in my mind, because when coal is just say this is 4,000 calorie specification
Yes.
coal will become the waste, right? Also, when the specification of the coal, example, this is only 5,000, become waste. So
yes.
this is waste from coal. You to combine, we become concrete, right? Now my question is, when you use the coal with specification 4,000 calorie or 5,000 calorie, and then you use the waste to become the concrete thing. This is any formula? Any
Yes, professor. In different countries have different coal calories, like Pakistan, Thailand, Indonesia. Because Malaysia don't have coal. Malaysia buy coal from the Indonesia. And India have coal. So different countries have different coals and different calorie content. And for example, in Pakistan, I observe in Pakistan, we obtained the coal from Thar coal mining. So it class NH. When the silica, aluminum, and ferrous is less than 50, or in between 50 and 60, so it is categorized class NH. So this is actually coal is a product which is denoted by the calories according to its potential. But here we are not concerned about the calories because we are not producing any energy. When an electrical engineer or power engineer going to produce energy from the coal, they are much concerned about the calorie content. But we are much concerned about its pozzolanic activity. Either we are utilizing it is a beneficial product or not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Professor.
Okay, thank you. The last question from audience, please. We have 5 minutes. From chat YouTube, Bu Elo.
Yes, I still don't see any questions from chat room. Pak Edi.
Okay. Okay. If done any question, I will be deliver certificate to Professor Sudrajat Supian and Professor Sajat Alimangi. Please, Ibu Elo, to deliver.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Pak Roni, please print screen certificate for Professor Sudrajat.
Bentar, Pak. Kok nggak mau? Sorry.
Profesor Sudrajat and Profesor Sajat.
Dibantu Bu Elo, ini kok nggak bisa punya saya?
Saya harus dikirimi filenya dulu.
Pak Iksan.
Sorry. Duh, nggak mau ini Bu Elo. Punya saya.
Maksudnya nggak bisa share screen?
Nggak bisa punya saya. Apa ini?
Pak Iksan.
Kirim ke WA saya, Pak.
Saya kirim WA ya.
Ya.
I'm sorry, please wait for few minutes.
Nggak mau. Oke, belok sudah saya kirim.
Oke, thank you Pak Roni.
Oh, nggak mau ya punya saya ini.
Profesor Sudrajat
Bapak Sudrajat
and Prof Sajat. Prof Hasiman dan Prof Sahiron sudah.
Bisa Bu Elo? Nggak mau ya punya saya. Bisa, belok.
Ya, bisa nunggu ini dibuka.
Saya kok nggak mau ya? Kenapa ya?
Untuk Sajat Ali yang keynote speaker sudah di Pak?
Belum.
Ya, itu dua-duanya Bu Elo.
Dua-duanya ya.
Prof. Sajat Ali sama
Prof. Sudrajat.
Sudrajat.
Okay, please read the certificate to deliver from Narutama to Professor Sudrajat. Bella.
Yes. Okay, this is the certificate of appreciation. The certificate is proudly presented to Professor Sudrajat Supian from Pajajaran University, Indonesia, in your recognition and your contribution as a keynote speaker.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
And then certificate outstanding service and achievement award. The certificate is proudly presented to Professor Sudrajat Supian from Pajajaran University, Indonesia, in your recognition and appreciation and outstanding achievement and dedication and support in the 5th International Conference.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
Profesiat, Prof.
And
then
this is a certificate outstanding service and achievement award. The certificate is proudly presented to Dr. Sajat Ali Mangi, MUET, Sahid ZA, Bhutto Campus, Khaifur, MLRs, Pakistan, in your recognition and appreciation and outstanding achievement and dedication and support in the 5th International Conference, Worldconference.id.
Thank you.
And then
Thank you very much.
certificate of appreciation. This certificate is proudly presented to Dr. Sajat Ali Mangi, MUET, Sahid ZA, Bhutto Campus, Kaipur, MLRs, Pakistan, in your recognition and your contribution as keynote speaker in World ID 5th International Conference. Thank you very much for the keynote speakers for this session.
Okay, thank you for Professor Muhammad Hasiman Ban Ibrahim, Professor Sahidan, Professor Sudrajat Supian, and Professor Sajat for your presentation as a keynote speaker in event of international conference. Okay? Well,
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, by the after this we will have a break for about 1 hour 45 minutes. We will start at 4 p.m. By
okay.
Yeah, we will have a break.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, after this we have a break for about 45 minutes. We will back at 4 p.m. Jakarta, Indonesia time. And thank you very much for your attention.
4 p.m.
Yes, we will back at 4 p.m. for Isoma and Salat Asar.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your invite.
Thank you. Wela, nanti yang bertugas siapa? Wela.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We back again from the break. Today, this afternoon, we will have a few more keynote speakers. Right now, we have Dr. Selena Griffith from University of New South Wales. Dr. Selena, are you in the room yet? Are you monitored, Dr. Selena? Okay, our moderator today will be Bapak Dr. F. Ruslan Edi Santoso from Narotama University and accompanied by Bapak Roni Dorotun Nasihin from Narotama University. I will calling again for Dr. Selena Griffith. Are you there? Are you copied? I still not hear Dr. Selena voice. So we still have a few more keynote speakers who haven't present this morning. Professor Atsushi Koike, Kobe University from Japan. And then we will also have Professor Dani, Associate Professor Dr. Dani Harmanto from the Montfort University, UK. And then Dr. Mugahed Amran, Prince Satam bin Abdul Aziz University. And then Professor Al-Mataneh Hashem, Yarmouk University, Irbid, Jordan. And then we have Dr. Juwono Prasetyo, University Tun Hussein on Malaysia.
Dr. Selena, monitor.
We have also Associate Professor Ramadan Syah Putrajaya, University Malaysia Pahang. Is he still have an internet problem? Professor Ramadan Syah from University Malaysia Pahang. Actually, we have Selena Griffith, Dr. Selena Griffith in this room, but she didn't reply. I will ask to unmute and start the video.
Dr. Selena will join jam pukul 5.
Oh, okay.
Jam 8 Australia.
Okay. So Dr. Selena Griffith will join us at 5 p.m. Yeah. It will be 8 a.m. in Australia.
In Australia, yes.
Ya. Jam 8 kita tunggu ini Prof. Ramadan.
Okay. Profesor Ramadan Syah.
Profesor Ramadan, are you ready?
Sebentar dia lagi connect pakai HP dia, pakai mobile.
Okay, waiting for a few minutes. Prepare Professor Ramadan.
Professor Ramadan, are you ready? I will help you to PPT screen share. Professor Ramadan, are you monitor? Are you there? Gimana Pak Isan, Pak Ramadan?
Ya, masih tunggu dia cari lokasi.
Oke.
Karena dia akan connect pakai HP dia.
Oke, ya.
Okay. We still with Professor Ramadan to prepare this presentation. I will to announce about the parallel session. Hello? Hello, yeah?
Yes, yes, we can hear you, Pak Edi.
Okay, thank you. parallel session Class A, Muhammad Fikri Firmansyah, Muhammad Burhanuddin Nahalan, Atik Setiorini, Rafiq Ardiansyah Anur, Bonifacio de Oliveira Gusma, Cahya Arif Prakoso, Faisal Hamzah, Mariatul Sitivia, Fitrian Nur Ilahi Dinati, and the last Muhammad Sofyan Arif for parallel session class A. And then for parallel session class A, Fahrul Arta Sanjaya, Ari Sujatmiko, Fajar Rizky Firmansyah, Fendi Ifswayudi, Muhammad Wildan Khairul Umam, Muhammad Ayung Tama.
Hello?
Mohan, hello.
Helena join.
Hello?
Hello. Professor Helena,
Yes, Selena joined now.
you ready
Yeah.
for presentation today?
I have a presentation. Is it time for my presentation? Are we starting early?
Not in that. That is last presentation.
You can start now, Professor.
Yes, Dr. Selena, you can start.
Oh, okay. I'll open my presentation then. Just give me a moment.
Are you ready? Professor Helena,
Yes?
are you ready to presentation?
Yes, I'm just opening my presentation now.
Okay. We wait for Professor Selena Griffith for prepare their presentation.
Sorry, are you ready for me to present?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So good evening and lovely to be invited to your conference. I was wanting to present it to you this evening on the concept of design thinking, which is a problem-solving methodology used in many consulting areas currently, globally. And it's a way of bringing human-centered considerations into your design process. And it's particularly useful in engineering because all of your products as engineers are being developed for use by people and impact on people's lives. I'll just start with prefacing what design thinking is. It's often considered very messy, as you can see from this diagram, but it's a way of making sense of complex scenarios and situations. And sometimes it can be used as a process that we work through to get to a solution for a complex problem. Sometimes it's sold as a product, as a consulting product. It can be used as a project pathway. It can be used for public problem solving. And it's definitely not a passing trend. So it's now been in use in industry for over 40 years and has proven track records and results, particularly when we're working on projects which don't have a clear outcome, and you need to be able to have a period of what we call fuzzy logic making, which allows us to look at multiple potential solutions and to delve deeper to understand what the real problem may be in the context of the project that we're working on. Many of you will have seen design thinking appear as post-it notes and pen scribbles around your office spaces and in particular scenarios where it's being used. But you don't need to have post-it notes and coloured pens to do good design thinking. And I will take you through a few examples shortly of design thinking processes and tools that I have used in my business to make improvements and efficiencies and to improve product development cycles and also product manufacturing. But just to give you a little bit of an idea of the difference between design thinking and typical business thinking, what we tend to find is that in business thinking, there's a leap between problem and solution. So we say, look, we've got this problem and we need this solution. With design thinking, we say, well, we have a problem, but let's understand what that problem is so that we can find the root cause of the problem and whether or not there's one problem or multiple problems. And then we will look at the potential issues related to that. We'll look more deeply into the different potential solutions for that through an exploration technique. And then we may find that you need multiple solutions. So you can see that we can then tailor a much better solution to a problem. And there's a little bit of a leap of faith using design thinking techniques because we don't know what the end outcome will be, but we know if we follow the correct processes that we will come to a better outcome than if we drive to a predefined outcome and try and make it fit in reverse to the problem that we're solving. So we see it very much as a cycle of continuous improvement. It's a learning exercise that we do in parallel with creating our outcomes for our projects. It supports a nonlinear process, which is really useful in the context of trying to create and drive innovation within your organisation. And it provides us an opportunity to learn from what we're doing. So it happens to come in the form of models, methods, and tools. And there are many different models used globally. And I've listed a few of the very well-known ones here and provided some links so that if anyone is interested for further research or reference, you can click on some of these links or find some of these links and see what materials are available for you for free download and to understand more clearly what design thinking is about. So you can see that it's used heavily in the Stanford Design School. At Zub Design, there's the double diamond diagram from the British Design Council, which is where I suggest for most people to start with using design thinking. IBM used design thinking really cleverly within their innovation processes, and they use the loop model. Google have their own version of design thinking, which they call the design sprint process, which is lots of short and quick design and innovation methodologies. And we have the IDEO human-centered design model all listed here. Now, what we tend to do as design thinkers is we use these models and then we attach to those models a number of methods that you can use to affect those models in use of your project. And within those methods, we'll have specific tools that we use. But at the most base level, what you're effectively doing is working through a design cycle. But we start with the concept of X being an opportunity or a problem or a hunch that we might have about doing something or needing to do something. So we will then explore for X, and through that exploratory process, we will develop enough information to be able to define what we're really looking at doing. And once we find that definition, we can then innovate by generating ideas to address the defined problem that we now have or the defined opportunity. And once we have our innovations, we can prototype a number of those and then test to see which best fits the market. Once we've tested and decided which option we might go for, we will then work towards delivering. And once we deliver, we will learn from that delivery and that process through feedback from our customers and clients, and then we will use that to iterate to the next level of the product or service or service solution that we're delivering. And that will feed back into the next loop of the cycle. So you can see here that all of the learnings that we develop throughout the process, we will build into the next cycle. That's where we get our cycle of continuous improvement in using design thinking. So why is design thinking useful for any of us in any of our industries in which we work? There are a huge number of empathy tools which allows us as design thinkers to create more human-centered design results. When we think about how to make systems, products and solutions better for the end user, then we tend to have more traction and better outcomes for everyone involved. It's based on a systems thinking framework, which allows us to develop an understanding of the system or the systems in which we are working, and to navigate complexity in those systems. It's a really useful tool to create collaboration opportunities and co-creation opportunities, which means that we work with our teams and with our end users to get the best outcomes. And the fantastic thing about getting those best outcomes within the teams is that we learn well and develop well as a team, and we establish creative and innovative cultures through the successes that we have. Design thinking methods allow us to tailor the methods, selecting the ones that are best suited to our specific needs as a team or an organisation. And that allows us to develop our capacity for innovation. There are specific methods that we can use for innovation, but overall, we can use the design thinking tools and frameworks and methodologies to help us both professionally and personally in the workplace. And one of the main things is through developing empathy. And I have a quote here from David Kelly, who's the founder of IDEO, which is a large organisation that delivers design thinking interventions for organisations. This is the main tenet of design thinking is empathy for the people that you're trying to design for. And leadership is exactly the same thing, building empathy for the people that you're entrusted to help. And I think the type of people that would be attending the conference today are those who are leaders within their industry or aspiring to becoming leaders. So design thinking allows you not only to think about who you're going to be producing outcomes for, but also to be able to understand the people that you're leading towards attaining those goals. Pardon me. So one tool that might be very useful for you is to use an empathy map, not only for your customers, but for the teams that you're leading. And I'll give an example of a project that I worked on a few years ago in Thailand for a manufacturing business that I was consulting with. And they had a team of workers that worked 6 days a week, mostly female, in manufacturing high, technically difficult, extreme sports equipment. What they found was that they were getting a high failure rate in the product, about 20%, which is very bad for the brand reputation, but also bad from a sustainability perspective. And what we found was that the people, or someone's got their mic on and I can hear the background speaking. If you could turn the mic off, that would be really useful. Okay, I'll just keep talking. I hope that the mic is not, the discussion in the background is not disturbing you. I find it a little bit disturbing. So we found that the people that were through 2 design research methods, one of interview and one of observation, that the people that were working in the factory would see around them other opportunities to go and work for someone else, which would be easier. They feel frustrated, they feel unhappy about where they're working because they've got problems all the time. They want to leave, they're distracted because they're not sure where their kids are. They're feeling unhappy because they're criticised for errors that they're making. Their family's complaining, their colleagues are complaining. It's just not a pleasant place to work. So I started to undertake a number of interviews individually with people, and what really came out clearly is that they wanted their kids to be in school and safe, and the times that they were working made that difficult to happen. They felt they were not supported by being part of a team, and they didn't have a happy workplace, and that they had no control over fixing issues with the design of the product, which made the product difficult to fix. So through those insights that we developed using that design thinking research process, we established that if we reduce the working week from 6 days to 5.5 days, and that we looked at how we had designed the products and redesigned them so they were easier to make, and if we provided the staff with a uniform so that they felt like they were part of the team, and we provided before and after school care and a creche for young children at the factory, and transport to school and breakfast, lunch and dinner for the workers, we were able to significantly reduce error rate down to 2%. We reduced our turnover of our staff because we became an excellent place to work. This meant that people were less stressed, so we had less absenteeism with our people that were working for us, and we became a preferred employer. And putting all of this together meant that we had a much better and much lower cost manufacturing facility. So empathy tools can become really useful, and I suggest that if you're looking for some good design thinking tools, the links that I gave earlier in the presentation were useful, but you might ask the what, how and why, the 5 whys: deep listening, storytelling, storyboarding, story sharing, capture, body storming, or creative journey maps to understand how to gain more empathy for the people that you're working with and for and on behalf of. And you may also have a look at a great resource called the DIY Development Impact and New Toolkit, which has a lot of good free resources for you to use for design thinking. Now, if we think of design thinking as a systems thinking in context program within an organization, and we quote Paul Ju here, systems thinking is a discipline for discerning relationships and contexts that are not obvious. When you're undertaking projects, it can be very useful to map the systems in which you're working using design thinking mapping methods. We call these ecosystems. So we look at the ecosystem in which we work, which is the system that we've developed internally, but how we sit within external systems. And we will then examine the relationships between the factors that are within those ecosystems. And then we can assess how these flow, the relationships flow, whether they flow in 2 directions or 1 direction, whether they're transactional or reciprocal. And then we can look at where risk lies for us and where gain lies for us with our stakeholders and the different ways that they interact within those systems. And this allows us to form plans strategically on how we can work within the system and what might happen if we change any of the aspects of the system. And when we have that systems understanding, it makes us much better prepared to make decisions for our projects. So for example, I work a lot with students around helping them develop capacity for entrepreneurship. I work across a number of faculties of business and engineering and design. And we had a colleague at the university I work who developed a map of all of the different points within the system that we have at the university that allows us to provide support for students. And then we, when we're developing that map, he was thinking about the map, orange map down in the left-hand corner of the screen. And Mr. Blemmel was wanting to match into the same style as the map that we've mapped our local ecosystem in, so that our map fitted into the local ecosystem. Now, as a result of making it very easy to understand how to navigate all the resources, we're able to create more student startups, and these students started making really interesting businesses out of their startups. Now, one of the ways that you can help your projects understand better how to work within systems is that you can think about how to map the system and how to map the resources that lie and the information sources that lie within those systems. So this is an example of Australian and global support systems for entrepreneurship, and we've chosen to use logos in this map. This is from, it was done by Chad Hernando from Startup Oz. And it's really useful for anyone who wants to work within startup to look at this map. So you can imagine in the types of projects that you might be affecting, if you could create a similar map so that people understand where to find the information they need and the resources they need to affect the project. If they need to just, rather than looking at a huge long index list, you can have a visual map like this, and it makes it much easier for people to understand how to function within that system. Now, once we work past the notion of systems thinking, we can have a think about how design thinking may help us work in the context of collaborating with others or designing with others. There's a great quote from Helen Keller. She says, "Alone we can do so little, but together we can do so much." And I wanted to show you a short example of a project I did for a startup space and an innovation space that we were developing at the University of New South Wales. And I used 3 design thinking techniques to engage with all of our stakeholders to co-create an approach to designing the facility and the resources that it had within it. I then used a participatory design methodology to design the space. And then with all of the research that we used produced generative outcomes, i.e. For example, everything that we did generated information that informed the rest of our process. So you can see here in these images, in the top image, I've got students in a generative co-creation exercise, where in the purple pieces of paper, they're specifying who they would like to work with if they came to work at the Innovation Centre. And so some of them are saying they'd like to work with people from other disciplines. Others are saying they'd like to work with investors. Some would like to work with academics. Some would like to work with business or industry. So it helped us gain an understanding of the types of people that we could bring in to help our students. And in the bottom image, you can see us videoing responses from a student so that we could edit his responses into a video to promote the new innovation and entrepreneurship space to other students across the university. One of the techniques that we used in this was deep listening technique of design thinking. We used the how might we model, which means that we would say, look, there's an action that needs to happen for somebody in order to change something. So, for example, the doors need to be open at 9 a.m. in order for students to be able to collaborate long enough during the day, or the doors need to be open between 9 a.m. and 9 p.m. if we want to be more specific. So we list the users, we need to list the needs they have, and then when we look at how we can solve them, that's when we generate insights. And so this is questions that give us deep listening opportunities to build, and in this instance, those insights led us to understand how to better provide opportunities for students to connect. In the next phase, we used a co-design workshop, and you can see here that the students have a set of blueprints, which are the blueprints of the space that's being built for them. And we allowed them to design and develop all the features that were in there. So where would desks be? Where would lounges be? Where would technology be located? Where we put laser cutters? Where do we put 3D printing? Is there a space for people to hold events? These sorts of questions. And this led to them being part of the design of the facility for themselves, which meant that we were providing them with outcomes that were much closer to the way that they wanted to work. Now, if we go to the next concept in design thinking, is how can you use design thinking from an entrepreneurial perspective, or how can you design think your ideas from an entrepreneurial perspective, i.e. how can you introduce innovation within your own organization using a business model, or how can you use design thinking to create your own or design your own business? Joel Brown from IDEO says, look, learn from the past, live in the present and create your future. So design thinking allows us to create future businesses or future opportunities within our own organization. And we can do that through a business model canvas, which was developed by a company called Strategizer. And the columns here are all activities that need to happen in order to create a business opportunity, make it happen. And you can do it within your own context of creating your own business, or you can do it within creating a product or a project within a business you already work in, and be able to provide a business case to do it. And there's a whole lot of design thinking tools that we can link to those. So the first one is your value propositions that you might offer. And you can see here that there's a tool called a value proposition canvas from Strategizer, which allows you to create a whole pile of information around, you know, what are the issues that customers might have, so what the pains that they have, and what relieves those pains, what do they want to achieve, and how do we create those opportunities for them to achieve this. What do they do? What products and services will suit them? So if you can understand what value you provide to somebody, then you will be able to relate that back to how you should provide it within the context of a business. Your key activities are quite important. And what happens in most organisations, whenever I come in consulting very early on, I do this audit. So I look at what are the activities that we do as an organisation, and what is the value that we need to provide for our customers. We often find that, that there will be activities that we do that don't actually match with providing value. So if we can list the values and then relate them back to activities and identify things that we're doing that don't contribute, then we can remove them from our systems and the way that we do things. And then we have the ability to put the resources and time that were being consumed by that unnecessary activity back into more value-adding activities. So first you map your value propositions and then your activities in order to deliver on them, identify any gaps or inconsistencies, identify any insights you have, and then work out a strategy to address those issues. We also have tools that help us understand our customers or the people that we're designing with and for. And we do that through creating what we call personas. So this persona template comes from the DIY handbook that I mentioned earlier. And as you can see here, it has a whole series of questions that you can use to create a persona. A persona is an aggregate of the characteristics that define a particular group of people that you service through your products and service deliveries. And you will have a whole lot of information here that you can put together. And this, by using the personas, you can more deeply understand how to satisfy the needs of your customers. We can also look at how we provide customer relationships and the channels through a template like this one, which is about understanding how you interact and engage and how people find you. And then we do that through this experience mapping exercise. So awareness is how did people hear about you? How Do you keep in contact with them? How can they access you? And then what will the outcome be? And when we list these observations, then we can gain insights or learnings and then build that into the services that we provide to support our products. We can also look at who our key partners might be and the types of relationships we have with our key partners. And we might look at our local, regional, national, international level with all of these. And as we understand each section of the topic, so we can, this has got 8 sections, but you can have as many as you need for your key partners and your connections. We just need to understand how we give benefit to these people and these partners and what our relationship and our connections might be and how the stakeholders may relate to each other. So by creating visual representations of this, it's a lot easier for us to understand this information and then relate it back to other considerations within the business model canvas. We can also think about what are the key resources that we need to achieve our projects and our project goals. And I really like mapping key resources. So if we put our project in the middle of the mind map, in this instance, we're looking at a curious brain, but say for example, I want to build a bridge, then you might have a whole lot of different arms that come off the mind maps. So, who's going to use the bridge? What kind of transport will go over it? Does it need to be a big bridge or a small bridge that branches off that way? And then you might look, what should the bridge be made out of? What materials options are there? How long will it take? Who will be funding the bridge? What resources do we need? So as we go through and look at all these aspects in relation to that project, we can then see what we need to bring together into our resource kit to be able to make the project happen effectively. Now, cost structure and revenue streams are pretty interesting exercises to do, and I suggest that they're always done with the team understanding the financial constraints of the projects, and they're fairly standard accounting procedures. So I don't have design tools that I would sort of specifically relate to cost structure and revenue streams, but I've seen some very effective mind maps and some very effective brainstormings around innovating different cost structure and revenue streams to support projects, and this may well be up to you. Now, the last thing I wanted to say that we can do with the design thinking is clearly understand the environment in which you're working. And a very basic tool is the PESLI tool, where we look at the different political, economic, social, technological, legal, environmental and ethical considerations that we have. Now, when I first learnt the PESL analysis, it stopped at legal. And what we're finding now with more people interested in sustainability and the longevity of and cultural aspects of projects, that quite deservedly, environmental considerations and ethical considerations are now being added into the PESLI analysis. Now, if you can list down through the analysis all the factors that can impact on your project, and then you put a plus if they're going to be positive, or a minus if they're not going to be positive, or a 0 if they're neutral. And then you might then also identify whether you have the ability to have any influence over those aspects. And this can help you identify where you can throw resources to tackle some of the challenges of that the environment places upon your projects, but it can also mean that you can also identify where it is not worth trying to influence or change outcomes because you can't control that. So it's about using a design tool to more effectively understand where to invest your resources for project success. So just to wrap up my presentation today, design thinking is a very serious business. It sounds like a lot of fun, and it can look like a lot of fun because it's quite playful. It's a very interactive way of undertaking research and generating insights for your projects, particularly in order to identify opportunities and problems that you could address in the context of innovating. What I suggest to you is to start if you haven't already, on your design thinking journey, just by using a few small tools in small ways, and build your confidence in doing that, and then start documenting your experiences. And then you might wish to reflect on your actions and the outcomes of those actions as you move along. But I really hope you enjoy trying to use design thinking in your practice, and also to build a community of practice of people that you work with or interact with that are also using design thinking, and share your experiences with each other to document your wins and embed it into your practice every day. And with that, I thank you again for the opportunity to present, and I'll stop my screen sharing. And I'm not sure if you wanted to have any question and answer time, but that's my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Selena Griffith, about your presentation. It's very interesting.
Thank you.
And very important for student undergraduate and postgraduate will be continue to take a postdoctor.
Yes, we hope more students use these tools. Yeah, thank you.
Ibu Ella, maybe any question?
Yes, I have one question from Zoom chat. This is come from Dr. Sajat Alimangi from MUET Sahid ZA Budo Campus, Pakistan. Yeah. The question is how to create entrepreneur project impact on social life, on the people, and develop business of our project.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Mangi from the University of Pakistan. That's a great question. I specifically work in social enterprise, so this is an area that I particularly like applying design thinking to. So it's very easy within sort of communities to find problems that the community face, and they tend to be the best places to find opportunities for entrepreneurship. So for example, if you had a community that had a difficult time getting the produce to marketplaces that they were producing, an entrepreneur would then come and solve that problem and find an effective transport method and a way of making an income from that, and we would call that an entrepreneurial project. And then that entrepreneur would create what we call a positive social impact on the community by being able to get the materials to market. And I think that's what you're probably asking about. So the business model canvas, which I've shown you, is a great way to evaluate whether a project can have social impact or not. So you would develop a theory of change, which is, if I do this, this will happen. Then you test that and work out whether the community are happy with that, and there's an entrepreneur that can support it. And then that's how the business would develop over time. I hope that answered your question, Dr. Mangi. Thank you.
Okay. Other question, maybe one question again. Audience, please. Will be question.
I'm happy to answer some more questions if you have any.
Okay, I think it's enough.
That's enough.
We applause to Dr. Selena Griffith about your presentation. It's very interesting.
Great, thank you.
And now will be deliver of certificate for Dr. Selena Griffith. Please, Bu Ella, to deliver.
Yes, wait a moment.
Oh, thank you very much. That's lovely.
Yes. Yes, this is Certificate of Outstanding Service and Achievement Award. This certificate is proudly presented to Dr. Sarana Griffith, New South Wales University, Australia. Congratulations. And this is
Thank
one
you
more
very much.
certificate of appreciation. Of this certificate is proudly presented to Dr. Sarana Griffith, New South Wales University, Australia, in your recognition and your contribution as keynote speaker. Thank you very much, Dr. Sarana Griffith.
Dr. Sarana
Okay,
Griffith.
see you again in the next
See you again in the
international conference.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. See you again. We applause to Dr. Selena.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, Pak Iksan will be continue to Prof. Ramadan.
Prof. Dani.
Prof. Dani.
Nah, Prof. Dani sebentar dia lagi mandi kayak.
Si pagi banget di sana, Pak.
Enggak juga, selisihnya kan 6 jam aja sih.
Oh.
Ya, ini bentar lagi masuk dia.
Oke.
Lagi masuk.
Prof. Ramadan.
Prof. Ramadan belum bisa dia.
Oke. Sambil menunggu Prof. Dani, I will announce about the parallel session. Oke, Pak Iksan.
Lanjut Pak Idi.
Oke. For parallel session kelas E, Rigel Pawalo, Fahmi Alkaf, Andri Wijaya, Nurul Adi Pasaputro, Zulfikar, Muhammad Dahlan, Atik Setiorini, Rafiq Ardiansyah Nur, Bonifacio de Oliveira, Daniel Rizky, Ruli Priyatna, Muhammad Imam Syafi'i, Faris Gading, Muhammad Wildan, Yudhistira Rizky, Renaldi Nurdiansyah, Slamet Irwanto, Anugrah Dwi P, Imam Ma'ruf, Gosi Naufal Ahmadi, Muhammad Wiraka, Deviana Cahyani, Muhammad Arsya, Egar Albert Sugianto, Sahrul Romadona, Triantoni, Mukliso, Fahri Jaubar Akbar, and the last Randi Aditya. And the next class parallel B, Cahya Arif Prakoso, Faisal Hamzah, Mariatul Siftia, Fitria Nur Ilahi, Muhammad Sofyan Arif, Muhammad Rudiansyah, Bondroini, Satria Waseso A, Sofyan Ali Rapsanjani, Sultan Gayu Kirana, Muhammad Farhan, Anissa Fairuz, Alfian, Fatia Amatullah, Vina Malinda, Fadila Ariski Nur, Harif Prasetyo, Koiru Mardiansyah, Mami Purwaning, Sudrajat Budi Utomo, Lufti Adfarisi, Febrianto Tripe, Fikri Sutanto, Renaldi Nurdiansyah, Niko Firmansyah, Novi Hendri Pratama, Fadal Jehlae, Bayu Sugianto, and then the last Arif Jonata Johansyah. And then
Pak Edi, itu Pak Dani sudah hadir.
Okay. Are you ready, Prof. Dani? Are you ready, Prof. Dani?
Bisa unmute.
Yes. Yes.
Oke, Prof. Dani, please.
Maaf, tak pikir jam 6 sore.
Di sana jam berapa, Prof?
Sekarang jam 11.20 pagi. Pagi.
Oke. Silakan mempresentasikan.
Ini saya mempresentasikan apa yang lagi tren di Indonesia. untuk di bidang vokasi maksud saya. Mana ya? Saya mau presentasikan ini model link and match untuk pendidikan vokasi. Saya kerja sama Pak Wikan, bantuin Pak Wikan, Dirjen Vokasi di Indonesia, untuk membuat model link and match untuk pendidikan vokasi dan juga bisa dipakai untuk jurusan yang lain. Saat ini banyak mahasiswa di Indonesia yang nggak banyak diterima di perusahaan. Nah, kalau di UK hampir 98% semua mahasiswa diterima langsung kerja lah. Ini pemodelan baru. Jadi semoga kalau buat jurusan bisa sama. Ini akan dibuat suatu piloting di Indonesia bulan Desember kalau nggak salah. Ini Pak Presiden kemarin bilang pendidikan tinggi, pendidikan kejuruan, SMK di daerah-daerah dihubungkan dengan industri-industri agar lulusannya sesuai dengan kebutuhan dan siap untuk hal-hal yang baru. Nah ini yang jadi telaah terakhir. Jadi bisa dipakai untuk sipil, untuk ekonomi, untuk perhotelan misalnya. Link and match itu idenya udah diterapkan oleh pemerintah Inggris dari dulu. Levelnya itu bisa menengah, itu SMK. Lanjutan D3, kemudian lebih tinggi lagi ada D4, S1 dan S2. Semuanya kurikulumnya menyatu, enggak kayak Indonesia. Indonesia kan putus-putus, SMA putus, kemudian S1-nya putus, S2-nya juga kadang putus juga. Kalau di UK semuanya link seperti aliran sungai dari hulu sampai ke hilir, hampir sama. Nah untuk yang vokasi di UK itu semuanya dibiayai oleh perusahaan, tapi perusahaannya membayar ke negara sebagai pajak. Ini yang jadi susah di Indonesia karena nggak semua perusahaan ngasihkan yang the real profitnya untuk pajaknya. Dan di UK hampir 100%, jadi sekitar 98%, itu semua anak didik yang lulus S1, D3, maupun SMK itu diterima oleh industri. Dan biasanya sudah dikontrak duluan oleh perusahaan. Nah, skema ini kadang ada yang dinamakan acceleration, jadi ada D3 yang cuma 2 tahun, atau D4, atau kalau S1 itu biasanya 4 tahun, kita bisa membuat sebagai 2 tahun, seperti itu. Nah, ini tujuan dari link and match yang akan kita pakai itu ensuring the technical knowledge dan practical skill, fulfill the industry required to become competent. Ini yang paling penting, katanya Pak Dirjen. Ini kompetennya itu, dan juga akan kita tambahin sebagai sifat dan perilaku dari para mahasiswa itu sendiri. Jadi ada pengukurannya, ada markingnya, jadi ada nilainya. Jadi kita nilai antara A sampai E. Jadi hopefully, jadi kalau pakai ini, insya Allah bisa menjadikan kita punya high skill workforce. Jadi mereka profesional, knowledge-nya dan skill-nya juga mumpuni, mereka pinter-pinter, kayak di UK juga. Jadi mereka profesional banget orang-orangnya. Jadi misalnya dari anak kecil gini, lulus SMK misalnya, kemudian pakai link and match, menjadi pendidikan vokasi atau universitas, akan menjadi seorang wanita yang profesional kalau di gambar ini, atau pria profesional. Tujuannya seperti apa? Gambarnya struktur seperti apa? Jadi industri nanti kerjasama sama universitas, ada asesor juga, ini dipekerjakan oleh universitas, yang mahasiswa dipekerjakan oleh industri, tapi juga kita yang mengatur tentang knowledge, skill, dan behavior-nya kita. Ini yang dinamakan link and match punyanya Dirjen Vokasi Indonesia. Jadi agak kompleks, tapi jadinya lebih bagus kalau dibuat seperti simple banget gini. Jadi semua orang bisa ngerti. Nah, kemudian untuk kurikulum dibangun itu seperti apa sih di UK itu? Nah, ini juga akan kita pakai nanti di Indonesia. Jadi kita akan makainya itu asosiasi industri akan ngumpul. Jadi nggak harus Kadin ya. Jadi Kadin itu kan asosiasi semua. Nah, kalau kalau proposal ini asosiasi industri, jadi tidak harus Kadin. Jadi misalnya industri-industri kecil, misalnya salah satu contoh industri sepeda misalnya ya, kayak Federal, kemudian ada lagi yang lain gitu, untuk menyaingi Brompton misalnya, misalnya. Itu ngumpul di sini, kemudian mereka membuat suatu kurikulum proposal ke negara. Saya pengen orang-orang yang akan kita employ, misalnya untuk membuat sepeda itu, Brompton misalnya seperti ini, jadi listnya itu udah ada semua. Kemudian kurikulumnya itu nanti seperti ini, jadi ada kurikulum proposal, itu nggak detail banget. Kurikulum standar itu baku banget, jadi nggak bisa diubah udah. Kemudian diserahkan ke diksi atau ke dikti. Nah, pada waktu dikti bilang, ini adalah kurikulumnya, kemudian baru dikasihkan ke universitas. Nah, universitas nanti tidak usah mikir lagi kurikulumnya itu nanti seperti apa sih. Itu nggak bisa mikir lagi. Jadi mereka harus terpaut oleh kurikulum standar ini. Untuk sementara ini di Indonesia kan, kalau kita buat jurusan, kita buat aja lah. Kira-kira kan. Ini di dalam hal ini nggak ada namanya kira-kira. Semuanya match untuk kurikulum standar punyanya industri. Jadi apa yang industri inginkan, kita punya semua udah. Jadi industri nggak bisa ngelak. Orangnya nggak siap, lawang kamu yang buat kurikulum kok. Ngapain nggak siap, gimana? Ini salah satu contoh. Jadi asosiasi industri nanti diberi nama Trailblazer. Salah satu contoh pariwisata misalnya. Itu ada beberapa unit kumpulan dari asosiasinya. Jadi ada yang punya restoran, itu pengennya orangnya seperti apa. Kemudian dari agen internasional yang mengirim turis ke Indonesia. Kemudian yang punya bangunan, misalnya salah satu contoh museum misalnya. Kemudian pura misalnya kalau di Bali banyak, itu pengennya apa aja. Ini orang-orang yang bekerja di pariwisata ya. Kemudian agen lokal, jadi untuk misalnya transportnya, kemudian untuk tour guide-nya misalnya. Kemudian di pantai, jadi pengelolaan pantai itu pengennya seperti apa, atau pengelolaan danau seperti apa. Kemudian di hotel itu mereka inginnya para pekerjanya itu seperti apa. Nah itu dikumpulin jadi satu, mereka akan jadi suatu kurikulum lengkap. Ini salah satu contoh nanti, saya kasih contoh dulu. Nanti di occupation standard itu atau kurikulum standar itu menerbitkan dua standar. Jadi satu generik dan satu khusus. Nah khusus ini tergantung dari beberapa industri yang ada di dalamnya. Nah di dalam standar ini nanti ada tiga, ada knowledge, skill, dan behavior. Kemudian untuk occupation standard ini bisa dijadikan standar untuk membentukkan jurusan dan mata kuliahnya. Jadi benar-benar fix sudah. Jadi nggak bisa orang lain bilang atau industri bilang nggak cocok itu buat kita. Bukan gimana nggak cocok, kok kamu yang buat kok. Kemudian tugas, lama belajar, sistem penilaiannya seperti apa, keterampilan yang terpindah itu seperti apa, itu juga harus didetailkan di dalam occupation standard. Jadi tugasnya itu seperti apa aja, misalnya ada ujian misalnya, ujiannya apa aja. Kemudian ini yang buat bukan kampus ya, ini yang buat adalah industri. Nah, kemudian pada akhir occupation standard itu akan ada penilaian titik akhir. Ini yang menentukan mahasiswa itu akan dipekerjakan oleh industri atau tidak gitu. Nah, ini salah satu contoh, misalnya untuk industri pariwisata misalnya ini. Jadi untuk orangnya atau misalnya mahasiswanya itu knowledge-nya mengetahui cara mengidentifikasi potensi risiko bagi orang dan bisnis, serta cara merencanakan dan meminimalkan dampaknya. Skill-nya apa yang dicari? Ya mengidentifikasi dan mengelola risiko. Kemudian behavior-nya kayak apa kelakuannya. Jadi mereka harus selalu fokus melalui manajemen risiko, dan mereka harus proaktif secara pribadi atau melalui orang lain. Kemudian untuk customer, pembentukan customer itu ini isinya untuk turis loh ya, ini hanya untuk pariwisata maksud saya. Ini yang general. Yang spesifik, misalnya front office management misalnya, itu harus mengetahui cara mengalokasi dan mengelola ruang untuk memaksimalkan peluang penjualan bisnis. Skill-nya apa? Mengelola ketersediaan dan penjualan kamar dan atau fasilitas untuk memaksimalkan pendapatan. Itu skill-nya. Jadi Kemudian behavior-nya menunjukkan standar tinggi konsisten dari presentasi dan perilaku pribadi. Nah, dari 3 ini itu bisa dibuat beberapa mata kuliah gitu. Jadi misalnya marketing ada, kemudian negotiation juga ada, kemudian penjualan untuk kamar ini bisa dengan internet, jadi pakai e-commerce misalnya dan lain sebagainya. Kemudian housekeeping kalau di pariwisata itu salah satu contoh misalnya untuk membersihkan kamar, presentasinya gimana dan lain sebagainya. Jadi semuanya tertulis detail ini yang akan mau kita pakai ke depannya 4 tahun ke depan untuk pembuatan suatu jurusan di Indonesia. Semuanya detail tergantung industri apa yang kita minta karena selama ini agak tidak matching gitu. Jadi semuanya akan berubah sedikit. Cara kerjanya gimana? Jadi kurikulum itu dibuat berdasarkan studi kalau di vokasi, bukan dari universitas atau politeknik. Kemudian diharapkan mahasiswa punya 30 jam work experience per semester menjadi kewajiban. Jadi kalau Indonesia sudah ada ke KKN sama PKL ya, itu bisa dimasukkan di sini. Tapi ini per semester, jadi bukan hanya pada akhir mereka. Tapi kalau misalnya tidak punya perusahaan, itu kita bisa membuat namanya simulated work base. Nah ini juga harus perusahaan yang memberikan, bukan kampus. Dikira-kira gitu nggak ada perkiraan di sini. Semuanya harus dari perusahaan. Nah itu dulu Pak Moderator. Maaf saya nggak bisa lama-lama ini. Terima kasih. Halo?
Pak Edi? Boleh nanya, Prof?
Oh.
Pak Isradi.
Oke.
Boleh tanya, Prof?
Monggo.
Nah, kalau kita di kampus saya Mercu Buana, biasanya kita kumpulkan stakeholder dulu tuh dari industri. Nah, setelah itu kita mau tahu apa yang diminta dari industri buat kita kurikulum. Nah, beda dengan yang tadi kan, berarti kita kurikulum di sini tidak semaunya sendiri bikinnya, Prof. Artinya mengikuti pasar yang ada di Indonesia gitu loh, Prof.
Betul. Iya, betul. Jadi nanti ada 2 sisi. Jadi kalau di Indonesia itu udah ada beberapa kampus yang udah punya namanya Industrial Advisor Bureau ya. Itu udah ada. Jadi kayak misalnya Poltek itu udah terbiasa punya sekitar 30 perusahaan di dalamnya. Paling banyak itu. Di Bali itu kalau nggak salah dia punya sudah 30-an. Kalau yang Poltek di Surabaya itu ada beberapa. Itu mereka hanya punya sekitar 10. Nah, mereka itu yang drive. Tapi di UK juga sama persis. Tapi masalahnya sekarang itu stakeholder yang perusahaan ini hanya sedikit kan. Jadi mereka tidak satu jurusan, nggak mungkin mereka membuat suatu detail kurikulum untuk satu jurusan. Anggap aja misalnya sekarang jurusan additive manufacturing misalnya, nggak akan terjadi. It's impossible to do that. Jadi makanya sekarang Dikti mau Mitra Dudi itu akan membuat suatu konsorsium. Beberapa perusahaan akan dipecil kecil-kecil gitu. Jadi kita udah negosiasi sama Kadin, kemudian sama beberapa organisasi besar. Mereka akan diambil kecil-kecilnya gitu untuk para universitas di Indonesia supaya kita lebih maju lagi. Dan untuk stakeholdernya itu kalau di UK itu sebagai penjamin mutu pendidikan untuk supaya match dengan industri yang kayak Pak Isradi bilang tadi, hampir sama. Hampir sama. Tapi kita mau buat yang lebih gede lagi enggak, karena mungkin Mercu Buana punya misalnya, Narotama enggak punya seperti itu misalnya. Kan jadinya enggak seimbang di Indonesia.
Berarti nanti ke depannya kemungkinan akan dibikin seperti di UK ya, Prof ya?
Kita pengennya seperti di UK biar mahasiswanya itu biar kita bisa menang sama TKA lah. Maaf saya ngomong apa adanya.
Ini kita merubah lagi nanti nih.
Enggak, ini mau piloting dulu. Jadi ada 4 universitas yang ditunjuk untuk piloting. Kita dapat dana juga, lumayan dananya. Kemudian kita mulai berubah. Nah, kalau misalnya dalam 1 tahun perubahannya terlalu menyolok, bagus, baru semuanya akan harus ikut tahun berikutnya. Gitu.
Oke. Terima kasih,
Oke.
Prof.
Sama-sama. Sama-sama.
Oke.
Waalaikumsalam.
Terima kasih Prof. Dani.
Oke, Pak Edi.
Ini International Conference beraroma Indonesia. Karena Prof. Dani pasti pengen sekali berbahasa Indonesia. Oke, Pak. Mungkin karena waktunya yang terbatas dan ini sudah waktunya sholat maghrib di Surabaya, kami akan menyampaikan sertifikat ke Prof. Dani. Mohon disiapkan Pak Iksan. Mohon maaf. Nanti lain kali waktu masih bisa ketemu lagi Pak Prof. Dani.
Iya Pak, matur nuwun atas kesempatannya, matur nuwun. Sangat.
Okay, we will deliver certificate outstanding service and achievement award for Professor Dr. Dani Harmanto, de Montfort University, United Kingdom, in your recognition and appreciation of outstanding achievement and dedication and support in the 5th International Conference. Okay, the second certificate, ada 2 Pak Dani sertifikatnya.
Oh.
Certificate of appreciation. The certificate is present to Associate Professor Dr. Dani Harmanto, de Montfort University, United Kingdom, in your recognition and your contribution as keynote speaker in Worldconference 5th International Conference. We applause to Professor Dani Harmanto. Okay, thank you Pak Iksan. Thank you Prof. Dani.
Terima kasih Pak. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. See you again.
Yes.
And I will to continue to read about the fight of parallel class as follow. For class G, okay. For parallel C, Yuni Finasari, Severino Suarez Lopez, Ahmad Ubaidillah, Adam Jo Darmawan, Rega Febriana, Muhammad Fikri, Raka Fausta, Fahrul Arya Sanjaya, Alfian Yudi Pradana, Andika Hadi Pranata, Christian Aji Perdana, Kelik Dwi Krismon, Rizky Novitasari, Tri Rahayu, Kusumawati Nilam, Heri Subagio, Mansur, Aji Dwipa Warman, Ari Sujatmiko, Fajar Rizky Firmansyah, Fendi Iswayudi, Muhammad Ayung, Mohan Mahir Isradi, Reza Yoga Widya, Sudrajat, Firlo Kurniawan, Muhammad Kurniawan, Rana Reza Fahira, and the last Al-Ghifari Safran. And then there are parallel class D, Alan Bandangan, Andri Tantiope, Muhammad Syaur Rahman, Isma Sofia Mufida, Muhammad Abdika, Bima Arifian Teguh, Kairus Hafiz, Tia Maharani, Triwahyu Mardianto, Abed Nur Afani, Imam Sindu Baskoro, Erisal, Andi Wahyudi, Nur Yasin, Trinur Hakim Sarip, Rian Adistia Sera, Suryan Syah Pratama, Ari Dwi Prabowo, Muhammad Rizal, Slamet Irwanto, Catur Prayogo, Suryan Syah Pratama, Muhammad Galuh, Jonathan Haris, Ahmad Faham, Unggul Pratama, Gisela Triana Putri, Lukas Haryo Kurniawan, and then the last Muhammad Fadil. Okay, before I closing this event, 5th International Conference, I will to invite Mr. Isradi for praying closing conference. Oke.
Baik, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sebelumnya kita mengucapkan banyak-banyak terima kasih kepada semua keynote speaker yang telah bersedia memberikan informasi, memberikan pembentangan pada hari ini yang tentunya sangat bermanfaat bagi kita semua. Mudah-mudahan apa yang telah diberikan tadi menjadi amal ibadah bagi kita semua. Juga saya mau menyampaikan kalimat closing terkait dengan materi yang telah disampaikan tadi, bahwa lingkungan hidup perlu kita lestarikan supaya diperoleh keadaan yang seimbang antara manusia. Begitu banyak dampak yang ditimbulkan jika kita tidak memperhatikan keseimbangan alam yang kita gunakan sebagai tempat kehidupan. Begitu closingnya hari ini. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Doa penutup Pak Isradi sekalian, please.
Doa setelah closing ceremony aja, Pak. Ya.
Ya. Oke. Puji syukur kehadirat Tuhan. Dengan ini acara 5th International Conference saya nyatakan resmi ditutup.
Kita lanjut di parallel session nanti, Pak ya.
Ya, oke.
Dari mulai jam 6.30.
6.30.
Closing ceremony.
Oke, thank you.
Best paper dan the best presentation.
Thank you, Pak Isradi. See you again.
Terima kasih, Pak Edi.
Terima kasih semuanya. Terima kasih semuanya. Dilanjut dengan parallel session jam 6.30.
Masuk ke room masing-masing.
Ke room masing-masing, ABCD. Oke, thank you.
Kaisan. Kaisan.
Setengah 7 ya?
Ya, nanti setelah parallel session gabung ke Zoom gedein lagi ya untuk pengumuman.
Ya.
Ya, betul ya?
Ya.
Ya kan?
Balik ke sini.
Pindah sini lagi ya setelah selesai ya?
Ya. Siap.
Biar diumumkan di grup langsung closing ceremony kan ya?
Ya, boleh. Nah, yang masuk di paralel masih sedikit.
Oh gitu. Sudah diinfokan tadi.
Udah ya? Sedikit. Kan satu kelas tuh sekitar hampir 20 ya?
Oh iya, betul.
Udah sholat?
Ini baru wudhu, belum.
Udah, saya sholat dulu ya, baru buka nih.
Ya sama ini juga nih, nah.
Waduh, enak banget tuh. Payah ya.
Payah.
Saya buka dulu ya.
Siap.
Yuk.
Halo, assalamualaikum. Halo, selamat malam. Bisa dengar saya ya?
Assalamualaikum, selamat malam.
Halo, assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Oke, sudah standby. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good evening, good night, ladies and gentlemen. Presenter to Parallel Class D. Welcome. Conference, Worldconference, Civil Engineering. Ya. Selamat datang kepada semua peserta ya yang mengikuti kelas paralel D. Ya, ini untuk awal akan saya lakukan absen, kemudian saya akan memberitahukan terkait dengan tata aturan ya, yang akan kita lakukan. Baik, untuk yang pertama mungkin saya sampaikan untuk absen Alan Bandangan. Bapak Alan Bandangan.
Hadir Pak, hadir Pak.
Hadir ya. Bapak
Hadir.
Andrianto P.
Hadir Pak.
Oke, Muhammad Dianur Rahman. Muhammad Dianur Rahman. Belum hadir. Isma Sofa Mufida.
Hadir Pak.
Hadir. Muhammad Abdika. Bima Arifian.
Hadir Pak.
Hairul Hafiz. Bima Arifian sudah hadir?
Ada Pak.
Hadir ya. Bima Arifian sudah hadir. Hairul Hafiz belum hadir. Tia Maharani. Tia Maharani sudah hadir? Belum ya. Tri Wahyu Mardianto.
Hadir Pak.
Hadir. Bapak Abid Nur Afani.
Hadir Pak.
Hadir. Bapak Imam Sindu Baskoro. Oke, absen. Erizal.
Hadir Pak, hadir.
Hadir ya. M. Andi Wahyudi.
Hadir Pak.
Hadir. M. Nur Yasin. Belum hadir. Trinur Hakim Sarif. Oke, Rian Aditya Cera. Suryansah Pratama.
Hadir Pak, hadir.
Hadir. Art Dwi Ari apa Art ini? Art Dwi Prabowo.
Hadir Pak, hadir.
Hadir. Muhammad Rizal.
Hadir Pak, hadir.
Slamet Irwanto. Catur Prayogo. Bapak Suryansah Pratama. Muhammad Galuh.
Dua kali Pak ya.
Oh, 2 kali?
Iya Pak, itu Pak 2 kali Pak.
Oh, 2 kali.
Iya.
Oke. So, Suryansah Pratama ya 2 kali ya?
Ya baik Pak.
Oke. Oh iya, betul. Nah,
Kirim 2 Pak ya.
Pratama. Muhammad Galuh F.
Hadir Pak, hadir. Galuh Firdaus hadir.
Jonathan Haris. Hadir. Belah ya. Ahmad Faham. Unggul Pratama. Gisela Triana Putri. Lukas Haryo Kurniawan. Muhammad Fadil. Oke, ini
Hadir, Pak.
yang hadir
Muhammad Fadil.
baru sekitar 70% ya. Dari jumlah 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 28 ya. Dari 28 baru sekitar 70%-an. Oke, nggak apa-apa ya. Jadi aturan yang pertama adalah pemateri atau presentasi paralel ya dilakukan selama 5 menit ya. Selama 5 menit. Kemudian nanti ada Q&A pertanyaan selama 5 menit ya. Jadi dari audiens selama 5 menit. Presentasi nanti diawali oleh Bapak Alan Bandangan ya. Kemudian setelah itu Andrianto ya yang tadi saya sebutkan berurutan saja ya. Dengan waktu yang nanti masing-masing adalah 5 menit ya, sehingga nanti waktu kita akan lebih cepat. Di mana nanti kita akan paralel ini saya akan mengumumkan nanti 3 presenter terbaik ya, dan juga 3 paper terbaik ya. Jadi nanti ada 3 ya. Jadi kita akan memulai kelas paralel, presentasi paralel. Bisa kita mulai dengan membaca doa ya, supaya kita selalu diberikan kelancaran ya, tidak ada halangan apapun. Berdoa langsung saya pimpin saja ya. This is first, pray in Muslim ya. Jadi nanti saya akan membacakan secara Muslim, yang non Muslim bisa mengikuti sesuai dengan keyakinan masing-masing ya. Berdoa, silakan. Amin, amin, alamin. Terima kasih, thank you, attention to opening space ya. Kita bisa memulai ya, mulai dari Oke, para season kelas D in the start. Mr. Alan Bandangan, ya, please. Okay, your 5 minutes from presentation and 5 minutes to Q&A. Okay.
Baik Pak. Selamat malam teman-teman.
Izinkan saya mempresentasikan
Selamat malam.
materinya dengan pakai bahasa Indonesia ya Pak ya.
Oh iya, silakan.
Oh ya, materinya kelihatan nggak Pak?
Kelihatan, silakan.
Di sini saya mengambil judul pengaruh substitusi batu kapur sebagai agregat substitusi batu kapur sebagai semen dan limbah plastik sebagai agregat kasar terhadap kuat tekan beton. Di sini ada 5 proses pengerjaan. Di sini ada 5 langkah-langkah. Pertama pendahuluan, rumusan masalah, metode penelitian, hasil dan analisis, 5 kesimpulan. Pertama, pendahuluan. Penggunaan batu kapur diharapkan bisa mengurangi kadar semen dan penggunaan limbah plastik, dapat menekan penggunaan kerikil dari kali sehingga tidak merusak ekosistem alam sungai. Adanya penambahan batu kapur dan limbah plastik. Adanya penambahan batu kapur dan limbah plastik diharapkan tanpa mengurangi kuat tekan beton. 2. Rumusan masalahnya sejauh mana pengaruh batu kapur dan limbah plastik terhadap nilai Islam. 2. Bagaimana pengaruh batu kapur pada beton sebagai substitusi semen serta limbah plastik yang disubstitusikan dalam agregat kasar terhadap kuat tekan beton. 3. Apakah penambahan batu kapur dan limbah plastik dapat digunakan sebagai bahan campuran beton dan efisien untuk mengurangi kadar semen dan agregat kasar yang digunakan. Metodologi penelitian, jenis penelitian yang digunakan, metode eksperimen dengan menggunakan bahan tambahan terhadap beton. Penelitian menggunakan mix design sehingga nilai agregat halus, agregat kasar, semen, batu kapur, dan limbah plastik dapat diketahui dari proses perhitungan mix Excel. 4. Hasil dan analisa terhadap penelitian ini, bentuk pengetahuan kandungan beton dan kecocokan material yang akan digunakan untuk campuran beton dengan tambahan substitusi batu kapur dan limbah plastik terhadap kuat tekan beton. Pada bab ini juga menampilkan hasil uji lab. Ini hasil uji labnya seperti ini Pak. Ini presentasi penggunaan campurannya, hasil nilai Islam, hasil kuat tekan, kesimpulan. Berdasarkan dari hasil penelitian nilai kuat tekan tertinggi beton yang dicampurkan dengan bahan substitusi yaitu pada campuran variasi A 1% tambah 1% dengan hasil yang sudah di rata-rata yaitu sebesar 20,27 MPa. Berdasarkan dari hasil penelitian beton dengan bahan tambahan substitusi batu kapur sebagai bahan substitusi semen dan limbah plastik sebagai bahan substitusi agregat kasar dengan variasi A dapat digunakan pada penggunaan struktur karena memiliki hasil kuat tekan hari 28 masih sesuai dengan perencanaan awal dan variasi yang lain lebih efisien digunakan untuk beton non struktur. Ini referensi. Sekian Pak. Maaf Pak, itu di mute Pak, nggak di.
Iya, maaf. Oke, thank you, Mas Alan Bandangan ya.
Siap, Pak.
Pak Alan Bandangan, your presentation. Ini cuma 3 menit ini ya, 3 minutes. Nggak lebih dari 5 menit. Oke, bisa kita lanjut dengan pertanyaan, mungkin dari audiens ada yang bisa memberikan pertanyaan, Q&A langsung dijawab nanti sama Mas Alan. Silakan para peserta. Wah, sepertinya sepi ini, atau karena masih sore ya, belum jam malam, belum malam minggu ini ya. Oke, Mas Alan, any question? Any question dari saya terkait dengan your material, bisa di page 1, coba saya lihat di judulnya tadi, di halaman 1. Oke. Oke, the effect of limestone substitution, apa ini, plastik. Oke. Penggunaan material plastik ya, penggunaan material plastik. Nah, ini Saudara Alan melakukan kegiatan ini di dalam lab, itu berapa yang dilakukan terkait dengan material plastik ya? Artinya dilakukan itu pada saat uji lab ya. Kan ini ada beberapa macam plastik ya, UIV atau apa itu ya, istilahnya ada beberapa itu, PPSA atau apa itu ya ada. Nah, yang saya tanyakan jenis material plastik yang digunakan oleh Mas Alan ini kayak tanyakan dengan waste itu ya, jadi sisa itu ya, jadi yang terbuang kaitannya ini uji plastiknya kadarnya seperti apa yang dilakukan?
Kita ini Pak, kita menggunakan limbah plastik, jadi kita cairkan dulu, jadi
bagaimana? Plastiknya dicairkan ya.
Terus kita bentuk lagi, kita tumbuk lagi sehingga terbentuk agregat kasar, Pak.
Oh gitu itu. Jenis plastiknya apa? Pakai apa? Pakai yang ini ya, botol itu ya?
Iya, pakai botol plastik.
Botol itu. Berapa gram adanya berapa gram tadi di tabelnya itu?
Oh, ada ya, saya kebetulan untuk itu saya bikin limbah plastik, saya bikin 4 variasi Pak. 1%, 1%, 5%, 10%, 15% Pak.
Oh, perbandingannya segitu ya?
Iya Pak.
Oke. Oke, terima kasih. Mungkin ada pertanyaan dari peserta yang lain. Pak Isradi, monitor Pak Isradi. Pak Isradi,
lanjut Pak Roni. Lanjut.
Oke, thank you Pak Isradi. Oke. Ini headsetnya kok agak kacau ini. Nggak pas ini. Bentar.
Sharing dulu, Lan.
Oh iya Pak.
Oke, Pak Isradi. Mungkin ada pertanyaan ke Mas Alan ini.
Lanjut Pak Roni.
Lanjut, oke. Jadi untuk peserta ada?
Tidak Pak, cukup Pak.
Ya, cukup Pak. Sepertinya sudah janjian ini ya. Mohon izin Pak Isradi, sepertinya udah janjian yang tanpa ada pertanyaan. Oke, terima kasih. Menarik sekali ya, interesting your presentation about waste to material use ya. Jadi penggunaan material yang sisa material yang digunakan. Ini menarik sekali ya terkait dengan kondisi di di Indonesia yang kalau kita lihat ini termasuk kita ini adalah penghasil sampah ya, juga penghasil sampah terbesar juga ya. Ini beberapa kita lihat artikel itu, ini cukup bagus, menarik ya dari untuk temanya. Oke, terima kasih Mas Alan. Nanti selalu mengikuti ini sampai selesai karena nanti ada beberapa kaitannya dengan presentasi tadi. Oke, selanjutnya next Mr. Adrianto P. Hadir? Mr. Adrianto, Mas Adrianto?
Hadir Pak.
Oke, hadir. Oke, you have 5 minutes to presentation and 5 minutes to QA. Oke, start now.
Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Di sini saya akan mempresentasikan dengan bahasa Indonesia. Perkenalkan, nama saya Andri Tantio Prihandono. Saya akan mempresentasikan jurnal saya yang berjudul Analisa Kinerja Bus Transpatriot Dampak COVID-19.
Bisa di screen-nya bisa dibesarkan, Mas Andri. Screen-nya bisa di F5. Ditekan F5.
Oh.
Oke, sip.
Bentar, Pak. Perkenalkan, seiring berjalannya waktu,
ya silakan lanjut.
bentar Pak, ini ada gangguan. Assalamualaikum. Sering dengan jumlahnya penduduk yang terus bertambah, mengakibatkan banyaknya aktivitas penduduk dalam usaha memenuhi kebutuhan setiap hari, menimbulkan sebuah perjalanan atau pergerakan dari suatu tempat ke tempat lain. Dalam melakukan aktivitas pergerakan manusia menggunakan sarana dan prasarana transportasi, bertambahnya penduduk kendaraan pribadi membuat angkutan umum semakin ditinggalkan. Tujuan penelitian ini adalah ingin mengetahui kepuasan pelayanan dan kinerja pelayanan serta mengetahui kinerja operasional sebelum COVID dan adaptasi kebiasaan baru. Masalah bagaimana performa kepuasan pelanggan bus Transpatriot, bagaimana kepuasan pengguna bus Transpatriot, bagaimana dampak COVID-19 terhadap pelayanan bus Transpatriot, lalu bagaimana upaya meningkatkan kepuasan pelanggan bus Transpatriot dalam keadaan COVID-19. Rumusan masalah metode penelitian di sini, waktu penelitian dilakukan selama 2 hari, pada hari Senin dan hari Sabtu. Jenis data yang saya gunakan data primer dan data sekunder, teknik pengumpulan data, wawancara, survei dan dokumentasi, teknik analisis data, metode performance analysis. Dan ini adalah hasil kinerja operasional saat adaptasi kebiasaan baru. Hasil penelitian kinerja bus pada saat disesuaikan dengan standar pelayanan, Dirjen Perhubungan Darat mendapatkan total bobot 18. Dari hasil ini dapat disimpulkan bahwa kinerja operasional bus Transpatriot berada dalam kriteria baik, walau masih ada beberapa harus ditingkatkan kinerja pelayanan agar pengguna bus menjadi lebih nyaman. Dari hasil berikut perbandingan kinerja sebelum COVID dan adaptasi kebiasaan baru. Dari hasil perbandingan di atas, maka kinerja operasional bus Transpatriot mengalami peningkatan dari sebelum COVID. Peningkatan bus Transpatriot ini baik melihat faktor muat Transpatriot sudah mulai meningkat yang menandakan masyarakat Bekasi sudah mempercayai bus Transpatriot sebagai angkutan umum yang aman dan nyaman. Dalam penyebaran kuesioner, sebelum saya menyebarkan, saya menguji validitas. Dari tabel di atas dapat diketahui bahwa masing-masing item pertanyaan memiliki R hitung lebih besar dari R table, yaitu 0,197 dan bernilai positif. Dengan demikian, butir pertanyaan tersebut dinyatakan valid keseluruhan. Lalu saya menunjukkan uji reliabilitas. Uji reliabilitas dilakukan dengan menggunakan rumus alpha crossback guna mengetahui apa hasil pengukuran data yang diperoleh memenuhi syarat reliabilitas. Instrumen kuesioner dapat dikatakan reliable bila memiliki koefisien alpha lebih besar dari 0,6. Dari pertanyaan kinerja dan pelayanan saya dapat dilihat melebihi dari 0,6 dan dinyatakan reliable. Berikut ini hasil dari penyebaran kuesioner. Dan saya masukkan ke dalam diagram Partesius. Diagram Partesius bagi menjadi 4, yaitu kuadran 1, kuadran 2, kuadran 3, dan kuadran 4. Terima kasih.
Oke, baik, terima kasih Mas Adrianto. Ini terkait dengan pelayanan di era new normal setelah masa pandemi ya.
Yep.
Ini studi kasusnya di mana,
di
Pak?
Bekasi, Pak. Rute terminal.
Di page 1, halaman 1, coba bisa. Halaman 1. Oke. Transpatriot bus performance analysis impact COVID-19 rute terminal Bekasi. Oke, ini terkait dengan perubahan yang terjadi setelah new normal ya, akibat COVID-19.
Ya, Pak.
Oke, saya lempar pertanyaan kepada peserta yang lain. Mas Alan Bandangan. Halo, Mas Alan. Wah, ini sepertinya sudah malam mingguan ini Mas Alan, ditinggal ini. Atau next, mungkin kepada Muhammad Ziarahman. Any question about Mr. Adri Tanto? Mr. Muhammad Ziarahman, hadir? Belum ya? Isma Sofa Mufidah. Isma belum hadir juga. Oke.
Hadir, Pak.
Oke, Mrs. Isma, any question to Mr. Adri Tanto? Please.
Belum ada, Pak.
Belum ada. Oke. Sepertinya sudah janjian ini, belum ada semua ini ya. Oke.
Saya nanya, Pak.
Oke, silakan. Silakan. Bisa disebutkan namanya?
Nama saya Ardi Prabowo. Saya mau nanya tentang apa namanya? Nama saya Ardi Prabowo, Pak.
Oke.
Saya mau nanya nih terkait apa namanya? Tingkat.
Ya, silakan.
Tingkat kepuasan dan tingkat harapan
silakan,
dari.
Ardi Prabowo.
Ya, halo, Pak. Suaranya nyampe nggak, Pak?
Ya, silakan dilanjut.
Oh iya.
Nyampe.
Oke. Terkait ini.
Nyampe, Mas Adrianto, nyampe, ya.
Iya. Terkait apa namanya important performance analysis kan mengetahui tingkat kepuasan.
Ya, dilanjut.
Tingkat kepuasan dan tingkat harapan bagi pengguna maupun driver atau pengemudinya. Dari hasil apa namanya? Hasil important performance analysis, kira-kira mana aja yang harus diperbaiki dari tingkat pelayanannya? Mungkin itu. Terima kasih.
Oke, terima kasih Mas Adrianto. Prabowo ya, sorry. Ini Prabowo menanyakan kepada Mas Adrianto bagaimana terkait kepuasan driver ya, tadi kepuasan driver terkait dengan pelayanan yang sekarang karena kasus COVID-19 ini.
Iya.
Silakan.
Kira-kira kinerja pelayanan yang harus diperbaiki seperti apa gitu?
Iya.
Ya kalau yang sesuai kuesioner yang kita bagikan, kalau indikator yang perlu diperbaiki itu yang termasuk kepada kuadran 3 dengan kinerja rendah dan kepuasan yang rendah. Yaitu bisa dilihat pada indikator ke-6 yaitu sesuai waktu kedatangan dan keberangkatan bus dengan jadwal itu masih tidak sesuai jadwal. Lalu pada indikator pertama tersedia fasilitas keselamatan seperti APAR, alat pemecah kaca dan serta pintu darurat yang masih bisa kurang. Lalu pada indikator 4 tersedianya informasi berupa stiker yang mencantumkan nomor telepon dan SMS pengaduan. Indikator 12 tersedianya informasi halte terdekat bus Transpatriot. Lalu indikator ke-13 tersedia ruang khusus penumpang yang membawa kursi roda atau difabel. Lalu indikator ke-14 tersedianya tempat duduk prioritas. Ya, seperti itu jawaban dari saya. Terima kasih.
Oke, Mas Prabowo bagaimana? Bisa diterima?
Mas, bisa, tapi boleh ada tambahan nggak, Pak?
Oh, silakan.
Nah, kan terkait performa dari kinerja pelayanan. Kira-kira dari hal tersebut yang tadi perlu ditingkatkan, ada nggak konsep dari performa analisis ini seperti apa strateginya gitu buat peningkatan pelayanannya?
Gimana, Mas Adrianto terkait dengan pelayanan peningkatan?
Ya, kalau peningkatannya sih dengan cara dengan keberangkatan dan kedatangan itu dengan cara mengatur jadwal keberangkatan dan menambahkan armada bus yang masih kurang dari jarak masih tidak sesuai dengan jarak rute, lalu penambahan kursi prioritas dan ruang khusus difabel dan perbaiki seperti penambahan yang perlu ditambahkan seperti itu ya Pak.
Terima kasih Pak Adrianto. Bagaimana Mas Prabowo?
Bagus Pak.
Sudah bagus, sudah ya. Oke, thank you. Presentasi to Mr. Adrianto ya. Oke, next presentation Isma Sofa Mufidah. Muhammad Syahruhman belum hadir ya? Halo?
Iya Pak.
Muhammad Syahruhman belum hadir?
Ada Pak.
Oh ada tuh Pak.
Oke, silakan. Oke, Muhammad Ziarahman. Oke, 5 minutes to presentation, 5 minutes to QA. Oke, start now.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Kelihatan Pak?
Kelihatan. Silakan dibesarkan di F5 ya.
Selamat malam. Kali ini saya akan mempresentasikan hasil karya ilmiah saya, analisis pengendalian biaya dan waktu proyek dengan metode unit value dengan studi kasus 1x1000 MW coal fired power plant project atau PLTU 2 di Cirebon, Jawa Barat.
Ya.
latar belakang permasalahan yaitu sedang pelaksanaan proyek PLTU 2 Cirebon dengan dijadwalkan 800 hari kalender. Jadi keterlambatan waktu pelaksanaan yang telah disepakati sebelumnya secara kumulatif progres pada minggu ke-38 yaitu 46,294%. Maka secara kumulatif progres rencana yaitu 49,5%. Proyek ini memiliki definisi keterlambatan sebesar minus 3,242% atau secara cash flow minus 9 miliar 1. Berikut ini dokumentasi progres proyek pada 25 September 2019. Selanjutnya yaitu keterlambatan memaksa kontraktor mereview biaya anggaran yang sudah diperhitungkan sehingga mempengaruhi salah satu kinerja akhir dari sasaran kontraktor yaitu mendapatkan keuntungan yang maksimal. Di sini penulis menganalisis pengembalian biaya dan waktu terhadap proyek untuk mengetahui proyek tersebut on schedule atau tidak. Bagaimana dengan identifikasi masalahnya? Yaitu perlu dilakukan analisis periode waktu peninjauan untuk mengetahui kinerja proyek dari segi biaya dan waktu selama pelaksanaan proyek berlangsung. Kedua, adanya kendala-kendala selama pelaksanaan konstruksi menyebabkan terjadinya penyimpangan biaya dan jadwal rencana sehingga perlu dilakukan estimasi terkait biaya dan waktu. Selanjutnya, bagaimana perumusan masalah dan tujuan penelitiannya? Perumusan masalahnya yaitu bagaimana kinerja proyek dilihat dari kondisi biaya dan waktu selama periode peninjauan menggunakan metode peer review. Kedua, berapa besar perkiraan biaya yang pada akhir proyek dan waktu yang diselesaikan untuk menyelesaikan proyek. Tujuannya untuk mengevaluasi kinerja pelaksanaan proyek dan untuk mengetahui berapa besar biaya akhir dan waktu akhir. Selanjutnya yaitu batasan masalah dan ruang lingkup masalah. Pada penelitian ini batasan masalahnya yaitu pertama lokasi proyek diobjekkan pada bangunan air dan transformer pada proyek PLTU 2 Cirebon. Kedua, penelitian perencanaan pengendalian biaya dan waktu menggunakan metode value pada minggu ke-38 sampai dengan minggu ke-57. Ketiga, analisis perhitungan dilakukan dengan konsep value pada schedule dengan batasan waktu dan biaya. Nah, selanjutnya masuk ke analisis. Di analisis ini ada analisis BCWS, budget cost work schedule. Kedua, analisis budget cost work perform. Ketiga, analisis actual cost work perform. Keempat, analisis variance yaitu terdapat dari variance dan cost variance. Selanjutnya performance analysis, cost performance analysis dan schedule performance analysis dan estimate ada BAEC, budget estimate complete dan schedule estimate complete biaya akhir. Berikut ini adalah perhitungan untuk budget cost of work schedule dengan rumus formula yaitu BCWS sama dengan bobot mingguan dibagi bobot total dikali anggaran biaya dengan dihasilkan terlampir pada tabel di samping. Ini adalah analisis BCWP, budget cost work perform, dengan rumus actual week by week or total actual week kali budget plan dengan hasil pada tabel berikut. Selanjutnya adalah analisis actual cost of work perform, yaitu ini adalah biaya aktual yang dikeluarkan buat terlampir pada tabel. Selanjutnya cost variance. Cost variance, analisis cost variance terdiri dari cost variance dan schedule variance. Cost variance yaitu budget cost work perform minus actual cost work perform. Sedangkan cost schedule variance yaitu budget cost work perform minus budget cost work schedule dengan hasil terlampir. Dari analisis tersebut didapatkan grafik unit value, dan itu pada minggu ke-8 didapatkan SP minus 5,3 M dan CP minus 194 juta. Sedangkan SP pada minggu ke-57 yaitu minus 1,18 M dengan CP minus 2,7 M. Selanjutnya analisis performance. Terdapat CPI dan SPI. CPI yaitu BCWP per actual cost work perform. Sedangkan SPI schedule performance index yaitu BCWP per BCWS. Pada minggu ke-38 cost performance indexnya didapat 0,99, sedangkan SPI didapat 0,93. Pada minggu ke-57 nilai CPI yaitu 1,023, sedangkan SPI didapat 0,91. Bagaimana analisis, bagaimana perkiraan biaya dan waktu penyelesaian proyek? Di sini perhitungan BETC, BEAC, SCTC, SEAC. BETC didapat 40 miliar, 7. Sedangkan budget estimate as complete didapat 162 juta. Selanjutnya schedule estimate as complete 405 hari. Sedangkan schedule estimate at completion yaitu 400 hari. Jadi kesimpulan yang ditarik yaitu dari analisis pada minggu ke-57 biaya yang dikeluarkan lebih sedikit dari biaya anggaran yang dikeluarkan, yaitu dengan hasil sangat menunjukkan hasil nilai positif di angka 2,7 M, sedangkan dalam segi kinerja biaya dan kinerja yaitu menunjukkan nilai negatif minus 1,1 M, sehingga dapat dikatakan terjadi keterlambatan pekerjaan. Nilai CPI menghasilkan nilai positif di angka 1,03, mana hal ini menunjukkan CPI lebih dari 1, biaya yang dikeluarkan kurang dari biaya anggaran. Namun SPI mendapatkan nilai negatif di angka 0,991, di mana SPI kurang dari 1 menunjukkan kinerja buruk dengan keterlambatan proyek. Nilai perkiraan didapat setelah laporan 57 yaitu perkiraan biaya tersisa adalah 40,7 M dengan sisa waktu pelaksanaan 45 hari. Dengan estimasi total biaya yaitu 165 miliar, 9, dan total waktu yang diperkirakan adalah 800 hari. Terima kasih. Terima kasih. Ya.
Baik, terima kasih.
Mohon maaf.
Ya, nggak apa-apa. Terima kasih Muhammad Diarul Rahman ya. Terkait dengan presentasinya, bagaimana mengelola proyek ini bidangnya di manajemen konstruksi ya. Oke. Baik, Muhammad Diarul Rahman, saya lempar mungkin pertanyaan kepada Mbak Isma Sofa Mufidah. Hadir? Silakan Mbak Isma. Ada pertanyaan?
Nggak ada Pak kayaknya.
Nggak ada ya. Oke, yang lain mungkin Mas Bima hadir?
Hadir Pak.
Oke, ada pertanyaan Mas Bima?
Untuk saya belum ada Pak. Belum ada Pak.
Belum ada ya. Oke, kalau gitu saya akan bertanya aja kepada Muhammad Rahman ya. Pertanyaan saya gini, kaitannya dengan pencapaian ya di dalam pencapaian di dalam pengelolaan proyek tadi ya. Kira-kira kalau menurut kajian yang dilakukan kemarin, yang dilakukan saudara yang pada riset ini, kalau kita terapkan pada proyek lain, apakah memungkinkan metode yang dilakukan itu? Ya. Saya ulangi lagi ya, terkait dengan performa tadi ya, terkait dengan bagaimana hasil ya. Kira-kira kalau saya terapkan pada proyek lain, apakah ini akan sama atau bisa bisa tercapai gitu ya? Kira-kira bagaimana, Mas Muhammad Rahman? Halo, Mas Rahman?
Maaf Pak, tadi koneksi saya terputus.
Terputus. Oke, saya ulang ya. Saya ulangi lagi terkait dengan pencapaian tadi ya yang dilakukan analisis terhadap proyeknya tadi ya. Jika itu saya lakukan pada proyek lain dengan waktu yang sama gitu ya, dengan waktu yang sama, memungkinkan nggak metode yang dilakukan itu? Gitu aja Mas.
Memungkinkan Pak untuk semua proyek.
Memungkinkan ya.
Ya.
Ya gimana?
Estimasi ini dapat dilakukan di proyek-proyek konstruksi, proyek infra, gedung, akan juga proyek kecil-kecil juga bisa diterapkan.
Oh gitu. Kalau menurut Mas Muhammad Rahman ini untuk next project, kira-kira pengembangan yang dilakukan dalam metode ini apa? Sekiranya apa yang bisa dikembangkan lagi?
Menurut saya metode ini cukup baik untuk mengontrol proyek. Pengembangan ya saya kira cukup. Mungkin dikontrol di lapangannya saja untuk aplikasi bagaimana proyeknya agar tidak minus.
Oke, terima kasih. Mungkin ada pertanyaan lain, any question? Any question? Tidak ada? Untuk yang disampaikan ke Muhammad Rahman? Oke, tidak ada. Oke, next presentation, Miss Isma Sofa Mufidah. You have a 5-minute presentation and 5-minute QA. Okay, please, Miss Isma Sofa. Silakan. Mbak Isma Sofa hadir? Halo. Isma Sofa Mufidah? Nggak ada ya rupanya ya? Mbak Isma? Mbak Isma Sofa Mufidah?
Hilang.
Standby? Hilang.
Tadi kayaknya ada Pak.
Oh, sinyalnya ini mungkin bermasalah ya. Oke, kita lanjutkan. Ini yang hadir tadi Muhammad Abdika. Hadir kan tadi ya? Oke, Muhammad Abdika, silakan.
Ya Pak, hadir Pak.
Oke, silakan. Anda punya waktu 5 menit, 5 menit ya untuk presentasi, 5 menit untuk tanya jawab.
Ini
Silakan.
kelihatan Pak layarnya Pak?
Belum. Oke, silakan. Sudah.
Ya. Perkenalkan, nama saya Muhammad Abdika Satrio. Di sini saya mau presentasikan hasil penelitian saya. Untuk presentasi saya menggunakan bahasa Inggris, Pak. Tapi
Silakan.
bahasa Indonesia juga sih nanti, Pak.
Oh iya.
Oke, Pak, saya mulai ya.
Ya.
Sebentar, Pak. Okay, here I will present my journal with the title Analysis of the Performance Classing K01A Public Transport during Implementation the PSBB. Introduction. City transportation, commonly referred to as angkot, is a means of urban passenger transportation which is usually run on the highway, mixed traffic condition provided by private or public operation, and is in certain group and routes. People in both small and large cities have taken advantage of the function of this angkot as a tool to move people and goods from one place to another, which is the destination. In addition, the policy of providing mass transportation tends to override the role of existing transportation. This needs special attention from the government because it cannot be denied. The public transportation is still need and still has the potential to be developed. On one of the routes for the materials in this study is the K10A cooperation with the Bekasi Cikarang route. It has changed the route because the route is waiting for passenger and lowers passenger carelessly, causing traffic jams. But for now, the K01A Kwasi has obtained a permit to use its old route. The problem is the existing public transportation in line with the safety and comfort factor at this time. 2. Is it still feasible for Kwasi K01A to operate to serve passenger? 3. How was the performance of K01 during the implementation of PSBB or COVID-19? Is it in accordance with the health protocol recommended by the government? Methodology, data processing, and data management. Methodology using primary data and secondary data to distribute questionnaire to 100 respondents. For secondary data, I did several tests to find out the performance of the public transportation on load factor, to travel speed, travel time, for highway and frequency, passenger waiting time. The survey technique in the research are distribute questionnaire to 100 respondents. This questionnaire consists of 15 questionnaire questions with a numbers of answers in accordance with its establishment. Respondents check the answers that best with their standpoint. The questionnaire in this research used interval measure scale such as Likert scale. Result and analysis. Load factor. Load factor is number the indicated the amount of use of space available in vehicle to carrying capacity of the vehicle, or the ratio between the number of passengers transported in the vehicle. From this result of the calculation of the load factor using the PSS 21 program, it was found the average value of the load factor during peak hours was 28.57%, while outside the peak hours was 17.58%. This shows that the load factor value according the table of the Director General of Transportation. Travel speed from the table above, the average value of travel speed 22.30 km per hour. Travel time from for travel time, this time required to cover 26.3 kilometers is 5.08. Headway and frequency. From headway and frequency, headway is 4.17 and frequency 21.819. Passenger waiting time is 2.22. Sorry. Okay. Validity test performance is the performance variables show the comfort alpha value is more than 0.16. In this table semuanya memenuhi ya Pak ya.
Ya.
Untuk reliability juga pada tabel ini memenuhi dari standarnya yaitu 0,60 juga. Untuk tes menggunakan one sample Kolmogorov Smirnov test yaitu didapatkan hasil 1,345 yaitu lebih dari 0,05. Untuk F analysis of variance atau NOVA didapat 0,766 yaitu melebihi dari 0,5 standarnya. Untuk hipotesis didapatkan nilai 10,357 yaitu lebih dari 1,66. Conclusion, one, the safety and comfort for factor passenger is still not being noticed by this transportation service provider because there are still many drives for drive recklessly. So, according respondent for feasibility of operating PST K01A is still feasible to operate because there are several respondents who really quasi K01A. 3. There are still many quasi K01A that do not comply with the health protocol regulation recommended by the government. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you to Mr. Muhammad Abdika. Bisa di halaman 1, Mas? Judulnya tadi.
Ya, Pak.
Okay, about the material analysis of the performance of Coesi CO1 public transportation